From the looks of it, the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess were clearly injured. Although they still released incomparably domineering combat strength and swept through an army, it was clear that they were merely venting the anger in their hearts. As for Su Zimo, who floated over from afar, he wore green robes and had a calm expression. His breathing was stable, and he was clearly in a much better state than the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. Brother Su Zhu won. Long Li clenched her fists slightly in excitement. He must have used his peerless divine power. Lin Xuanjin was a little worried. I sensed the sharpness of the immortal vanquishing sword coming from over there just now. In her opinion, if Su Zimo released the immortal vanquishing sword in advance in the battle between the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess, his chances of winning would be even lower when he faced Xiaoyin. This was equivalent to using his greatest trump card first. A peerless divine power was indeed used. Su Zimo nodded. Thereafter he paused for a moment. However, I wasn't the one who released that immortal vanquishing sword. Lin Xuanjin had a puzzled expression and asked instinctively, Peak Master, apart from you and me, who else? Before she could finish, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. That plain-clothed sword cultivator Luo Jun. However, before long, Lin Xuanjin thought about it and frowned. The immortal vanquishing sword is a peerless divine power created by Emperor Immortal Vanquishing. However, he has always been imprisoned in the Sin Ground. How did he manage to comprehend it? There are many ways, Su Zimo said. Given that person's talent, if he had seen the dermic Tao of the immortal vanquishing sword and sensed its sword intent, he would have a chance to comprehend it together with the cultivation technique he cultivates. At the 9th level of the perfected one heavenly tribulation, he has a chance of comprehending the immortal vanquishing sword as well. Back then, Yun Ting only relied on the human-slaying sword art to comprehend the true meaning of the immortal vanquishing sword. Peak Master, could he be? Lin Xuanjin had a huge question in her heart. Let's talk about this when we return to the sword world. Su Zimo shook his head gently. They were in the evil fiend battlefield and were stared at by countless pairs of eyes. It was not appropriate to talk about this matter. Everyone reorganized themselves and set off together, rushing to Area 7 of the evil fiend battlefield. At the same time, perfected spirit experts everywhere in the evil fiend battlefield sped towards Area 7 in unison. Although there were fights between many perfected spirit experts in the various areas, most of them were superficial and did not engage in large-scale combat because they wanted to go to Area 7 to watch the battle. This abnormal phenomenon attracted the attention of many evil fiends and sin spirits. What's going on? A sin spirit who was shrouded in darkness and wore a black robe with indistinct facial features asked. Around him, many sin spirits in similar attire gathered around him, surrounding him in the center. One of the 10 great evil fiends, the Darkness One. Senior brother. A sin spirit said, I heard that 2 supreme perfected spirits challenged each other in Area 7. One of them is from the Heavenly Eye race and the other is from the Sword World. A supreme perfected spirit of the Heavenly Eye race? The Darkness One murmured softly. 1,000 years ago, Xiang Meng was already dead. Was it Xiaoyin who came? Yes, it's him. The Sin Spirit said. The one fighting Xiaoyin is the one who killed Xiang Meng 1,000 years ago. His name seems to be Suzhu. Interesting, the Darkness One murmured. It'll be a pity if we miss such a huge battle. Area 1 of the evil fiend battlefield. A black-robed woman carried a sword on her back and held a horsetail whip. When she heard the news from her subordinates, she frowned. A battle between 2 supreme perfected spirits in Area 7 caused such a huge commotion? I'll go take a look too. The black-robed woman left. This was one of the 10 great evil fiends, whom the living beings of the medium Kiliacosm called the black-robed woman. Suddenly, a mountain range in Area 5 exploded and a tall and burly figure leaped up with a stone rod in his hands. His eyes were bloodshot. It was a sanguine ape. Waves surged in the void of Area 10 all of a sudden as well. A Yuxia appeared and grinned before disappearing into the void once more. The 10 great evil fiends were basically scattered in the 10 areas. However, When they sensed the abnormality of the perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliakosm, the 10 great evil fiends headed towards Area 7 one after another, wanting to investigate. Although the perfected spirits of the medium Kiliakosm and the evil fiends and sin spirits were two factions that were irreconcilable, there had never been any massive fights between them. Instead, all of them were guided towards Area 7 right now by an invisible hand. Instantly, Area 7 of the evil fiend battlefield became the center of attention. On a mountain peak that towered into the clouds, Xianxia stood alone on the peak and looked down at the vastness, his black and white Taoist robes fluttering in the wind. However, his heart was calm. The mountain peak beneath him was the highest peak in Area 7 of the evil fiend battlefield. Ever since he descended on this mountain peak, there were no other living beings on it. He did not know the name of the mountain peak. He did not care either. He only knew that he had to stand on the peak of the highest mountain and kill that weak sword cultivator in front of everyone with a mere glance. At the very least, in his eyes, that sword cultivator was not worth mentioning. If not for the repeated requests of the many kings of the heavenly world race, he would have wanted to play a few more rounds with that sword cultivator. He liked the feeling of looking down from above, controlling everything and teasing the other party. Of course, it was not bad to stomp him to death cleanly either. At that thought, the blood mark on his glabella opened slightly, revealing a shuddering aura, as though it came from the netherworld and was sinister and terrifying. What will his expression be once this heavenly eye is opened? An image appeared in Xiaoyin's mind. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. There was a faint, cold and teasing smile, as though he could see the despair and fear of the sword cultivator before his death. He had seen that expression on too many people's faces. Xiaoyin's eyes shifted as he swept his gaze into the distance. There were already many people around. At the foot of the mountain, in midair, in the grass and forest, there were perfected spirit experts from the medium Kiliakosm. There were even some supreme perfected spirits and many evil fiends and sin spirits hidden in the distance. Sigh! Xiaoyin extended his finger and rubbed the blood mark on his glabella gently, sighing faintly. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint them. There won't be any unprecedented battle or earth-shaking absolutes. It'll end in a single round. That was what Xiaoyin thought. More and more living beings appeared in Area 7 of the evil fiend battlefield. The perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliakosm occupied more than half of the surrounding area of the mountain peak. Only the west was left for many evil fiends and sin spirits. Before the battle between Xiaoyin and Su Zimo began, both factions maintained a certain distance and things were relatively peaceful. The perfected spirits of the Stone World, Parasol Tree World, Kuan World, Peng World, Light World, Barbarian World, Blood World and other super-large worlds arrived. The Flower World, Giant World, Poison World, Astral World, Mystic World, Lifeless World, Tomb World. The greater worlds arrived one after another. The Metal World, Wood World, Wind World, Rain World, Thunder World, Lightning World, Heavenly Scorpion World, Jade Toad World, Spirit Consonance World. Most of the middle worlds arrived one after another as well. There were also many lesser worlds. Although they had no perfected spirits within them, many perfected spirit experts came to watch the battle still. At the highest peak, Xiaoyin stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. Everyone inside and outside the evil fiend battlefield was paying attention. Strong winds howled and sand filled the air, filling the world with a murderous aura. Right then, a green figure appeared at the end of the horizon. Whoa! One of the 10 great evil fiends, the Wuxia ghost spirit, exclaimed exaggeratedly. I thought it was some ruthless character. So, it's just a hollow nether human. It said that he once killed Xiang Meng of the Heavenly Eye race with a single sword strike. The Darkness One said coldly. Tisk! The Wuxia ghost spirit pouted disapprovingly. Not far away, Luo Jun suddenly said, This person comes from the sword world and is indeed very strong. He can defend against the reincarnation eye? A man with stars in his eyes asked. Luo Jun pursed his lips and did not say anything. If it was a battle royale, he might be able to help Su Zimo. But now, even he could not interfere in the battle between the two of them at the peak of the mountain in front of everyone. At that moment, the 10 great evil fiends were gathered. For this battle, the evil fiends and sin spirits merely wanted to watch the show and did not support any side. It would naturally be best for them if both parties could fight to an internecine outcome. Suddenly, the black-robed woman said, "This mountain is called Mount Mang. The word Mang has the death character in it, and it's an ominous sign. Someone will definitely have to die in this battle. Furthermore, Mang has the same pronunciation as the word blind, indicating a lack of direction. This is rather disadvantageous for Xianxia." "Ha ha!" The Wuxia ghost spirit burst into laughter and mocked. "What nonsense are you talking about? So, the dermic Tao of your lineage is all about blind trust in superstitions." The black-robed woman did not refute. She merely glanced at the Wuxia ghost spirit coldly. "There's a needle hovering above your glabella and your aura is dark. I'm afraid a calamity is about to happen to you." The Wuxia ghost spirit sneered indifferently. On the other side, "Su Zhu is here." When Shui, one of the blood worlds, saw the green figure not far away, he clapped and smiled. Thereafter, he looked in the direction of the flower world and shouted, "Beauty, does our bet from before still stand?" Mu Lian remained silent. Actually, she was not confident either. There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. After all, the aura that Xianxia revealed was way too strong. When he presided over the mountain peak with his black and white Taoist robe, even the weather in the sky was in two different states. On one side, dark clouds were thick and black, and on the other side, the sky was clear. The entire firmaments were like the black and white Taoist robe on his body. Even in his eyes, yin and yang were separated and clearly distinct. He did not use any dermic Tao. Just by standing there, he could change the weather and mobilize the power of the world with his aura. It was clear how terrifying Xianxia was. Even though Mu Lian previously believed that Su Zimo could last 10 moves, she was a little doubtful now. Stone World. The bald man, Sherpa, twisted his neck and glared at Lin Xuanjin, who was behind Su Zimo with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. The moment Su Zhu dies will be the moment she dies. In the crowd, a woman dressed as a Taoist nun with a square chessboard on her back looked at the black-haired, green-robed man and was slightly stunned. He was not dead? Peak Master Su Zhu of the Sword World's 9th Sword Peak was him? Was it a combination of Su Zimo and Yunju? The woman pondered for a moment before lowering her head and smiling. No matter what, it was a joyous thing to see him alive. Chess Immortal Junyu. God's son Ming Hui's expression changed as he noticed the woman. Among the vast crowd, there was only one woman who wore such a strange outfit. Initially, God's son Ming Hui wanted to make use of Chess Immortal Junyu to get rid of Su Zhu of the Sword World. But from the looks of it, there was no need. Su Zhu would not be able to survive Xianxia. Su Zimo asked Lin Xuanjin, Long Li and the others to stay at the foot of the mountain and left them reminders before ascending the mountain alone. Just like that, Xianxia stood on the peak of the mountain and looked down at Su Zimo, who soared into the air, the smile on his face becoming even more obvious. Finally, Su Zimo stepped onto the peak of the mountain and stood opposite Xianxia. A huge battle could break out at any moment. The moment Su Zimo ascended the mountain peak, everyone from the Sword World in the blessed Heaven World Square felt their hearts skip a beat, and they were extremely nervous. King Cold Eye had once said that Xianxia would release the reincarnation the moment the two parties fought, and would not give Su Zimo any chance. Victory was no longer the key now, and it seemed inevitable that the creation Green Lotus would be exposed. What Lu Yun and the others were most worried about was whether the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus could break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation, giving him a shot at survival. On the mountain peak, the two of them stood face to face. Xianxia had a smile on his face and a relaxed expression as he looked at Su Zimo with interest. The sword cultivator opposite him really dared to come. Furthermore, he was so calm even when standing in front of him. I admire you. Xianxia smiled gently. Unfortunately, you're about to die. Of course, it's a worthy death to die in my hands and in the eyes of the world. Furthermore, your death will let the living beings of the other worlds and other races understand something very important. Yes, don't ever offend the heavenly I race. Understand. Xia Yin's last sentence was not directed at Su Zimo. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and looked at the endless living beings of the 10,000 races. He was looking down at all living beings with a peak aura. Su Zimo was still standing quietly opposite him. He merely tilted his head slightly, looking at Xia Yin as though he was looking at an idiot. The next moment, Xia Yin turned around and the blood mark on his glabella opened. Instantly, the ground shook and the weather changed. As the blood mark opened, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated instantly and the blue sky on the other side vanished as well. In its place was a bottomless abyss, dark and cold. The sky darkened instantly. The reincarnation eye had already opened. The image of the 6 paths appeared in the heavenly eye and revolved. Behind the 6 paths was a sinister coldness and deep ghost chi. There were even ghostly wails that sounded from within. Xia Yin's figure seemed to have vanished, and there was only the reincarnation eye left opposite Su Zimo. At that moment the 5 elements were reversed, yin and yang were in chaos. The world moved in a counterclockwise direction. Stars fell and rivers gushed backwards. Everything around the reincarnation eye was affected by it and was forcefully pulled in. Mount Mang was collapsing and countless gravel floated into the reincarnation eye. Heaven and earth essence chi, divine weapons, bloodlines, essence spirits, light, divine powers and secret skills could not escape and were forcefully dragged into reincarnation. The surrounding void collapsed rapidly. In fact, time was in chaos. Even astral imprisonment could not defend against 6 paths of reincarnation and would be torn into pieces. The living beings watching from afar looked at the reincarnation eye and felt as though a lifetime had passed, as though they were looking at the past or the future. Everyone's bloodlines were restless and wanted to seep out of their bodies. Even though they were so far apart, their blood chi could not defend against it. One could imagine how much impact Su Zimo would have to endure facing the reincarnation eye head-on. The perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm had terrified expressions. Even the many supreme perfected spirits present were shocked. The 10 great evil fiends felt their hearts skip a beat and their scalps tingle. Nobody expected Xia Yin to activate the reincarnation eye right away without giving Su Zimo any chance or even testing the waters. It was over. This was the reincarnation eye. Who could defend against such a divine power? Blessed Heaven World Square. Everyone from the Sword World looked at the scene on the mountain peak with grim expressions. Immortal Queen Yulan of the Flower World frowned slightly. Dragon Queen Hornless shook her head and sighed. The reincarnation eye was successfully activated, and there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. A hint of shock appeared on the faces of the kings of the other worlds. Although they had already cultivated to the Grotto Heaven realm, this was the first time most people had seen the power of the reincarnation eye. Unlike everyone from the Sword World, the heavenly eye race cheered. King Cold Eye could not help but rear his head in laughter with a smug expression. What Xia Yin said earlier on was exactly what he wanted. That's right, he wanted to make an example out of them in this battle. This was meant to establish their might. Suddenly, through the gigantic screen of the blessed Heaven World Square, a change seemed to have happened on the battlefield at the peak of Mount Mang. Against the reincarnation eye, Su Zimo was not devoured right away. He did not seem to have given up and was still struggling and resisting. Behind the seemingly thin and weak body, 8 ivory tusks that were as white as jade grew slowly. They shone brightly and emitted a powerful and mysterious aura. Su Zimo's strength was rising rapidly. Divine elephant tusks. Suddenly, a king of the heavenly elephant world frowned and exclaimed softly. This was the innate divine power of their heavenly elephant race, and there were a total of 4 levels. If there were 8 divine elephant tusks, it would be at the peak of the 4th level and could reach the level of a peerless divine power. However, how did a human of the Sword World learn that innate divine power? Oh! King Cold Eye raised his brow slightly and deliberately said loudly, "The peak master of the 9th sword peak of the Sword World is so powerful. His combat strength increased by several times after he released his peerless divine power. Could Xiayin of our race be in danger? Another king of the heavenly I race understood his intentions and played along with him. Thereafter, the two of them exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Another king of the heavenly elephant world shook his head. Even with the fourth level of the divine elephant tusks, Su Zhu won't be able to defend against the reincarnation eye. He's merely resisting futilely. No one knew that innate divine power of the divine elephant tusks better than the heavenly elephant world. No one would doubt the words of the kings from the heavenly elephant world. Evil Fiend Battlefield, Peak of Mount Mang. Xiayin could not help but laugh when he saw Su Zimo release the 8-tusk divine strength. Do you still want to resist? Xiayin's voice sounded slowly. In the face of the 6 paths of reincarnation, everything about you will be reduced to mere illusions and bubbles. They won't be able to withstand a single blow, and you'll have to enter reincarnation. Sensing the increase in the power of his body, bloodline, and essence spirit, Su Zimo took a deep breath and channeled his essence spirit, starting to conjure hand seals. Using the power of the heavenly eye to mimic the aura and image of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You dare to call this power of reincarnation derived from imitation the 6 paths of reincarnation. Su Zimo looked at the reincarnation eye opposite him with a mocking expression. Xiayin harumphed coldly. It's more than enough to kill you. Ha 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 ha. At the peak of Mount Mang, Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. The dermic art in his hands had already been condensed. He pointed at the reincarnation eye opposite him and shouted word by word. Let me show you what is the true 6 paths of reincarnation. The moment Su Zimo said that, a gigantic vortex abyss appeared on his fingertip and expanded continuously. The vortex was divided into 6 regions, and every region was filled with a strange rune that emitted endless might. The world spun and time and space were in chaos. Xiayin's reincarnation eye paled in comparison to the gigantic vortex abyss, and the difference was like heaven and earth. Xiayin's figure could not withstand the attraction of the 6 paths of reincarnation and was forced to appear. His face was filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, panic, and fear. There was only incredulity. What was that? In his daze, Xiayin seemed to recall a scene when he caught a glimpse of the 6 paths when his yin-yang eyes were first opened. Even back then, he only caught a glimpse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, that single glimpse was merely the tip of the iceberg, and he did not manage to witness the full appearance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was only at that moment that he truly saw what the 6 paths of reincarnation was. Pest! Many perfected spirit experts watching the battle in the surroundings could not help but gasp when they saw the change. If everyone was incomparably shocked by Xiayin's reincarnation eye earlier on, right now, the 6 paths of reincarnation released by 6 paths of reincarnation made them feel a sense of fear and uneasiness that seeped directly into their souls. It was unstoppable. No power could defend against this vortex abyss. Instinctively, the 100-odd supreme perfected spirits present, including the 10 great evil fiends, realized that they only had one outcome if they were in Xiayin's shoes. Death. Impossible. That's impossible. After Xiayin was revealed, the illusion condensed by his reincarnation, I could not defend against the suppression of the 6 paths of reincarnation at all and collapsed rapidly. Blood marks appeared on the reincarnation eye and some even seeped out. How was that possible? Xiayin could not believe the scene before him. This must be an illusion technique of yours. Xiayin roared. This is an illusion, peerless divine power. Myriad phenomenons. Don't even think about lying to me. Among the 10 great evil fiends, there was indeed an evil fiend who had cultivated myriad phenomenons. At that moment, when he heard Xiayin's almost hysterical roar, he could not help but shake his head. Myriad phenomenons can't even defend against your reincarnation eye, let alone the 6 paths of reincarnation. I once caught a glimpse of the 6 paths before I managed to comprehend my reincarnation eye. What rights do you have? Xiayin was still roaring at Su Zimo. Cracks began to appear on his body and he was on the verge of collapse. Countless blood chi formed thin threads in midair and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's because I've been to the netherworld before. Su Zimo said indifferently. Do you want to go? I'll send you on your way now. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit once more and unleashed the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to its limits. The runes on the 6 paths shone with a blinding light, as though they could devour everything. All living beings and every single thing in the world could not escape reincarnation. Kill! Xianxia roared tragically, and a blood light burst forth from his reincarnation eye, charging in Su Zimo's direction. That was an essence spirit secret skill of the heavenly eye race. It was also an essence spirit secret skill unique to the reincarnation eye, the light of reincarnation. Xianxia released his essence spirit secret skill, wanting to interrupt Su Zimo's dermic art. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. In fact, he did not even use his essence spirit secret skill to defend. In the face of the 6 paths of reincarnation, even essence spirit secret skills could not escape. Before the bloodlight could land on Su Zimo, it was pulled by the 6 paths of reincarnation and changed its trajectory, turning into a circular arc that entered the abyss of the vortex. The gigantic vortex seemed to want to devour everything. In fact, everyone even had a hallucination. If this vortex abyss was allowed to grow and spread continuously, even this world and the entire evil fiend battlefield might be devoured and drowned by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Blessed Heaven World Square. At a certain moment, the initial clamor suddenly disappeared. The huge square became so silent that one could hear a pin drop, as though it was suppressed by something invisible. The kings from the medium Kiliacosm were dumbfounded when they saw the scene on the peak of Mount Mang. Su Zimo stood in midair, his black hair dancing wildly. With a deep gaze and a torrential aura, he pointed at Xianxia from afar and released a 6 paths of reincarnation that was even more terrifying than the reincarnation eye. Xianxia could not defend against it at all. Even through the gigantic screen, the kings could sense how tiny, despairing, indignant and helpless Xianxia was in front of the gigantic vortex abyss. What is this? A king of the heavenly eye race stammered in shock and disbelief. How could this be? King Cold Eye clenched his fists and glared at the gigantic screen not far away with widened eyes. His voice was squeezed out bit by bit from between his teeth. 6 paths of reincarnation? How can he have comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation? For some unknown reason, King Cold Eye's body trembled slightly. This is the real 6 paths of reincarnation. In the square, a king suddenly sighed deeply with endless emotions. That sigh finally broke the oppressive atmosphere in the surroundings and released a series of loud waves. Heavens, Su Zhu of the Sword World actually comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation. He hid it too well. The most terrifying thing is that he's only at the Hollow Nether realm. I can't believe it. Once he grows to the Paradise Void realm, who among the perfected spirits of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliacosm can take him on? Including the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and the Vermilion Bird Heavenly Fire, he just comprehended as well as the 6 paths of reincarnation. That means that Su Zhu has already comprehended 3 peerless divine powers. It's 4. Another person said in a deep voice, don't forget, there's also that divine elephant tusk's innate divine power of the heavenly elephant race. He comprehended 4 peerless divine powers at the perfected 1 realm. This is absolutely unprecedented. It was no wonder why he was so confident and fearless to dare to accept Xianxin's challenge. With this person, the sword world will definitely prosper. It was as though a stone had stirred up 1,000 levels of waves. The clamor, noise, and discussions intertwined to create layers of talk. Immortal Queen Yulan suddenly smiled and relaxed. Dragon Queen Hornless shook her head gently. A rueful expression appeared on her originally cold face as she muttered to herself, the younger generation will surpass us indeed. Everyone from the sword world was still trying their best to digest this matter. Although Lu Yun and the others knew the secret of Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body and their expectations of him far exceeded others, they did not expect to witness the scene with their own eyes. This was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yun Ting was happy as well. However, he still had mixed feelings. Initially, he saw Su Zimo as his greatest opponent on his cultivation path and was one of the motivations to spur him on. Because Su Zimo was in front of him, he had never dared to relax. He wanted to work hard to catch up to Su Zimo. But now, he suddenly realized that the difference between the two of them was getting greater and greater. In fact, he even felt a sense of helplessness. How could he catch up? In just a mere 1 to 2,000 years, Su Zimo had already left him in the dust. Among everyone from the sword world, only Baiming Shui had a calm expression and was not surprised by the scene. In the sword world, Baiming Shui was the only one who knew Su Zimo's combat strength the best. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo cultivated in seclusion on Sword Burial Peak and used a secret skill with many mysterious runes to leave behind a formation, blocking the heavenly secrets and detection. Only Baiming Shui guarded Su Zimo and witnessed him comprehend peerless divine powers one after another. Baiming Shui witnessed with her own eyes how her master's grade 12 creation Green Lotus body collapsed 6 times. When he comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation, she knew the power and terror of the 6 paths of reincarnation the best. When she recalled that, Baiming Shui felt a sense of warmth in her heart. She knew that the reason why her master asked her to protect him wasn't really because he was in any danger. Her master only wanted her to watch from the side and sense the entire process while he comprehended the peerless divine power, allowing her to comprehend the Dharmic Tao within as well. Such an experience was way too rare and precious for her. Her master had really put in a lot of effort into imparting the Tao to her without reservation. Baiming Shui clenched her fists slightly with a firm gaze. She believed that she would not let down her master's inheritance, the martial Tao or the supreme reputation that her master had built. Seems like the heavenly I race is right. This battle ended in a single round. Hee. It's just that they guessed the outcome wrongly. The surrounding crowd was still discussing. P0 S I B L E. King Cold Eye's voice suddenly sounded. He enunciated each word clearly and almost gritted his teeth. Everyone looked over. Someone consoled. Brother Cold Eye, forget it. Xiayin can only blame his bad luck for encountering such an opponent even if he dies. I've already said, it's impossible for Xiayin to be dead. King Cold Eye roared once more and his face flushed red. Don't provoke him anymore. From the looks of it, he's probably lost his mind. Someone whispered. Ha ha. King Cold Eye's expression was a little ferocious as he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. He glared at everyone from the sword world and said slowly, Do you guys think Su Zhu will definitely win? Let me tell you, no matter how strong the 6 paths of reincarnation is, there's a limit. Lu Yun and the others were silent. Those words were indeed not wrong. No matter how strong the 6 paths of reincarnation was, it was not out of the range of divine powers and there would be an upper limit to its power. King Cold Eye continued, Xiayin of our race is the #1 genius in 1,000,000 years. The reincarnation eye is only the first peerless divine power he comprehended. He still has a second peerless divine power. With 2 peerless divine powers released at the same time, he will definitely find a chance of survival and break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation to escape. Lu Yun and the others still did not argue. That was because they could roughly guess that if Xiayin released 2 peerless divine powers, he would definitely be able to break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, although King Cold Eye's words were powerful and resounding, they did not have much of an aura. Lu Yun merely looked at the almost deranged King Cold Eye quietly and asked indifferently, So you said so much and shouted so forcefully and aggressively just to prove that Xiayin can escape and survive. It was way too pathetic. King Cold Eye shuddered as though he had been struck by lightning. He clutched his chest and felt his heart ache, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. King Shishua of the Stone World could not stand it and wanted to support King Cold Eye. He shouted, As long as he can escape, it won't be considered a loss. The road ahead is still long. Given Xiayin's talent, the 2 of them will fight again in the Grotto Heaven realm in the future. At that time, It's unknown who will win. Right then, there was indeed a change on the battlefield at the peak of Mount Mang. As King Cold Eye had said, at the brink of death, Xia Yin's eyes widened in anger and he did not hold back at all. He channeled his blood qi and released his bloodline phenomenon. At the same time, Xia Yin released his second peerless divine power, infinite yin yang. Just as King Cold Eye had expected, Xia Yin, who was on the battlefield, knew his situation better than anyone else. He no longer thought about how to defeat Su Zimo. That was no longer possible and unrealistic. Although defeat would embarrass the Heavenly Eye race and they would be mocked and discussed by countless people, as long as he was alive, he would have a chance to make a comeback. With his life on the line, Xia Yin calmed down instantly and only had one thought left: to escape from this place. He was rank 1 on the battle merits Jade Steel after all and the number 1 monster incarnate of the Heavenly Eye race in a million years. He definitely did not get to this point and establish such a name for himself just by relying on luck. He broke free from the shock and fear brought about by the 6 paths of reincarnation and maintained a stable Dao heart. His consciousness was calm as he made a precise judgment. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation was powerful and incomparable, it was still a divine power after all and definitely had an upper limit. As long as he could break through that upper limit, he would be able to find a chance of survival. In fact, he did not even need to break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation completely. He only needed a small gap to summon his blessed heaven world badge and escape. This was also his only chance. Infinite yin yang. After Xia Yin released his bloodline phenomenon, his eyes widened as he released his visual technique. He possessed the yin-yang eyes, so it was naturally easier for him to comprehend the peerless divine power, infinite yin-yang. To him, infinite yin-yang was both a peerless divine power and a visual technique. A black light burst forth from his left eye and a white light surged from his right. It landed in midair and formed 2 lifelike and incomparably agile yin-yang fishes. Under normal circumstances, the 2 yin-yang fishes would entangle and bite continuously in midair. Their heads and tails would be connected, and they would rapidly form a gigantic yin-yang millstone that suppressed the 5 elements, overturned the universe and crushed everything in the world. Xia Yin believed that although infinite yin-yang combined with the reincarnation I could not fight the 6 paths of reincarnation head-on. It was enough for him to catch his breath. As though he could tell Xia Yin's intentions, Su Zimo sneered. He controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation with one hand and closed his finger sword with the other, prepared to release another peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. If infinite yin-yang had to fight with the Immortal Vanquishing Sword, it could not affect the 6 paths of reincarnation. With just the reincarnation eye and Xia Yin's mere bloodline phenomenon, they could not shake the 6 paths of reincarnation at all. At this point of the battle, he would definitely not give Xia Yin any chance. However, the moment his finger sword was condensed, he suddenly paused before he could release it. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt something strange in his eyes. His left eye felt cold and his right eye became incomparably searing. Before he could react, the yin-yang fishes condensed by Xia Yin charged towards his eyes. All right, in the blessed heaven world square, King Cold Eye could not help but look delighted when he saw that and shouted. To think that Xia Yin did not condense infinite yin-yang to defend against the 6 paths of reincarnation forcefully. Instead, he controlled the yin-yang fishes to attack Su Zimo directly. A trace of hope rose in King Cold Eye's heart once more. Could it be that Xia Yin was going to turn the tables? That change stunned many people present. However, before long, everyone gradually realized that the situation on the battlefield seemed to be very different from what they had imagined earlier on. Xia Yin's expression was filled with fear and panic. He did not look like he was plotting a counterattack. On the battlefield, when Xia Yin realized this change, he could not help but be shocked and his expression changed. He released his essence spirit crazily, wanting to control the yin-yang fishes to entangle and condense together, forming the yin-yang millstone with extreme state of yin and yang. However, he was horrified to discover that the 2 yin-yang fishes were completely out of his control. Right in front of countless gazes, the 2 yin-yang fishes transformed into 2 beams of light, one black and one white, that entered Su Zimo's eyes. The next moment, Su Zimo's left eye turned pitch black, cold and sinister. His right eye was as white as jade and was blinding. The darkness power emitted from Su Zimo's left eye was even purer and more terrifying than Xia Yin's left eye. The light emitted from his right eye was even more blinding. Their eyes met. Through the yin-yang fishes, their four eyes seemed to have established a bridge passageway. Black and white, yin and yang. The two different powers flowed out of Xia Yin's eyes continuously and condensed into thin threads in midair that surged into Su Zimo's eyes. The light in Xia Yin's eyes dimmed rapidly and the power of yin and yang deteriorated rapidly. The illumination and nether glow divine stones in Su Zimo's eyes sensed the power of yin and yang in midair and suddenly released their might, devouring crazily. In fact, they followed the yin-yang fishes and wanted to absorb all the yin-yang power in Xia Yin's eyes. Ah! Xia Yin hovered in midair and raised his head, letting out a tragic cry. His eyes were shrinking at a visible speed, forming two shocking holes, inside and outside the evil fiend battlefield. Everyone and all living beings widened their mouths and looked at this scene in shock. The visual technique and peerless divine power, infinite yin-yang, released by Xia Yin, were neutralized by Su Zimo's eyes. In fact, he did not even release any divine powers or dermic arts. Not only that, even Xia Yin's yin-yang eyes could not be preserved. What kind of method was that? Bai Ming Yuan of the Kuan world and the ninth prince of the Peng world were enemies. However, when they saw that, they exchanged glances instinctively and felt a chill at the same time. Their hearts turned cold as they looked at the black-haired and green-robed figure with eyes filled with fear. The two supreme perfected spirits were also the number one perfected spirits of the Kuan and Peng worlds. However, at that moment, both of them felt fear in their hearts. That was because the peerless divine power they comprehended was infinite yin-yang. At that moment, when they saw Xia Yin's outcome, the two of them could not help but think of the consequences they might face if they became enemies with Su Zhu. Speaking of which, this scene was a little strange. Xia Yin's counterattack strategy was not wrong. However, the peerless divine power, infinite yin-yang, that he comprehended with the help of his yin-yang eyes were coincidentally countered by the illumination and nether glow stones in Su Zimo's eyes. If Xia Yin had comprehended another peerless divine power, even if it was only astral imprisonment, Su Zimo would have to summon another peerless divine power to defend and resolve it if he wanted to kill him completely. But now, under the connection of the illumination and nether glow divine stones, infinite yin-yang could not work at all. The two yin-yang fishes swam into Su Zimo's eyes without hesitation, as though they had found their mother. Not only that, the two yin-yang fishes wanted to guide the yin-yang power contained in Xia Yin's eyes over at the same time and send it into the illumination and nether glow stones. That was the reason why this incomparably shocking scene was formed. At that moment, everyone realized something. Xia Yin was defeated. It was only a single round. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had only released the 8-tusk divine strength and 6 paths of reincarnation. Just like that, the battle ended. At the peak of Mount Mang, when the illumination and nether glow stones in Su Zimo's eyes absorbed Xia Yin's yin-yang fishes, they also absorbed the visual technique and dermic Tao of the peerless divine power in his eyes. All these years, Su Zimo had no intention of cultivating the yin-yang dermic Tao. However, in reality, when he was in Tianhuang mainland, he could release the yin-yang fishes diagram to fight against supreme divine powers and had long gained comprehension of the yin-yang dermic Tao. Before he ascended, it was thanks to the illumination and nether glow divine stones that his green lotus and dragon phoenix essence spirits were able to synthesize. Finally, it stabilized completely with the help of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. In reality, Su Zimo's essence spirit contained the purest yin-yang power to begin with, and now, after devouring and absorbing the yin-yang eyes of Xia Yin, the dermic Tao of infinite yin-yang surged into his mind as well. Under normal circumstances, if one wanted to comprehend a peerless divine power, they would need a long time to accumulate and trigger some opportunities by chance. However, Su Zimo had already begun to comprehend the yin-yang dermic Tao in the lower worlds. Now, his comprehension of infinite yin-yang was merely an outcome after a lot of work was done to accumulate experience. Of course, the illumination and nether glow divine stones were the most important factor for this matter. For Su Zimo's comprehension of the yin-yang dharmic Tao, the divine stones were like what wisdom was to the Buddhist Tao. In the blessed heaven world square, many heavenly clansmen had ugly expressions as though their parents had died. King Cold Eye knew that Xianxia was finished. Even after releasing 2 peerless divine powers, he could not break free from the 6 paths of reincarnation. What was even stranger was that not only did infinite yin-yang not injure Su Zimo, Xiaoyin's yin-yang eyes were devoured by Su Zimo. What is he doing? Right then, someone seemed to have noticed something amiss and asked softly. He's absorbing Xiaoyin's yin-yang eyes, huh? Before the other person could finish, his expression changed and he exclaimed softly, "The baptism of a peerless divine power?" Su Zhu of the Sword World is comprehending the peerless divine power, infinite yin-yang. In the beginning, only a few people noticed that. However, in the blink of an eye, it caused a huge commotion in the blessed heaven world square. How many peerless divine powers has he comprehended? The divine elephant tusks, 6 paths of reincarnation, vermilion bird heavenly fire and the immortal vanquishing sword that he has yet to release. Coupled with infinite yin-yang that he's comprehending now. That's a total of 5. Hiss! In the square, the kings of the various worlds could still maintain their composures. However, many perfected spirits' expressions changed starkly as they gasped. 5 peerless divine powers, what sort of concept was that? It was unimaginable. This matter had even exceeded the understanding of the kings, let alone the perfected spirits present. 5 peerless divine powers can probably be said to be unprecedented. Among the 5 peerless divine powers, there's also a terrifying divine power like the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiaoyin's loss isn't unwarranted. Even the immortal kings present felt an incomparably shock when they witnessed this scene. However, even now, the immortal kings in the blessed heaven world square had yet to realize what was about to happen. When they saw the next scene, they would quickly forget their current shock. Even many years later, some immortal king experts would feel their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble when they recalled this matter. At the peak of Mount Mang, comprehension of infinite yin-yang came naturally and there were almost no obstacles. Before long, the power of the peerless divine power descended and tempered his body, baptized his bloodline and strengthened his essence spirit. Su Zimo's cultivation realm increased rapidly as well. Initially, he had just entered the hollow nether realm and still needed a long period of bitter cultivation to reach the paradise void realm. However, after comprehending the vermilion bird heavenly fire and infinite yin-yang peerless divine powers in succession in the evil fiend battlefield, his cultivation realm rose significantly as well. Of course, more importantly, comprehending another peerless divine power meant that his combat strength had risen to another level. Furthermore, after this battle, the essence spirit and true essence that he had just expended to release his 8-tusk divine strength and 6 paths of reincarnation had already recovered to normal at that moment. Not only was he not exhausted after the battle, his condition was even better than before and his combat strength was even more terrifying. Su Zimo stood in midair and controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation with one hand. Sensing the abundant and boundless power in his body that he had nowhere to vent, he could not help but rear his head and roar. Amidst that long roar, Xiaoyin was already on the verge of collapse. He had yet to give up after losing his yin-yang eyes. After all, he was the number 1 perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race and rank 1 on the battle merits jade steel. Even at this juncture, he would definitely not submit. Splash! Xiaoyin channeled his bloodline crazily and released his bloodline phenomenon. His bloodline phenomenon was a blood-red eye. The power of the blood eye resonated with the reincarnation eye on his glabella and released an even stronger counterattack. This was also one of his killing moves. However, such power could not defend against the 6 paths of reincarnation at all. The moment Xiaoyin's bloodline phenomenon was condensed, it showed signs of collapsing under the suction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. How can this be? My bloodline. Xia Yin's voice became intermittent and filled with indignation. It had to be said that Xia Yin was indeed a rare monster incarnate of the heavenly eye race. The physique and bloodline of the heavenly eye race were only ranked among the medial class among the 10,000 races and were far inferior to powerful races like the god race and the dragon race. As for Xia Yin, the fact that he could cultivate the bloodline of the heavenly eye race to such an extent and even condense a bloodline phenomenon showed his talent. Unfortunately, the difference was way too great. Su Zimo looked at Xia Yin, who was still resisting in the corner, and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness, saying indifferently, "Back when I comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation, even with my grade 12 creation green lotus body, I broke down as many as 6 times. Can your physique and bloodline compare to mine? Grade 12 creation green lotus." Under such circumstances, those words became the last straw that crushed Xia Yin's Tao heart. The 6 paths of reincarnation overturned and devoured Xia Yin's figure. However, the moment Xia Yin's figure entered the vortex of the 6 paths, the reincarnation eye on his glabella suddenly fell and exploded instantly. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. In reality, the heavenly eye of the heavenly eye race was also their Tao fruit. The reincarnation eye was known as one of the 3 great heavenly eyes and condensed the essence of Xia Yin's dermic Tao. Now that it suddenly exploded, the power released could be said to be terrifying. Boom! An earth-shaking bang sounded from the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was equivalent to such a violent explosion happening inside the 6 paths of reincarnation. Right in front of countless gazes, the spinning vortex abyss in midair could not defend against the impact and collapsed instantly. Su Zimo was right in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation and was the first to bear the brunt. Before he could dodge, countless airwaves surged towards him. However, power of that level could not injure his physique and bloodline at all. Only under the impact of the explosion and airwaves, Su Zimo felt as though something was missing from his waist. This battle could be said to be the center of attention of the world. Right in front of countless living beings of the medium kiliacosm. Rank 1 on the battle merits Jade Steel, Xia Yin, was dead and his essence spirit was destroyed. When the reincarnation eye exploded, even the 6 paths of reincarnation was about to collapse. Naturally, Xia Yin had already exploded without a corpse left. The world was silent. Only the faint sound of the wind blew past their ears. Initially, the supreme perfected spirits present merely wanted to watch the battle. They had never expected to witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes. Shui One of the Blood World had once made a bet with Mu Lian that Su Zimo would not be able to last more than 10 moves. But now, Xia Yin died in just a single round. God Sun Ming Hui's expression was ugly, and he felt even more afraid. Fortunately, I didn't attack him in the residence of the God race back then. Otherwise, if he had chosen to attack Su Zimo back then, he would have probably turned into a corpse right then. Sherpo of the Stone World grimaced slightly and looked at the figure in midair. Although his expression was still arrogant, the depths of his eyes were filled with fear. Even his arm that was holding the stone axe trembled imperceptibly. This person is invincible. That was the only thought in the minds of the 10 great evil fiends. The plain-clothed sword cultivator, Luo Jun, had long noticed that Su Zimo was extraordinary. However, he had not expected this seemingly weak scholar to be so domineering. If one wanted to rank the combat strength of the supreme perfected spirits present, they could only do it after countless battles had been done. However, everyone knew that no matter how the combat strength of the supreme perfected spirits were ranked, that person at the peak of Mount Mang was the one and only. No one could compare to him. When Lin Xuanjin saw that, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, more than that, she felt shocked and emotional. She could not digest the information for the time being. It's only been a few years, but he's already cultivated to this extent. In the crowd, Chess Immortal Junyu frowned slightly and murmured softly with a troubled expression. She was belligerent by nature. Even if the other party's combat strength was stronger, she was fearless and would always find an opportunity to spar with them. But now, that person had already grown to the point where she had to give up on that thought. In the blessed Heaven World Square. Actually, when Su Zimo released the 6 paths of reincarnation to counterattack, Everyone had already expected this outcome. There were some twists and turns in between. Although Xiaoyin had tried to break free and counterattack, it was not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. Everyone from the heavenly eye race had already quietened down. The arrogance and smugness from before had long vanished. All of them looked at Su Zimo in the gigantic screen with bloodshot eyes, wishing they could rush in and tear him into pieces. King Cold Eye gritted his teeth and remained silent. Like a wild beast, he glared at the gigantic screen not far away. Brother Cold Eye. King Xianxia sighed gently. It's not Xiaoyin's fault for fighting this time round, but the stone world had always had a feud with the sword world. At that moment, they would naturally stand together and think about how to comfort King Cold Eye. King Xianxia pondered for a moment before continuing. However, this person from the sword world is way too much of a monster incarnate and managed to comprehend 5 peerless divine powers. Even great emperors throughout the past might not have been his match at the perfected One realm. There's still a long way to go. When he advances to the Grotto Heaven realm, we'll fight him and regain our dignity. Fu. King Cold Eye suddenly laughed. Sounded a little terrifying, neurotic, and hair-raising. Many worlds frowned slightly and glanced at King Cold Eye. Could King Cold Eye have gone crazy from the huge blow? Not to that extent. After all, he's a Grotto Heaven king with a firm Tao heart. Even if the number 1 perfected spirit of the heavenly eye world dies, he won't lose his mind. In the crowd, many cultivators whispered and pointed secretly. Brother Cold Eye, are you all right? King Xianxia frowned and could not help but ask. Good job, Xiaoyin. King Cold Eye ignored King Xianxia. Instead, he suddenly spoke and praised. The kings of many worlds looked at King Cold Eye strangely. So, he did a good job by being suppressed by Su Zhu of the Sword World in a single round? Lu Yun and the other peak masters exchanged glances. They could all tell that King Cold Eye seemed to be implying something. Right then, King Cold Eye extended his finger and pointed at Su Zimo's figure on the gigantic screen. Do you guys know why Xiaoyin wanted to self-destruct his Tao fruit and heavenly eye after being devoured by the 6 paths of reincarnation? Everyone in the square was silent. In everyone's hearts, it was nothing more than Xiaoyin's final gamble because he was indignant. In reality, it did not cause any damage to Su Zimo as well. You're all wrong. Suddenly, King Cold Eye burst into laughter and continued pointing at Su Zimo on the gigantic screen. Look carefully. Xiaoyin snatched the blessed heaven world badge from Su Zhu's waist. Everyone followed King Cold Eye's finger and focused their gazes. Indeed, the blessed heaven world badge hanging on Su Zimo's waist was nowhere to be seen. According to King Cold Eye, Xiaoyin should have used the impact of the reincarnation eye's self-destruction to sweep the blessed heaven world badge on Su Zimo's waist into the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing it to disappear. Sigh. Many kings looked at the smiling King Cold Eye and shook their heads internally, sighing with pity in their eyes. Fufu. The king of a world could not help but chuckle. So, even with his final counterattack, Xiaoyin was still unable to injure Su Zhu at all. He merely caused the latter to lose the blessed heaven world badge on his waist. Many perfected spirits felt the same. Su Zhu of the sword world won this battle completely. He merely lost the blessed heaven world badge and was unharmed. Wait a moment. Right then, many Immortal King experts seemed to have thought of something and their expressions changed. The blessed heaven world badge. If he lost the blessed heaven world badge in the evil fiend battlefield, it meant that Su Zhu of the sword world had to find a spatial rift in the evil fiend battlefield. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave the evil fiend battlefield. But now that Su Zhu of the sword world had just fought and even released his strongest peerless divine power, the 6 paths of reincarnation, how much combat strength did he have left? Although he still had the immortal vanquishing sword and infinite yin-yang that he had yet to release, he was only at the hollow nether realm. The consumption of any peerless divine power was unimaginable for the essence spirit. Even with the augmentation of the divine elephant tusks, how many peerless divine powers could a hollow nether essence spirit release in succession? According to everyone's guess, Su Zimo could only release another single peerless divine power at most, and that was already his limit. If he released the immortal vanquishing sword and infinite yin-yang consecutively, his essence spirit would probably collapse before he could kill the other party. At that moment, everyone finally realized how ruthless Xiayin was. This was equivalent to sealing off Su Zhu's retreat. Xiayin was using his life to make a single fact clear to all the perfected spirits remaining in the evil fiend battlefield. This was their final chance to kill Su Zhu of the Sword World. As the top perfected spirit of the Heavenly Eye race and rank one of the battle merits Jade Steel, this was Xiayin's final counterattack. Blessed Heaven World Square. The living beings finally reacted to why King Cold Eye would suddenly laugh so happily. Although Xiayin was dead, he had dragged Su Zhu of the Sword World into the abyss through another method. This was almost equivalent to an extreme form of him using his life in exchange for Su Zhu's. King Cold Eye looked at Lu Yun and gritted his teeth, saying hatefully, "Lu Yun, our Xiayin is indeed dead. Su Zhu of your Sword World won't be able to hold on for long either. Xiayin will wait for him on the Yellow Springs Road." Everyone from the Sword World had ugly expressions. Xiayin's move was indeed way too sinister. Immortal Queen Yulan pondered for a moment. "I don't think so. Fellow Taoist Su Zhu has just been baptized by a peerless divine power and is in a flourishing state. His essence spirit should be able to support the release of the two peerless divine powers, the immortal vanquishing sword and infinite yin-yang. Under such circumstances, who would dare to step forward?" Ha 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 ha. King Cold Eye laughed once more and extended a finger. He glanced at Immortal Queen Yulan in extreme disdain and shook his finger. "No, no, no. You're way too naive. So what if Su Zhu can release two peerless divine powers? How many supreme perfected spirits can he defend against? 1, 2, 3. The kings nodded to themselves, knowing that King Cold Eye's judgment was not wrong. Su Zhu's combat strength should still be the number one among the supreme perfected spirits right now. However, his danger came from the fact that he had lost his blessed Heaven World badge and could not retreat from the evil fiend battlefield immediately. Even if he could release two peerless divine powers, as long as two supreme perfected spirits stood out, they could easily defend and resolve them. King Cold Eye continued, "I admit that Su Zhu has the strongest combat strength in the perfected one realm. However, how many supreme perfected spirits can he defend against? As long as 10 of the 100-odd supreme perfected spirits stand out. Yes, there's no need for 10. As long as 5 of them stand out, Su Zhu will definitely die." Lu Yun remained silent, but his face was a little pale. This situation had far exceeded his expectations. Even if the emperors of the Sword World were summoned over, it would be useless. The few of them peak masters were not of much help here either. At that moment, more than 100 supreme perfected spirits were gathered around Mount Mang, and the 10 great evil fiends were watching covetously. Once a battle royale broke out, there would definitely be more than 10 supreme perfected spirits attacking Su Zimo. Su Zimo's Dao fruit contained 5 peerless divine powers and even the world-shaking 6 paths of reincarnation. Who wouldn't be tempted? So what if he had the immortal vanquishing sword and infinite yin-yang? When 5, 10, or even more supreme perfected spirits attacked at the same time, there would be dozens of peerless divine powers. Even if Su Zimo had the 6 paths of reincarnation and the body of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, he would be beaten until there was no corpse left and his essence spirit would be destroyed. Even immortal kings would have to avoid the impact of such power. However, Su Zimo had no way to avoid them at all. "Xiayin of your Heavenly Eye race is way too despicable." Yulan could not help but curse. "Despicable?" King Cold Eye sneered. "I've said it before. Anyone who kills a clansman of the Heavenly Eye race shall have to pay the price. This is the path Su Zhu chose for himself. He has to endure the consequences no matter what they are." Naturally, many perfected spirit experts in the evil fiend battlefield could see what the kings could. Su Zhu lost his blessed Heaven World badge. He has no way out. A Dao fruit that contains 5 peerless divine powers. Interesting. A series of suppressed discussions sounded from the crowd. The battle earlier on was way too shocking after all, and many perfected spirit experts present were still wary of Su Zimo. The Wuxia ghost spirit looked at Su Zimo with a bloodthirsty gaze and licked his lips. Among the 10 great evil fiends, he was not the only one. There were also some evil fiends who harbored killing intent. When the plain-clothed sword cultivator, Luo Jun, sensed that scene, his heart skipped a beat as he said with a serious expression, "Everyone, let me advise you not to harbor any designs on him." Fufu. A man with bloodshot eyes chuckled and asked, "What has it got to do with you?" Above Mount Mang, Su Zimo stood in midair with a calm expression. The blessed heaven world badge should have fallen into the netherworld with Xia Yin's vengeful spirit and could not be retrieved. He had long noticed this matter. However, he did not care. If he lost the badge, he could just retrieve another one after returning to the blessed heaven world. It would not affect him much. If he wanted to leave the evil fiend battlefield, he could just find a spatial rift. However, the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Initially, many supreme perfected spirits gathered around and looked at him with endless shock and fear. However, at that moment, the way the supreme perfected spirits looked at him gradually changed, revealing a hint of greed and hostility. Su Zimo could guess their thoughts right away. It seemed like some of these people were truly tired of living. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Although a few of the 10 great evil fiends had evil thoughts, they did not dare to act rashly against more than 100 supreme perfected spirits. At that moment, if they took the initiative to approach, they would easily become the target of everyone instead. There could only be an opportunity if there was chaos. As for God's son Minghui, Sherpa of the Stone World and Shui One of the Blood World, they exchanged glances and were already prepared to attack. The three of them more or less had some feud with Su Zimo and the Sword World and had long formed an alliance. At most, Su Zimo could release 2 peerless divine powers, Infinite Yin Yang and the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. This was the best opportunity for the three of them. The surrounding supreme perfected spirits were still hesitant and wary. If everyone else made up their minds and reacted, once they fell into chaos, it would be uncertain who Su Zhu's Dao fruit would end up with. Kill! At that thought, the three of them communicated with their spirit consciousnesses and split into 3 directions. They hollered and charged towards Su Zimo with a murderous aura. The 3 of them did not bother talking at all. They would not give Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. The 3 of them were prepared to release 3 peerless divine powers without holding back and suppress him. Once they obtained the Dao fruit, they would leave the evil fiend battlefield immediately. Sherpa, how dare you? Lin Xuanjin had been paying attention to the commotion in the stone world. When she saw Sherpa move, she attacked without hesitation. A cold and sharp sword beam tore through the void and blocked Sherpa's path, cutting off his path instantly and stopping him. Fuck! Bitch! Sherpa was enraged and cursed. He was not afraid of Lin Xuanjin. However, if he was delayed here by Lin Xuanjin, he would have no chance of obtaining Su Zhu's Dao fruit. Sherpa raised the gigantic axe in his hands and channeled his blood chi, releasing his bloodline phenomenon as he hollered, "Scram!" Lin Xuanjin's eyes were filled with killing intent as she channeled her essence spirit. She held a sword in one hand and conjured hand seals with the other, condensing a bloodied sword in front of her rapidly. The next moment, her killing intent surged into the skies and disturbed the firmaments. Peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword. Sherpa released his bloodline phenomenon with the intention of forcing Lin Xuanjin back while he charged through the gap to kill Su Zimo. In terms of physique and bloodline, Sherpa was confident that he could defeat Lin Xuanjin. However, he did not expect Lin Xuanjin to be extremely decisive as well. Her only goal was to stop Sherpa. Therefore, Lin Xuanjin released the peerless divine power, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword, the moment she arrived. Crazy! Sherpa cursed. Sensing the biting cold killing intent brought about by the Immortal Vanquishing Sword, he did not dare to be careless and hurriedly conjured hand seals. The Immortal Vanquishing Sword was a killing technique among the peerless divine powers. His bloodline phenomenon could not defend against it at all and could only defend with another peerless divine power. Fulfilling Heaven's Seal. Sherpa conjured hand seals rapidly and his aura changed abruptly. He pointed to the sky with one hand and formed seals with the other. Even the firmaments rumbled. The peerless divine power, the fulfilling heaven seal, was summoned and guided the power of the heavens to suppress with all its might. It was unstoppable. At that moment, Sherpa seemed to be carrying the heavens on his back, as he condensed a gigantic seal and charged towards Lin Xuanjin's immortal vanquishing sword. It was a battle between two peerless divine powers. Actually, no matter who won or lost, Lin Xuanjin had already succeeded. Using the immortal vanquishing sword to force out Sherpo's peerless divine power was equivalent to getting rid of a huge threat for Su Zimo. On the other side, Godson Ming Hui's movement technique was the fastest, and he was the first to arrive in front of Su Zimo. With a boom, his golden blood chi surged and a blinding pyramid building appeared behind him. Around and below the building, countless living beings knelt and prayed loudly with pious expressions. Godson Ming Hui knew how powerful Su Zimo was. Therefore, he did not hold back at all and released the strongest technique of the god race, the bloodline phenomenon, with an explosive aura. Not only that, the moment Godson Ming Hui descended, the dermic art in his hands had already condensed. Peerless divine power, solar luna brilliance. Godson Ming Hui pointed at Su Zimo from afar. The next moment, a blazing sun and a full moon appeared before him. The two stars burst forth with a blinding light and spread rapidly, filling the entire void. On this battlefield, light was ubiquitous and shone with divine splendor. All living beings under the light had to endure the baptism and purification of the divine light. Each beam of divine light was formed by endless radiance. Furthermore, each of those beams were like divine swords or spears that could penetrate everything. The bloodline phenomenon and peerless divine power descended at the same time as Godson Ming Hui released his strongest attack. On the other side, Xuewen arrived. He had no intention of holding back either and released his peerless divine power, astral imprisonment. Two peerless divine powers descended almost at the same time. Even if Su Zhu's essence spirit could release the immortal vanquishing sword and infinite yin-yang, could he release them at the same time? The consumption of peerless divine powers was extremely great for the essence spirit. Releasing two peerless divine powers in succession and at the same time were two completely different concepts. In the endless brilliance, Su Zimo turned to look at Xuewen. That glance sent chills down Xuewen's spine. In those eyes, the left eye was pitch black and the right was pure white. Suddenly, black and white light burst forth from his eyes and condensed into the yin-yang fishes in midair before spinning rapidly. The yin-yang fishes were intertwined endlessly. It was the peerless divine power, infinite yin-yang. Su Zimo did not release any dermic arts and merely used his visual technique to condense the peerless divine power. He chose to deal with me. That thought flashed through Xuewen's mind and he could not help but feel enraged. That way, he would not have the chance to obtain Su Zhu's Dao fruit. Fellow Taoist Ming Hui, it's up to you, Xuewen said loudly and channeled his essence spirit, continuing to strengthen the divine power of astral imprisonment, prepared to receive infinite yin-yang. However, before long, Xuewen's expression changed starkly. Something was amiss. The power of infinite yin-yang. Pest! Xuewen gasped and realized in shock that his astral imprisonment could not defend against the yin-yang millstone that was crushing over. The astral imprisonment shattered completely without any resistance at all. In fact, the yin-yang millstone even charged towards him, wanting to crush him into dust. What? Xuewen was scared out of his wits. There was indeed a difference in power between peerless divine powers. Even if it was the same peerless divine power, the power would naturally be different when released by different people. However, in Xuewen's opinion, his astral imprisonment should not be much different from infinite yin-yang. He had not expected this to happen. In reality, it was indeed difficult to determine a victor between infinite yin-yang and astral imprisonment. However, Su Zimo's infinite yin-yang was augmented by the power of the illumination and nether glow divine stones. It increased the power of the peerless divine power by an entire level. Xuewen was shocked and reacted slightly slower. He felt a sharp pain in his body that was about to be torn apart as he spat out blood. Without hesitation, he slapped his storage bag and threw out a blood-colored figure. The blood-colored figure collided with the yin-yang millstone and exploded instantly, turning into an extremely filthy blood fog. This was a blood body puppet given to him by an elder of his lineage. At the critical moment, he could throw it out and have it die for him. The yin-yang millstone paused for a moment. However, before long, it continued crushing down. The filthy blood fog was destroyed by yin and yang as well and turned into nothingness. However, Xuewen made use of the fleeting pause earlier on to summon the blood escape technique of the bloodvine race. He transformed into a sanguine light and temporarily escaped the range of the yin-yang millstone. The blood escape technique consumed a lot of his blood qi. However, at that moment he could no longer care about that. Xuewen channeled his blessed heaven world badge and a beam of light flashed, carrying his figure as he vanished from the evil fiend battlefield. The moment he left, the yin-yang millstone crushed over and missed by a millimeter. Just by turning back to take a single glance at Xuewen, Su Zimo almost killed the latter. Most of Su Zimo's attention was not on Xuewen, but God's son Ming Hui. God's son Ming Hui's combat strength was indeed extremely strong. Even among the 100-odd supreme perfected spirits, he was ranked in the top few. Against the attacks of the god race's bloodline phenomenon and solar luna brilliance, Su Zimo had to be more serious as well. Qi. Under the endless resplendent divine brilliance, a bloodied sword beam suddenly bloomed and tore through the surrounding divine brilliance. Peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. The moment he released infinite yin-yang, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and pinched his finger sword, releasing a second peerless divine power. When the two peerless divine powers were released at the same time, it caused a huge commotion on the battlefield. God's son Ming Hui's eyes released endless divine light. He wanted to activate the curtain of solar luna's brilliance, but in the end, he could not defend against the sharpness of the immortal vanquishing sword. Of course, even so, under the continuous consumption of the two peerless divine powers, there was not much power left in the immortal vanquishing sword, and it was suppressed by the bloodline phenomenon behind him. Kill! After escaping the threat of the immortal vanquishing sword, God's son Ming Hui drew a golden sword from his back that shone with a blinding light and divine splendor. With a loud shout, he advanced instead of retreating and charged towards Su Zimo. In melee combat, the advantage of the god race's physique and bloodline could be maximized. The golden sword was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. It was sharp and powerful, coupled with the golden armor he was wearing and the mysterious and ancient pyramid behind him. God's son Ming Hui descended from the skies with endless divine light and a blinding might. His aura was at its peak and he was incomparably ferocious. Su Zimo had a calm expression. With a thought, a strange weapon appeared in his palm. It was a horsetail whip with a jade handle and white threads. When the black-robed woman of the 10 great evil fiends saw the horsetail whip, she suddenly exclaimed softly in deep thought. On the battlefield, against God's son Ming Hui's extremely ferocious attacks, Su Zimo waved the horsetail whip in his hands and 3,000 white threads seemed to transform into endless weak water that coiled around the gigantic golden sword. When the black-robed woman saw that, a strange glint flashed through her eyes. Others might not know the moves of Su Zimo's horsetail whip, but she knew best that it was clearly inherited from Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden. That move unleashed the soft power of the horsetail whip to its limits. Even when she used this move, it was not comparable. God's son Ming Hui's golden sword was incomparably ferocious. However, when it slashed down, it was entangled by the 3,000 white threads and its strength was exhausted. God's son Ming Hui felt as though his sword had struck cotton, making him extremely uncomfortable. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a violent vibration from the golden sword that contained the power of distortion and tearing. He could not even hold his palm properly and a sharp pain came from his thumb and index finger. Blood was already flowing. The next moment, a shocking divine power came from the other end of the golden sword. God's son Ming Hui could not hold the hilt and was forced back by Su Zimo's horsetail whip, throwing away his divine weapon. The golden sword was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure and was extremely important to him. If he was not wrong, the horsetail whip with a jade handle should also be a pure yang spirit treasure. Otherwise, there was no way it could defend against the sharpness of the golden sword. Die! God's son Ming Hui was enraged and hollered. He took a step forward and his golden blood chi surged. He raised his fist and punched towards Su Zimo. This adaptation showed God's son Ming Hui's incomparably powerful melee combat skills and experience. If the golden sword was snatched away and he chose to retreat, Su Zhu would definitely have a huge advantage after obtaining the 2 pure yang spirit treasures. But now, Su Zhu's momentum was forced back after his horsetail whip swept up the gigantic golden sword. Before he could use the 2 pure yang spirit treasures to counterattack, God's son Ming Hui had already closed in. The two of them were inches apart. At that distance, there was not much space for Su Zhu to control the 2 pure yang spirit treasures. God's son Ming Hui forced Su Zhu such that the latter could only fight him barehanded in melee combat. Apart from comprehending peerless divine powers, one had to experience countless bloodshed to be able to cultivate to this point and grow into a supreme perfected spirit. Which one of them was easy to deal with? God's son Ming Hui thought of almost everything. However, there was one thing he did not expect. Su Zimo's physical body and bloodline belonged to the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. With the Green Lotus true body as the foundation, even if Su Zimo did not use his blood chi, his physique had experienced the baptism of many peerless divine powers, and was definitely capable of going against God's son Ming Hui's physique and bloodline. Against God's son Ming Hui's punch, Su Zimo did not dodge and punched back. You must be tired of living. Before God's son Ming Hui could finish his sentence, their fists collided violently with an earth-shaking bang. Boom! The punches collided and the ground shook. At that moment, it was as though the world was trembling slightly and time had stopped. The next moment, an incomparably blazing halo burst forth from the center of the collision and spread rapidly in all directions, setting off gigantic true essence airwaves. Mount Mang beneath the two of them had already collapsed into a pile of gravel when Su Zimo fought Xianxia earlier on. Now, the two of them exchanged punches head-on without retreating half-steps. The true essence airwaves released by the collision swept up the countless gravel beneath the two of them and pushed them in all directions. A gigantic circular pit appeared beneath the two of them. Su Zhu can actually withstand a punch that contains God's son Ming Hui's bloodline phenomenon? He has experienced the baptism of 5 peerless divine powers after all. His body had long undergone a qualitative change. Something doesn't seem right. Among the supreme perfected spirits watching, someone noticed something amiss. It seems like Ming Hui is at a disadvantage and his bloodline phenomenon has cracks. What? That voice caused an uproar in the surroundings. Right then, changes happened on the battlefield as well. The mysterious and ancient pyramid that was originally behind God's son Ming Hui was trembling slightly and countless rocks were falling off. The living beings of the 10,000 races who were kneeling down below stopped praying as well and fled with terrified expressions. As the royal family of the God race, God's son Ming Hui was actually defeated in a melee combat physical battle. Although the onlookers were incomparably shocked when they saw that, they were far from the actual shock God's son Ming Hui sensed in his heart. Not only did Su Zimo's punch dissipate his bloodline phenomenon, it also destroyed his pride and confidence. He was invincible. Those were the only words in God's son Ming Hui's mind. On the surface, he was not injured. However, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Retreat! God's son Ming Hui turned to leave without hesitation. The situation he faced was different from Xuewen. Earlier on, if Xuewen had reacted slightly slower, he would have been crushed by the Yin-Yang millstone. Although God's son Ming Hui knew that he was no match for Su Zimo, he did not sense much danger and did not summon his blessed Heaven World badge immediately to retreat from the evil fiend battlefield. Naturally, he had his own plans. For now, he could retreat from the battlefield and avoid Su Zhu's sharpness. Once the others attacked and there was a battle royale, he might have a chance to fight for Su Zhu's Dao fruit in the chaos. Trying to escape? Su Zimo's gaze was cold. It was obvious that God's son Ming Hui was here to kill him, and he would not be merciful either. Su Zimo swung his primordial unity horsetail whip and swept up the golden sword, slashing towards God's son Ming Hui. Swoosh! The speed of that sword was way too fast. Furthermore, the golden sword was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. As the wind howled, the blade had already descended. God's son Ming Hui did not seem to be able to dodge and circulated his golden armor crazily, emitting divine light. Clang! The gigantic golden sword struck the golden armor. A single sword strike almost shattered the golden armor. Cracks appeared on God's son Ming Hui's back armor. However, the immense power released by the golden sword pushed God's son Ming Hui, causing his speed to increase exponentially. He transformed into a golden light and instantly widened the distance between him and Su Zimo. Ha ha! God's son Ming Hui burst into laughter. Su Zhu, thank you for sending me off. Although God's son Ming Hui was severely injured and coughed out blood, he still had a smug expression. After escaping, he did not forget to provoke. Su Zimo sneered. Although God's son Ming Hui's movement technique was fast, he could not escape his pursuit. As long as he released the Peng wings, he could catch up in a few breaths. In a flash, Su Zimo was about to circulate a secret skill and condense the Peng wings when he suddenly saw someone. Instinctively, he stopped his secret skill and merely only chased normally. God's son Ming Hui saw this person as well when he fled. A Taoist nun walked towards him. Her sleeves fluttered and she looked extraordinary. However, she carried a gigantic square chessboard on her back and looked rather strange. God's son Ming Hui's eyes lit up. Chess Immortal Jun Yu of the heavenly world. Prior to this, he had intended to make use of the chess immortal to kill Su Zhu. That was the reason why he spread the news that the zither immortal and sword immortal Yu Hua died in Su Zhu's hands. However, when Xianxia challenged Su Zhu to a battle here, he thought that the latter would definitely die and did not push the matter further. Now that he suddenly saw chess immortal Jun Yu walking over, his scheme of wanting to kill with a borrowed knife surfaced in his mind once more. Seems like chess immortal Jun Yu already knows that the zither immortal and sword immortal Yu Hua died in Su Zhu's hands. God's son Ming Hui thought about it again. This chess immortal might be here for Su Zhu's Dao fruit as well. Su Zimo was chasing after God's son Ming Hui. When God's son Ming Hui saw chess immortal Jun Yu walking over, he naturally thought that the chess immortal was going to deal with Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Jun Yu, I've heard a lot about you. When the two of them came across one another, God's son Ming Hui greeted her first and pointed behind him. This is the villain who killed the zither immortal and fellow Taoist Yu Hua of the heavenly world. I'm here to help you take revenge for the two fellow Taoists of the heavenly world. Chess immortal Jun Yu did not waste her breath and did not say anything. The moment she arrived, she conjured hand seals and condensed a divine power, astral imprisonment. All right. God's son Ming Hui was delighted and could not help but shout. Chess immortal Jun Yu's decisiveness was truly beyond his expectations. Since chess immortal Jun Yu used her peerless divine power right away, after they killed Su Zhu, neither of them would have any peerless divine powers to use. His chances of snatching the Dao fruit increased again. Fellow Taoist Jun Yu, you're truly decisive too. Before God's son Ming Hui could finish praising, he suddenly paused and his expression changed. After chess immortal Jun Yu's astral imprisonment was condensed, it was not targeted at Su Zimo who was behind him. Instead, it descended towards his head. Well? God's son Ming Hui had a blank expression. Even though he was enveloped by astral imprisonment, he could not figure out what was going on. Chess immortal Jun Yu's peerless divine power hit the wrong person? That was not right. How could she make a mistake at this point of her cultivation? Could it be that chess immortal Jun Yu wanted to kill him as well, so that she could take Su Zhu's Dao fruit alone? To think that this enchanting Taoist nun would actually be so ruthless and vicious. Right then, chess immortal Jun Yu seemed to have seen through God's son Ming Hui's confusion. She pointed at Su Zimo who was not far away and said indifferently, Yes, I know him. In fact, I know him very well. Suddenly, God's son Ming Hui's eyes widened and his face turned livid. Blood gushed and filled his entire mouth, causing him to puff up. If not for the fact that he was locked onto by astral imprisonment, he would have spat it out long ago. Chess Immortal Junyu removed the astral chessboard on her back and was about to attack and kill God's son Ming Hui when Su Zimo's voice suddenly sounded leisurely. Ming Hui, there's no need to thank me, Su Zimo said. Let me send you off again. Not long after God's son Ming Hui thanked Su Zimo for sending him off, the latter's reply had already arrived. The 3,000 white threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip suddenly condensed, as though they had transformed into an incomparably sharp spear that entered the back of God's son Ming Hui's head instantly. The primordial unity horsetail whip was a strange weapon that was both tough and gentle. That time round, even the physique and bloodline of the god race could not defend against it. God's son Ming Hui's consciousness was pierced instantly and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. The god son of this generation died in the evil fiend battlefield before he could even summon his blessed heaven world badge. The white threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip swept over the blessed heaven world badge on God's son Ming Hui's waist. This was God's son Ming Hui's blessed heaven world badge, and Su Zimo could not activate it to leave the evil fiend battlefield. However, there were many battle merits on the badge. After leaving the evil fiend battlefield and obtaining another blessed heaven world badge, Su Zimo could transfer all the battle merits on Ming Hui's badge to his blessed heaven world badge. Actually, Chess Immortal June you could have killed God's son Ming Hui earlier on. However, Su Zimo beat her to it intentionally. In the current situation, Chess Immortal June you had already offended the god race by standing on his side and trapping God's son Ming Hui. If she were to kill God's son Ming Hui personally, the god race would definitely vent all their hatred and anger on her. Su Zimo heard that Chess Immortal June Yu did not have any Immortal King experts escorting her to the blessed heaven world. If God's son Ming Hui died in Chess Immortal June Yu's hands, Su Zimo was worried that she might not be able to return to the heavenly world alive. That was the reason why he killed Ming Hui first. The two most valuable things on God's son Ming Hui were his Dao fruit and storage bag. Su Zimo did not touch them and left them for Chess Immortal Junyu. At that moment, Su Zimo had already become the target of everyone. Countless people among the 100-odd supreme perfected spirits wanted to kill him. It was already extremely risky for Chess Immortal Junyu to stand on his side at this moment. A Dao fruit and storage bag were what Chess Immortal Junyu deserved. The two of them did not interact much. Su Zimo nodded slightly to the Chess Immortal, indicating for her to take note before turning to rush to another battlefield. On the battlefield, Sherpa of the Stone World was fighting Lin Xuanjin in an inseparable battle. When Sherpa noticed Su Zimo charging over, his expression changed starkly and his heart skipped a beat. Although he had the advantage in a fight with Lin Xuanjin, it was difficult for him to win for the time being. If Su Zimo joined the fray, he would definitely lose. Scram! Sherpa raised his astounding axe and his body shone with a dark golden light. As though he was one with the stone axe, he released a domineering attack towards Lin Xuanjin. Boom! Lin Xuanjin had already entered the Sever Sword realm. Her eyes were empty and her 7 emotions and 6 desires were severed, leaving her with no fear as well. Against this attack, Lin Xuanjin did not dodge and stabbed horizontally. The tip of the sword trembled and spat out a sword beam that stabbed towards Sherpo's glabella. Sherpo's axe could indeed split Lin Xuanjin into 2. However, he could not escape the fatal blow of Lin Xuanjin's sword either. When the sword beam entered his consciousness, he would definitely die. She was exchanging her life for his. What a lunatic! Sherpa cursed and could only retract his astounding axe to block Lin Xuanjin's sword beam. With that exchange, he had already lost his best chance of escaping. Su Zimo descended from the skies. The 3,000 silver threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip extended over and divided into more than 10 bundles, winding towards Sherpa like intelligent pythons. Sherpa waved his astounding axe and slashed continuously. Coupled with the secret skill of the stone race, He released gray true essence with ferocious and invincible strength. However, the 3,000 silver threads seemed endless. Although the astounding axe forced back a few bundles, there were still many silver threads that flowed in through the gaps, wrapping around the astounding axe like water. Large divine weapons like astounding axe were extremely powerful and abnormally ferocious. In head-on confrontations, they had absolute advantages. However, such divine weapons were slightly insufficient in terms of agility and transformation. Although Sherpa was extremely strong, he could not wield the astounding axe would revealing a single opening. As such, the silver threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip managed to squeeze themselves through. Su Zimo waved his primordial unity horsetail whip and did not choose to fight the astounding axe head-on. The primordial unity horsetail whip was indeed a combination of toughness and softness. However, even if it condensed the most ferocious form, it could not fight head-on against a large divine weapon like the astounding axe. Yet, when the silver threads were in their softness stance, they could overcome the toughness. After the 3,000 silver threads broke through Sherpo's defense, they seemed to have transformed into countless silver needles that stabbed towards Sherpo's body. The strongest thing about the stone race was their physique. Legend has it that the ancestor of the stone race received the creation of the world from a limestone and the essence of the sun and moon. With that, he cultivated the Tao and established the lineage of the stone race. Even ordinary weapons would find it difficult to break through the defense of the stone race's physique. At that moment, Sherpo's body expanded slightly and his skin turned gray, as though an indestructible stone skin had been condensed. The 3,000 silver threads were sharp. However, when they pierced the stone skin, they slid to the next layer and could not penetrate the body. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Sherpa was unharmed. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he changed his move immediately. The 3,000 silver threads coiled around Sherpo's body, limbs and neck and retracted continuously, binding him in midair. Buzz! A sword hum sounded. Lin Xuanjin was a supreme perfected spirit after all and would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She parried Sherpo's astounding axe with a single strike and stabbed his glabella. Sherpa did not dodge. His limbs were trapped by the primordial unity horsetail whip and he was bound on the spot, unable to dodge the sword strike at all. Condense! Sherpa channeled his essence spirit once more and hollered. Another layer of gray and rough skin seemed to have appeared on his body. It was filled with the marks of time and had experienced the baptism of countless divine weapons and flames of war. Clang! Lin Xuanjin stabbed Sherpo's glabella with her sword. However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard and sparks flew. That sword did not pierce Sherpo's skin. Lin Xuanjin frowned slightly. The sword in her hand had already bent into a gigantic arc. It was clear how powerful her sword strike was. Even so, she did not manage to injure Sherpa and merely left a sword mark on his glabella. Ha 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 ha! Sherpa burst into laughter and said proudly, "This is a pure Yang spirit treasure that has been passed down in our stone race for many years, the ancient skin battle armor, coupled with my stone race's boulder secret skill. Even a 9 tribulations pure Yang spirit treasure won't be able to penetrate my defense. The two of you are way too inexperienced to be able to kill me, even among the 100-odd supreme perfected spirits." Sherpo's combat strength was ranked at the top and he would definitely have some powerful trump cards. With that ancient skin battle armor and his boulder secret skill, he could practically do whatever he wanted in the evil fiend battlefield. Even if he met opponents he couldn't defeat, he could escape unscathed. Even a 9 tribulations pure Yang spirit treasure could not break through his defense and almost no one could threaten his life. Against such an opponent, Lin Xuanjin retracted her sword and stood upright. For a moment, she felt helpless. Right then, Su Zimo arrived in front of Sherpa and slapped towards the top of his head. Ha ha! Sherpa was bound by the primordial unity horsetail whip and did not break free or dodge. He merely looked askance at Su Zimo and burst into laughter. Even a 9 tribulations pure Yang spirit treasure can't pierce my skin. Could it be that you want to kill me barehanded? Su Zhu, you're way too naive. Su Zimo did not reply and continued slapping with an indifferent expression. If he released his full strength with his grade 12 creation Green Lotus body, it would be much more terrifying than a pure Yang spirit treasure. Even if he was barehanded and did not use his blood chi, he could take on any pure Yang spirit treasure. The combination of the Stone Race's ancient skin battle armor, as well as the Boulder secret skill, was truly indestructible and could defend against almost any sharpness. However, that defense might not be able to defend against the impact of a blunt weapon. It was like wearing steel armor. Although it could defend against the sharpness of sabers and swords, it could not defend against the impact of blunt weapons such as hammers and maces. That sort of impact could pass through the steel armor and affect the flesh and blood inside. Right now, Su Zimo's palm was such a blunt weapon. Bang! 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 Su Zimo threw 3 palm strikes in succession that gave off the dull sounds of defeat. Every time he slapped down, Sherpo's body would tremble. There were still no signs of damage to the ancient skin battle armor and stone skin above Sherpo's head. However, the power released by Su Zimo's palm surged into his consciousness through the battle armor and stone skin. After 3 palm strikes, Sherpa was already stunned and his mind was in chaos. His face was purple and his eyes were bulging and bloodshot. The thing that struck down was nowhere like a palm at all. It was practically like a millstone that blotted out the skies as mountain peaks smashed down one after another. Before Sherpa could react, a 4th palm strike landed with a bang. Sherpa shuddered. Scarlet blood seeped slowly through his eyes, ears, nose and mouth in a shocking manner. His gaze turned dull and his expression froze. Bang! The 5th palm strike landed. Crack! Under countless gazes, Sherpo's figure seemed to have suddenly shortened. To be precise, Sherpo's head was shortened by Su Zimo's palm strike and was almost stuffed into his neck. The light in Sherpo's eyes dimmed rapidly and the life force in his body began to dissipate. His ancient skin battle armor and stone skin still did not look injured on the surface. However, his brains had already been turned into paste by Su Zimo's 5 palm strikes and his essence spirit dissipated. Only a Dao fruit was intact. Outside the evil fiend battlefield, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. The entire process from the moment Shui won, Sherpa and God Sun Ming Hui attacked to this moment might seem long, but in reality, it only took 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths, 2 supreme perfected spirits died tragically and were buried in the evil fiend battlefield. Even the luckiest person was severely injured and had to sacrifice a blood body puppet as well as release the blood escape technique before he could escape with his life. It was way too tragic. Including Xianxia, 3 of the top 10 on the Battle Merits Jade Steel were already dead. Furthermore, all 3 of them died in the hands of one person. Among the many perfected spirit experts watching, there were initially some people who were tempted. When they saw that, their hearts turned cold. In the blessed Heaven World Square, although the kings from the various worlds were used to bloodshed as well as life and death, they were secretly speechless when they saw the scene earlier on. Xianxia, Sherpa and God Sun Ming Hui. Any one of them would be insufferably arrogant existences among the perfected spirits. To think that they would all die in the evil fiend battlefield today. Looking at the black-haired and green-robed man in Area 7, many kings secretly overturned their previous evaluation of Su Zhu and re-evaluated him. Under such circumstances where Su Zimo had lost his blessed Heaven World badge and was now the target of everyone, he was almost certainly doomed. The moment Sherpa, God Sun Ming Hui and Shui Wen attacked, everyone thought that the battle was over. Nobody expected such a variable to happen. Of course, in everyone's opinion, the greatest reason for the current outcome was because of the attacks of Lin Xuanjun and Jun Yu of the Heavenly World. The 2 of them stood out and provided immense help to Su Zhu of the Sword World. Lin Xuanjun stopped Sherpa while Chess Immortal Jun Yu released astral imprisonment to trap God Sun Ming Hui. Enveloped by the divine power of astral imprisonment, God Sun Ming Hui could only watch helplessly as Su Zimo killed him. He could not even self-destruct his Dao fruit. Su Zhu of the Sword World looks like a scholar, but when he attacks, he's truly decisive and thunderous, like an absolute monster. If not for that, he would have been killed by their encirclement a long time ago. Under such circumstances, there can't be any mercy. The only way to intimidate the other supreme perfected spirits is to kill with thunderous means and intimidate with blood. He did indeed do it. Earlier on, many supreme perfected spirits who were restless began to hesitate and did not dare to advance. This might be his only chance of survival. Not necessarily. Another king said, although killing 3 supreme perfected spirits in succession is terrifying, this lad is an arrow at the end of its flight after all. As long as a few more supreme perfected spirits stand out, he won't be able to escape death. There are people who want to kill him, but there will also be people who want to help him. The 2 of them are examples of that. Fufu, Lin Xuanjin, and the chess Immortal have already released peerless divine powers earlier on. Even if they're on his side, they won't be able to defend against the other supreme perfected spirits. Another king laughed and asked, in this situation, do you think there would be more people who would want to take advantage of the situation, or would there be more people who would care about upholding justice? Listening to the discussions around them, Lu Yun and the others of the sword world still had grim expressions. They knew that the 100-odd supreme perfected spirits in the evil fiend battlefield did not have much of a relationship with Su Zimo after all. Since they did not know one another, who would stand out to help him? If it were them, they might not stand out to help a stranger under such circumstances. However, given the current situation, there would definitely be people who would want to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention that this group of supreme perfected spirits did not know Su Zimo and would not feel any psychological burden. Even best friends might kick him while he was down. Su Zimo was already at the end of his rope. If another 2 or 3 supreme perfected spirits stood out, he would not be able to escape this calamity. Su Zimo's killing methods earlier on might be able to intimidate most supreme perfected spirits, but someone would definitely attack. This was the evil fiend battlefield, and both parties were cultivators of the same cultivation realm. There were no rules to speak of. Lu Yun. King Shi Shua's expression was cold as he looked in the direction of everyone from the sword world and said coldly, your sword world has truly nurtured a paragon. King Shi Shua's voice was filled with resentment. However, before long he changed the topic. However, this paragon of yours who comprehended 5 peerless divine powers is about to die inside as well. The stone race was not on good terms with the sword world to begin with and had deep feuds. Now that Sherpa was killed by Su Zimo in public, one could imagine how enraged everyone from the stone race was. The god race looked at everyone from the sword world with unfriendly expressions as well. Lu Yun and the others were in no mood to argue with King Shi Shua and King Cold Eye. They stared fixedly at the gigantic screen, worried about Su Zimo's situation. On the other hand, Dragon Queen Hornless could not help but speak and sneer. In the evil fiend battlefield, everyone is of the same cultivation realm. Those that die are merely inferior to their opponents. What's there to argue about? Furthermore, the supreme perfected spirits of your 3 worlds even joined forces to attack Su Zhu but were killed by him instead. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to mention it. You! King Shi Shua glared at Dragon Queen Hornless and was momentarily speechless. King Cold Eye grinned at Lu Yun and the others. Don't worry, Su Zhu won't be able to live for long. He's way too naive to think that he can intimidate those supreme perfected spirits with his killing methods. Which living being who has cultivated to the supreme perfected spirit is not a paragon with a stable Tao heart and nothing to fear? With this group of paragons gathered together, why would they be afraid of an arrow at the end of its flight? Before King Cold I could finish, something seemed to have changed in the evil fiend battlefield. After a momentary silence, someone stood out. Fufu. A man from the witch world clapped gently and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, with a smile. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Brother Su, I've truly broadened my horizons by witnessing your methods. Amazing. The supreme perfected spirit of the witch world, Wu Xing. Wu Xing's eyes shone with a faint green light as he changed the topic. However, how much strength do you have remaining now that you've released so many peerless divine powers? Brother Su, do you want to give it a try? Su Zimo swept his gaze and said indifferently, it's enough to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Wuxing burst into laughter. Brother Su, at a time like this you don't have to continue pretending. How tiring must that be? Furthermore, I'm not the only one who wants to attack you, Brother Su. As he said that, Wuxing looked to the side and declared, Su Zhu of the Sword World has comprehended 5 peerless divine powers. This is a rare opportunity. Let him leave this place and no one can touch his Dao fruit in the future. Wuxing did not advance alone and move rashly. Instead, he provoked the surrounding supreme perfected spirits. As long as many supreme perfected spirits stood out and everyone attacked at the same time, Su Zhu would definitely die no matter how capable he was. In a battle royale, it was up to one's capabilities to obtain Su Zhu's Dao fruit. His Dao fruit will probably not be easy to obtain. A supreme perfected spirit was rather cautious and suddenly said, if he self-destructs his Dao fruit at the last moment, hehe. If a Dao fruit that contains 5 peerless divine powers were to explode, all supreme perfected spirits surrounding him will probably have to accompany him to the Yellow Springs. Fellow Taoist, you're thinking too much. Wuxing smiled gently. It's not as though he can self-destruct his Dao fruit just because he wants to. Fellow Taoists Godson Ming Hui and Sherpa died in Su Zhu's hands earlier on. Neither of them had the chance to self-destruct their Dao fruits. Everyone nodded to themselves. Wuxing continued. As long there's a supreme perfected spirit among all of us attacking him who has mastered astral imprisonment, it's enough to restrain him. Wuxing's words indeed tempted some supreme perfected spirits. Unimaginable determination and boldness was required for one to self-destruct their Dao fruit. The shattering of a Dao fruit would cause one's soul to dissipate and they would not be able to enter reincarnation. It was equivalent to cutting off their chances of rebirth. Unless they had no choice, even if their perfected spirits died, they might not choose to self-destruct their Dao fruits. Instead, they would leave themselves with a trace of hope. Furthermore, in a battle, any hesitation would cause them to lose the chance to self-destruct their Dao fruits. For example, Godson Ming Hui earlier on was restricted by astral imprisonment and could only watch helplessly as he died in Su Zhu's hands. As for Sherpa, he had not expected to be killed by Su Zhu's 5 palm strikes. According to the current situation, Su Zhu of the Sword World had already released the 6 paths of reincarnation, infinite yin-yang, immortal vanquishing sword and 8-tusk divine strength. His essence spirit consumption must have definitely reached its limits after the consecutive battles. Although he had said harsh words to Wuxing earlier on, he was most likely bluffing. Furthermore, even if he had some combat strength, could he defend against the attacks of multiple peerless divine powers? Moreover, Su Zhu of the Sword World did not do anything intense when he saw Wuxing gather and incite the supreme perfected spirits to attack him. He merely cleaned up the battlefield as though no one was around and picked up the spoils of war from the battle earlier on. Now that Sherpa was dead, his Dao fruit, weapon and armor were all rare treasures. As a supreme perfected spirit of the stone world, there were definitely many good things in his storage bag. That made everyone even more certain of their guesses. If Su Zimo still had the strength, given the decisiveness he displayed earlier on, he would have attacked Wuxing long ago. Now that he ignored Wuxing and merely said a few harsh words, it was probably because he was exhausted after the consecutive battles. When Wuxing saw Su Zimo's condition, he was even more certain. He surveyed his surroundings and smiled gently. Well, fellow Taoists who have mastered peerless divine powers, who is willing to help restrict this person? Let me do it. The supreme perfected spirit of the Golden Crow world, Lu Tan, stood out. His body burned with golden flames as he glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away with a murderous aura. It was another supreme perfected spirit of a super large world. Everyone, what are you guys still worried about? Wuxing was still in no hurry to attack and declared, this is the evil fiend battlefield. In a fight between cultivators of the same cultivation realm, even if you die, you can't blame anyone else. Although the sword world is a super large world, it's impossible for them to break this rule and take revenge on your world just because this person died in the evil fiend battlefield. It had to be said that Wuxing was indeed very knowledgeable about the human heart. The reason why many supreme perfected spirits present did not stand out was partly because they were wary of Su Zimo and partly because they were wary of the sword world behind him. But now, with the lead of the two super large worlds, the Witch world and the Golden Crow world, coupled with Wu Xing's words, many supreme perfected spirits' concerns were indeed dispelled. "Count me in." A man in colorful clothes stood out and said faintly with a withered face. It was Du Luo, the supreme perfected spirit of the poison world, a greater world. "Me too." A man whose Taoist robe was imprinted with the stars of the heavens strode out. Xing Luotian from Astral World, another greater world, chimed in. "Me. Take join the fun too. In that case, I don't think I'll be an unwelcome addition. Haha." In the blink of an eye, more than 10 supreme perfected spirits stood out from the many surrounding perfected spirits. Apart from Wu Xing and Lu Tan, who came from super large worlds at the beginning, the rest came from 9 greater worlds: the Giant World, Poison World, Astral World, Lifeless World, Whitebone World, Tomb World, Mystic World, Frost World, and Heavenly Dipper World. There were also 6 supreme perfected spirits from middle worlds: the Heavenly Scorpion World, Black Crow World, Thousand Spider World, Dragon Crane World, Wind Jackal World, and Fire World. There was even a supreme perfected spirit of a lesser world, the Essence Yang World. The 18 supreme perfected spirits stood out and dispersed. Although they seemed to be walking casually, they had already sealed all possible exits for Su Zimo. Of course, most of the other supreme perfected spirits maintained their stance. A portion of the supreme perfected spirits were rather disdainful of bullying others with numbers. There was another portion who merely wanted to watch a show. There were also some worlds in the medium kiliocosm that were on good terms with the sword world. However, some of those worlds did not give birth to supreme perfected spirits. Out of those that did, the supreme perfected spirits did not know Su Zimo and did not want to be involved and attract trouble. Of course, there were a few people who were trying their best to help Su Zimo deal with the situation. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess had once been injured by Su Zimo and formed a feud. At that moment, when they saw 18 supreme perfected spirits stand out, the two of them were tempted as well. Even if they could not obtain Su Zimo's Dao fruit, it was not bad to split the other treasures on him as well. As paragons of the Parasol Tree world, you guys want to take advantage of the situation now? As though she could read their intentions, Long Li had a mocking expression and could not help but say, "Although I'm young, I look down on doing such things." Anger appeared on the faces of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess first. However, before long, the two of them exchanged glances and felt that Long Li was right. Such actions were indeed way too shameless. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess harumphed coldly and did not say anything, giving up on attacking Su Zimo for the time being. Everyone were all supreme perfected spirits from the various worlds. What kind of status and pride is that? How can we bully others with numbers? Mu Lian of the Flower World could no longer stand it and stood out, shouting. Furthermore, fellow Taoist Su Zhu of the Sword World has fought consecutive battles and is exhausted. Aren't you guys ashamed of joining forces to attack him now? Su Zimo's heart warmed. He looked at Mu Lian and nodded at her from afar. Actually, he did not know Mu Lian of the Flower World. However, Mu Lian had stood out to speak up for him once in the Blessed Heaven World Square. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak had once said that although Mu Lian was a woman, she was not weak and had a heroic reputation. Now that he saw her today, it was indeed true. Given the current situation, it took immense courage for her to stand out and speak up for him. Fellow Taoist Mu Lian, you're wrong. Wu Xing chuckled. It's not a ranking battle or an arena battle right now naturally. There are no rules restricting us and there's no need for us to fight one-on-one. This is the evil fiend battlefield. When we face the evil fiends and sin spirits will often be surrounded as well. However, whoever complained? Mu Lian shouted. However, we're supreme perfected spirits from the medium kaihakasm and not the evil fiends or sin spirits. Neither is fellow Taoist Su Zhu. Mu Lian's words had indeed hit the nail on the head. Wu Xing's smile froze. However, before long he spread out his hands and chuckled. Fellow Taoist Mu Lian, if you can't stand it anymore, you can naturally stand out to help fellow Taoist Suzhu. It'll be understandable and none of us will stop you. Sure, I'll help. Unable to withstand the provocation, Mu Lian made up her mind and agreed. Although that was the case, there were too few people on Su Zimo's side. Including her, Chess Immortal Junyu, Long Li and Lin Xuanjin. There were only 5 people on the side of Su Zhu of the Sword World. Among the 5 of them, Su Zhu did not have much combat strength left. The other 3 had just released their peerless divine powers and she was the only one who could release one. There was no way they could defend against 18 supreme perfected spirits who were at their peaks. Fellow Taoist Mu Lian, thank you for your kind intentions. Right then, a spirit consciousness voice transmission sounded in Mu Lian's consciousness. It was from Su Zhu of the Sword World not far away. You can just watch the battle from the side. There's no need for you to help me. I have my own ways of dealing with it. After saying that, Su Zhu of the Sword World nodded at her. Mu Lian frowned slightly in confusion. Right now, the 18 supreme perfected spirits were about to join forces and form an encirclement. Su Zhu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. What else could he do? Even if he still had the strength and could release any other peerless divine powers, could he defend against the 18 peerless divine powers? Mu Lian looked at Su Zhu with a conflicted expression and sighed internally. She knew that fellow Taoist Su Zhu must have asked her to watch the battle from the side because he did not wish to implicate her. Led by the 18 supreme perfected spirits, there were also many perfected spirit experts who glared covetously with a murderous aura, prepared to attack at any moment. Su Zimo had just killed Xia Yin, Godson Ming Hui and Sherpa. There were other perfected spirit experts from the 3 worlds who lingered in the evil fiend battlefield and did not leave. Naturally, they would not let go of this opportunity as well. In another direction, there was a group of perfected spirit experts who were paying attention to the situation here at all times. It was the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield. In fact, a few of the 10 great evil fiends were tempted, as though they were prepared to take advantage of the situation. Hee. The Wuxia ghost spirit laughed strangely. In the battle later, I'm prepared to attack as well and take a share of the loot. Who knows who will obtain Su Zhu's Dao fruit in the battle royale later on. As a void Wuxia, the Wuxia ghost spirit was best at spatial dermic Daos and came and went without a trace. Although there were many supreme perfected spirits opposite him, he was best at creating chaos and infiltration. Indeed, he stood a chance at gaining an advantage. Suddenly, the black-robed woman at the side said coldly, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Do you still remember what I told you previously? There's a needle hovering above your glabella and your aura is dark. You're about to face a huge calamity. The expression of the Wuxia ghost spirit was dark, as though a basin of cold water had been poured on him instantly. The black-robed woman pointed at Su Zimo in the distance and continued, This person is not to be trifled with. I advise you to stay away from him. How can he be so calm under such circumstances? Do you think he doesn't have any other trump cards? I won't be surprised even if he releases another peerless divine power or 2 now. Those words shocked the Wuxia ghost spirit. He said hurriedly, Don't scare me. He's already released 4 peerless divine powers, but he can still release 1 or 2 more. Fufu, you're just exaggerating. On the other side, the man with a pair of red eyes and a sinister expression sneered, So what if Su Zhu still has the strength to release 1 or 2 more peerless divine powers? Even if he had 4 or 5 more peerless divine powers, he would have to die here once they threw out the 18 peerless divine powers mindlessly. When he heard that, the Wuxia ghost spirit nodded. That's right. He did not take the black-robed woman's reminder to heart. In the blessed heaven world square, everyone from the sword world had grim expressions when they saw that. This time round, even Bai Mingxue looked worried. If the 18 supreme perfected spirits attacked at the same time, it would definitely be earth-shaking. Although her master was strong, he would probably not be able to deal with them. Of course, she still noticed something amiss with her master. Given her master's methods, if he still had the strength, he should have killed Wu Xing immediately when he saw the latter stand out to convince and gather the supreme perfected spirits. However, at that moment, her master did not do that. Instead, he allowed Wu Xing to gather all the supreme perfected spirits to deal with him. What was her master trying to do? Could he really be at the end of his rope? King Cold Eye, King Shishua, the god race and some other worlds had excited expressions and anticipation. How is he going to get out of this situation? Immortal Queen Yulan of the flower world sighed internally and shook her head. Dragon Queen Hornless frowned for a long time. Even if she put herself in his shoes, she could not do anything. There's no way out of this situation of certain death. Those words flashed through the mind of Dragon Queen Hornless. On the battlefield, led by Wu Xing and Lu Tan, the 18 supreme perfected spirits had already gathered. Behind them, many perfected spirit experts surrounded them, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Everyone knew that once the flames of war were ignited and 18 peerless divine powers descended, it would definitely be an apocalyptic scene. Go back first. Su Zimo looked at Lin Xuanjin beside him and asked her to summon her blessed heaven world badge and leave. Lin Xuanjin did not say anything and shook her head firmly. Even if she knew that she would definitely die, she would not abandon her fellow sect mate. She cultivated the Sever Sword Dao, but she was not truly heartless. On the contrary, she was more loyal and hot-blooded than many people. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not persuade further. In that case, go to Jun Yu's side first. The two of you can take care of each other when you're together. As he spoke, Su Zimo suddenly attacked and released a few sword chi from his fingertip, temporarily sealing Lin Xuanjin's true essence and sending her to Junyu. At that moment, although Junyu was also on the battlefield, he was the target of the 18 supreme perfected spirits. Although Junyu would be implicated when the battle broke out, she had inherited the dermic Dao of Immortal Queen Ling Long, and her movement technique was agile enough to bring Lin Xuanjin away from the battlefield. Take her away from the battlefield. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Junyu's spirit consciousness and paused for a moment before saying, "Don't worry, I won't die." Junyu did not say anything else and merely nodded. At that moment, the gazes of Wu Xing, Lu Tan, and the other supreme perfected spirits landed on Su Zimo with cold killing intent. Su Zimo looked coldly at the 18 supreme perfected spirits who were slowly approaching and the perfected spirit experts behind them. In fact, he could even sense some hostility from the 10 great evil fiends in the distance. The entire world was like a gigantic chess game. He was not a chess piece, but a chess player who could overlook the entire situation. Everything was within his control. The air in the world seemed to have frozen. "Kill!" Someone suddenly shouted. The flames of war were ignited instantly. Eternal night, solar luna brilliance, astral imprisonment, absolute destruction, fulfilling heaven's seal, vermilion bird heavenly fire, penta divine light. Instantly, 18 peerless divine powers condensed rapidly and burst forth from the hands of the 18 supreme perfected spirits, covering the skies as they suppressed Su Zimo. Those peerless divine powers had been passed down for many years. Every single one of them was terrifyingly powerful. For example, absolute destruction caused multiple stars of the heavens to appear beside the cultivator, detonating them at the same time to create the might of absolute destruction. As for pentadivine light, it represented the dermic daos of the 5 powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. When gathered together, it could sweep and neutralize anything. Eventually, it was inevitable for the 18 peerless divine powers to burst forth. They covered the skies and rained down, drowning Su Zimo instantly, in the blessed heaven world square. When the kings saw that, they had different expressions. Some were abnormally excited, some gloated, and of course, some felt that it was a pity. The kings of most worlds naturally had nothing at stake and merely wanted to watch the show. However, when they saw this scene, they were still filled with emotions. He comprehended 5 peerless divine powers, and one of them was the 6 paths of reincarnation. It can be said to be absolutely unprecedented. Unfortunately, he will die in the evil fiend battlefield today. Sigh. Given this lad's achievements in the perfected one realm, even great emperors of the past and present are probably inferior to him. He's way too outstanding and attracted the envy of the heavens. When they heard that, everyone from the sword world looked even more sorrowful and furious. Lu Yun could no longer hold it in and surveyed his surroundings. He swept his gaze across the witch world, Golden Crow world and other worlds and said coldly, Su Zhu was not envied by the heavens at all. He was envied by you guys and was surrounded and killed by you guys. Sigh. Dragon Queen Hornless sighed gently. Such a person did not die in the hands of the evil fiends and sin spirits. Instead, he was struck while he was down by the supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm and surrounded to death. How ironic. Fufu, that's not right. King Witch Blood of the Witch World chuckled. The evil fiend battlefield is filled with danger to begin with and is extremely chaotic. Anyone can become the target of everyone. If Wu Xing of our race was killed by Su Zhu of your sword world in this battle, I wouldn't complain, resent, or blame anyone. As he said that, King Witch Blood shrugged with a relaxed expression. There was clearly a hint of mockery in his tone. In the current situation, Wu Xing instigated the supreme perfected spirits to attack Su Zhu of the sword world. 18 peerless divine powers were thrown down mindlessly and Su Zhu's physical body and essence spirits would have already been obliterated. How could Wu Xing be killed by Su Zhu? King Lu Wu of the Golden Crow world nodded slightly as well and said in a deep voice, Lu Yun, don't make it seem like your sword world has suffered a great grievance. Anyone who dies in the evil fiend battlefield can only admit defeat. If you're afraid of death, don't enter the evil fiend battlefield. When many kings of the medium kiliacosm heard that, they pouted slightly and thought to themselves that he was shameless. They were merely bullying with numbers and kicking someone while he was down. The fact that he could make it sound righteous was truly a little shameless. Good, good, good. Lu Yun trembled in anger and pressed his palm against the sword at his waist. If not for the fact that he was in the blessed heaven world, he would have fought this group of people a long time ago. Speaking of which, Su Zhu's current situation is related to Xia Yin of the heavenly eye race. If not for Xia Yin's final gamble and taking advantage of the situation, Su Zhu would not have been forced to this point. That's true. On the surface, Su Zhu died to the 18 peerless divine powers. However, in reality, he died in the hands of Xia Yin. He's rank 1 on the battle merits Jade Steel after all, and his methods are indeed extraordinary. To think that he could sabotage Su Zhu even before his death. Truly impressive. The discussions in the crowd did not stop. However, at that moment, no one realized that Xia Yin's move before his death did not sabotage Su Zhu of the sword world or just 1 or 2 supreme perfected spirits. Instead, Xia Yin sabotaged an entire group of people. When he heard those discussions, King Cold I felt some comfort from his grief and indignation. He raised his head slightly and harumphed coldly, You want to escape unscathed after killing someone of my heavenly eye race? Dream on. Bai Ming Shui was still staring fixedly at the gigantic screen, trying her best to find her master. Although the 18 peerless divine powers were unstoppable and destructive, she still did not believe that her master would die like this. Junior sister Bai Ming, stop looking. Yun Ting sighed. Brother Su, Master is not dead. Suddenly, Bai Ming Shui spoke. Ha! Yun Ting was stunned for a moment and said instinctively, Brother Su, he was smashed so badly that I can't even find a trace of him anymore. In reality, that was also the case. Enveloped by the 18 peerless divine powers, Su Zimo was completely drowned and devoured without leaving any traces. He was probably reduced to dust and turned into nothingness. Although Bai Ming Shui could not see her master's figure, she believed that her master, who possessed the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus, at the very least had the bloodline phenomenon as a trump card to use and would not be destroyed in body and spirit. Right then, a strange Sanskrit sounded from the blessed heaven world square. The Sanskrit sounded so strange that everyone looked in the direction of the sound instinctively and were surprised to discover that the Sanskrit came from the 7th gigantic screen. It was the battlefield in Area 7 earlier on. At that moment, the remaining power of the 18 peerless divine powers had yet to dissipate completely and lingered on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Mysterious and ancient Sanskrit reverberated and circled around the 18 supreme perfected spirits, as though they were ubiquitous. What happened? Where did this Sanskrit come from? What a powerful Dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries! Although the kings in the blessed heaven world square could not understand the meaning of the Sanskrit, they could tell that there was a powerful Dharmic Tao behind the Sanskrit. Even the peak master of Zen Sword Peak, who was proficient in Buddhism, was shocked when he heard the Sanskrit. Every single word in the Sanskrit contained endless profundities, as though it pointed straight to the true meaning of Buddhism, giving him a sense of enlightenment. The Sanskrit sounded louder and vaster on the battlefield, appearing incomparably divine and solemn. On the battlefield, Wu Xing, Lu Tan, and the other supreme perfected spirits were stunned. Everyone looked at each other. None of them spoke or cultivated the Dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries. It was the kings in the blessed heaven world square who gradually noticed something amiss. The Sanskrit should be from the center of the battlefield, where Su Zhu of the sword world died earlier on. A king stared at the battlefield, and halfway through his sentence, he suddenly corrected himself. No, not died. It's where Su Zhu of the sword world disappeared from earlier on. Although the king's cultivation realms were a level higher, they were not in the evil fiend battlefield after all. They only noticed many details through the gigantic screen. At that moment, when they heard that the king seemed to be implying something, the kings hurriedly condensed their essence spirits and focused their gazes. In their gazes, in the void in the center of the battlefield, a figure sat cross-legged, faintly visible. He lowered his head and his stance was dignified. His lips moved and he chanted Sanskrit. Pest! Many kings in the square gasped in shock. The figure with black hair and green robes was Su Zhu of the sword world, who was supposedly dead. Su Zhu isn't dead, someone exclaimed. The moment he said that, there was an uproar. When many kings saw this scene with their own eyes, their jaws dropped as though they had seen a ghost. Their heads buzzed and they could not react for a moment. How was that possible? Those were 18 peerless divine powers. They covered the skies and overturned everything. No movement technique or secret skill could change that fact. How did Su Zhu of the sword world dodge everything? I got it. A king who was proficient in Buddhism seemed to have thought of something and said slowly with a grim expression. I once saw a record of Great Emperor Infinite in an ancient book. In the records, Great Emperor Infinite released a secret skill during a huge battle and avoided almost all the enemy's attacks. That secret skill is called no self. No self. The moment those words were said, it caused a commotion in the blessed heaven world square. Another king looked at the figure hidden in the void on the battlefield and said in a deep voice, that secret skill has already come into contact with the profundity of emptiness. That's the reason why this lad can hide in the void and avoid the attacks of the 18 peerless divine powers. The word for emptiness corresponded to both the void and also space. The formation of a grotto heaven was to create a spatial chamber. Although Su Zimo could not create a space of his own yet, he could make use of that secret skill to hide in the void and enter a state of no self, preventing all Dharmic arts from touching him. In a certain sense, the existence of that secret skill was already elevated to the level of the grotto heaven realm. How could this be? King which blood frowned and his expression suddenly turned ugly. No self? Isn't it way too terrifying for a perfected spirit to control that secret skill? Who can even defeat him? Not really. Suddenly, Dragon Queen Hornless said, although no self is strong, it's not to the point where it's unrivaled. At the end of the day, this secret skill is only a Dharmic formulation to dodge attacks. The kings understood what Dragon Queen Hornless meant. If it was a one-on-one fight, the secret skill would not be of much use. At most, it could only dodge one attack. However, the coincidental thing was that the 18 supreme perfected spirits attacked at the same time earlier on, releasing the 18 peerless divine powers simultaneously. That was the reason why the use of no self was pushed to its limits. That was not right. Many kings were shocked and suddenly reacted. The scene earlier on did not seem to be a coincidence. When Wu Xing instigated everyone and gathered the other supreme perfected spirits to attack, Su Zimo did not stop him. It was only because he allowed them to continue with their plot that the current situation was formed. In other words, there was a high chance that Su Zimo was intentionally guiding this scene. What a deep scheme! Many kings were secretly speechless. To be able to be so calm in such a situation and scheme against so many supreme perfected spirits. Such thoughts were truly terrifying. However, on second thought, even if Su Zhu of the Sword World avoided the 18 peerless divine powers, he would still have to face the encirclement of 18 supreme perfected spirits. What was he trying to do? Could it be? A bold thought flashed through the minds of many kings and they were shocked. Right then, changes had already happened on the battlefield. The 18 supreme perfected spirits stood in midair and frowned, looking around for the source of the Sanskrit sound, feeling uneasy. The scene before them was truly strange. Right then, Wuxia conjured hand seals and tapped his glabella. Suddenly, 2 dark lights surged from his eyes and landed in the center of the battlefield not far away. 2 dark lights shone over and the outline of a figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. There's someone. The other 17 supreme perfected spirits reacted as well and their hearts skipped a beat. The outline of the figure gradually became clearer and appeared under countless gazes. It was Su Zimo who had just vanished. When the surrounding crowd saw that, they exclaimed. Lin Xuanzhen, Long Li, Mu Lian and the others were surprised and delighted. On the side of the evil fiends and sin spirits, a few of the 10 great evil fiends were dumbfounded. Good Lord, he's not dead yet. The Yuxia ghost spirit was speechless. Wuxia, Lu Tan and the others exchanged glances with grim expressions. To be fair, they felt a sense of cowardice the moment they caught sight of someone who should have been dead appearing in front of everyone. However, on second thought, everyone thought about it. Although they no longer had their peerless divine powers, it was the same for Su Zhu of the Sword World. Furthermore, they had 18 supreme perfected spirits on their side. Could the 18 of them not kill Su Zhu even if they joined forces? Everyone, success or failure depends on this. When Wuxia saw that someone among the 18 supreme perfected spirits had already hesitated and was shocked by what happened earlier on, he hurriedly said, "We've already attacked him earlier on. Neither side has a way out and it's a life and death battle. If he recovers, none of us can continue to stay in the evil fiend battlefield. Everyone, we're only short of a final push now. If we retreat at the last moment and are scared off by an extremely weak person, we'll be the joke of the medium kiliacosm." It had to be said that Wuxia's words were extremely callous. The supreme perfected spirit, who was initially shaken, took a deep breath of air and his gaze turned firm. "Kill!" Lu Tan shouted and raised his arms. The 18 supreme perfected spirits shouted at the same time and summoned their divine weapons and secret skills, charging towards Su Zimo in the center of the battlefield. On the other side, Chess Immortal Junyu, Lin Xuanzhen, Long Li and Mu Lian were prepared to attack as well. Among the 4 of them, Junyu, Lin Xuanzhen and Long Li could defend against at least 3 supreme perfected spirits. As for Mu Lian, she still had a peerless divine power that she had yet to use. If the 4 of them advanced, they would be able to help Su Zimo defend against 6 supreme perfected spirits or so. However, before the 4 of them could attack, Su Zimo's counterattack had already erupted in an extremely ferocious, tragic, and violent manner. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from Su Zimo's body. Immediately after, 2 more heads and 4 arms grew out of his body. 3 heads, 6 arms. That supreme divine power was not rare in the medium kiliacosm, and some of the 18 supreme perfected spirits present cultivated it successfully as well. "I know 3 heads, 6 arms too," Lu Tan hollered and released 3 heads, 6 arms as well. Just as the 18 supreme perfected spirits closed in, another head grew beside Su Zimo's 3 heads. After the 6 arms, 2 more arms grew. For heads, 8 arms. It was absolutely shocking. Su Zimo held the primordial unity horsetail whip, duckweed sword, phoenix feather fan and trinity auspicious jade in 4 palms respectively. The other 4 palms either condensed finger swords, divine powers, dermic arts, or was barehanded. At that moment, Su Zimo's aura reached its peak. When the figure unfolded his 4 heads 8 arms, he was like an ancient fiend celestial that towered into the heavens and looked down on the world. His gaze was like lightning as he surveyed the world in an insufferably arrogant manner. At that moment, many people even had the illusion that Su Zhu of the Sword World was not the one being surrounded, but the 18 supreme perfected spirits. Outside the blessed heaven world square, everyone from the medium kiliocosm and the living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw that. Even the many kings in the blessed heaven world square were shocked and their scalps tingled. As one's cultivation realm increased, some divine powers and secret skills would be abandoned. However, some would be retained. For example, many divine powers and secret skills such as movement techniques and support could play different roles at various realms. For those like 3 heads 6 arms, even at the Grotto Heaven or Emperor realm, they could still release extremely powerful might and increase the combat strength of cultivators. Among the many kings present, a portion of them knew 3 heads 6 arms. However, everyone had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, but they had never seen 4 heads 8 arms. In fact, there were no records of it in ancient books. Although there's just a single additional head and 2 more arms for 4 heads 8 arms, the transformation is too great. This is unprecedented. That's probably already at the level of a peerless divine power. Immortal vanquishing sword, divine elephant tusks, vermilion bird heavenly fire, 6 paths of reincarnation and infinite yin-yang. Coupled with this 4 heads 8 arms, it means that Su Zhu of the Sword World has already comprehended 6 peerless divine powers. That's too terrifying. The baptism of 6 peerless divine powers on his physique and bloodline is more than enough for him to shed his mortal body and undergo a complete rebirth. In fact, he can even be comparable to the god race and dragon race. He's only at the hollow nether realm. His potential is truly the expressions of the kings of the witch world, heavenly eye world, stone world, and many other worlds turned extremely ugly and dark. When they saw such a monster incarnate born in the sword world, they were only a little jealous earlier on. At that moment, that jealousy had already turned into deep fear and worry. In the depths of their hearts, there was even a hint of fear that they were unwilling to acknowledge. At the hollow nether realm, he comprehended 6 peerless divine powers, including powerful methods like 6 paths of reincarnation and 4 heads 8 arms. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would be unimaginable. Throughout history, there had never been such a monster incarnate who could cultivate to this extent. Therefore, no one could predict his future. No one dared to imagine it either. They had to kill him. This thought flashed through the minds of King Cold Eye and the others at the same time. Even if they had to break the tacit understanding and balance between the super-large worlds, they had to kill this lad in advance at all costs. This was not only to take revenge for the supreme perfected spirits of their respective worlds, but also to resolve a huge threat in advance for their worlds. However, they still had to wait for an opportunity. This was the blessed heaven world, and there was no chance to attack. In the evil fiend battlefield, Su Zimo released his 4 heads 8 arms and his 4 pairs of eyes shone with divine light. Facing the 18 supreme perfected spirits that surrounded him, he was fearless and suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar burst forth from the depths of Su Zimo's throat. It was earth-shaking and everything went silent. Dragon Roar secret skill. Furthermore, it was a Dragon Roar secret skill synthesized from sound domain secret skills, such as the Azure Dragon's roar. In fact, there was even rumbling thunder mixed in the Dragon Roar. It was heavy, dignified, and unstoppable. The dragon race was ranked at the top of the 10,000 races to begin with and suppressed most living beings with their innate bloodlines. That dragon roar would cause many living beings to feel fear from the depths of their hearts. Now that Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill was released, all the living beings of the 10,000 races around the evil fiend battlefield fell silent. Even Longli, who was far away, shuddered when she sensed the Dragon Roar secret skill. She could barely withstand it as well. The surrounding 18 supreme perfected spirits paused one after another against the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill, and their attacks stopped. Suddenly, right in front of everyone, The body of the supreme perfected spirit of the essence yang world turned into a blood mist. This person came from a lesser world. Although he cultivated to become a supreme perfected spirit, his physique and bloodline were relatively weak. Now that he was the closest to Suzimo, he was shocked to death by the dragon roar secret skill. Even his essence spirit could not escape and he was completely obliterated. In reality, he was not the only one. The other 17 supreme perfected spirits suffered quite a blow as well. Although someone released a sound domain secret skill as well, they could not defend against the dragon roar secret skill and were defeated instantly. Some of the supreme perfected spirits, whose physiques and bloodlines were not strong enough, began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Some of their skeletons creaked and their organs shifted as they spat out blood. Only Lu Tan of the 3-legged golden crow race, the giant race, and a few other supreme perfected spirits with extremely powerful physiques did not receive obvious injuries. In reality, it would be difficult for a single dragon roar secret skill to release such power. However, in the state of 4 heads 8 arms, Suzimo's 4 mouths opened at the same time and released the dragon roar secret skill. This was equivalent to 4 dragon roar secret skills stacked together, and the lethality released could be said to be peerlessly terrifying. That was the true meaning of having 4 heads. If that was the case for the surrounding 10-odd supreme perfected spirits, it was even worse for the many perfected spirit experts who rushed over from behind them. On the battlefield, the dragon roar secret skill shook the void and fluctuations visible to the naked eye spread in all directions like ripples on a lake. Poof! 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 The bodies of the perfected spirit experts were either shattered by the ripples or turned into a blood mist instantly, dying. Instantly, countless perfected spirit experts died on the spot before they could even touch the corner of Suzimo's clothes. The void around the battlefield was dyed red with blood. As a result, fine blood rain began to fall from the skies. It was way too tragic. The might of a single roar was actually so terrifying. A single sound domain secret skill crushed the confidence of the 18 supreme perfected spirits completely. When they saw a supreme perfected spirit die from Suzimo's roar and the remaining 17 people suffered quite a blow, who would dare to advance? Even Wuxia no longer wanted to instigate others and merely wanted to leave this place. A peerless divine power was probably the only thing that could suppress Su Zhu in his 4 heads 8 arms state. Wuxia, Lu Tan and the others had the intention of retreating and were prepared to avoid the danger for the time being and leave the battlefield. However, Suzimo had no intention of letting them leave casually. After the dragon roar secret skill, Suzimo wielded the duckweed sword and slashed. Swoosh! Countless green sword shadows burst forth and descended from the skies. As though it had suffered a huge impact, the void in the center of the battlefield suddenly distorted and collapsed, revealing a gigantic pit. The pit emitted a powerful suction force that wanted to devour the surrounding 17 supreme perfected spirits. Within the pit was an aura of twilight that was lifeless, resembling a gigantic tomb. Countless green sword shadows intertwined and descended on the gigantic tomb, cutting off life force and sealing their escape routes. Sword burial. After 1,000 years, the sword burial Dermic Dao had become even more terrifying. Not only did it contain the killing intent of the sword Dao, there was also the death intent of heaven burial. The two of them fused almost perfectly to form the sword Dao. A supreme perfected spirit was pierced by many green sword shadows. Instantly, his body was riddled with holes and his blood chi was lost. The person's eyes widened and he waved his hands, wanting to struggle and escape. However, he could not defend against the sword burial intent and was dragged into the tomb with his life cut off. The 10-odd supreme perfected spirits wanted to break free from the gigantic tomb but realized that they had no choice. In the tomb, not only was the sword chi sharp and blocked everyone's escape route, there was also an aura of death that filled the air and sealed everyone's life force. Some supreme perfected spirits wanted to summon their blessed heaven world badges, but realized that they could not even activate their blessed heaven world badges in this tomb. The Zenith Heaven Sword Classic and Heaven Burial Sutra were taboo mystic classics. Every single secret skill comprehended from them was incomparably terrifying when released. And now, A dermic formulation born from the synthesis of the two taboo mystic classics was even more unimaginable. A single sword strike was enough to bury 17 supreme perfected spirits. Under normal circumstances, given the capabilities of the 17 supreme perfected spirits, they might not have struggled so much. However, they were first shocked by the Dragon Roar secret skill in Su Zimo's 4 heads 8-arm state and lost the initiative. With that slight stun, the sword burial dermic formulation had already descended. At that moment, it was even more difficult for everyone to break free. Of course, among the 17 supreme perfected spirits, some of them had powerful trump cards and released many secret skills and innate divine powers. 3 figures crawled out of the tomb covered in sword marks in a sorry state with terrified expressions. One of them was Wu Xing, who instigated the supreme perfected spirits to attack Su Zimo initially. Another one was Lu Tan of the Golden Crow world. The final person was from the Tomb world. The supreme perfected spirit of the Tomb world was lucky enough to survive by sacrificing the battle corpse he had refined painstakingly for countless years. For cultivators of the Tomb world, the battle corpses they refined were their weapons. The battle corpse that had just died in the tomb was refined by this supreme perfected spirit into a peak perfected one-realm treasure that was equivalent to a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. Even so, the battle corpse could not defend against the might of the sword burial. On the contrary, the battle corpse fell into the tomb and no longer struggled or resisted as though it had obtained liberation. Instead, it lay obediently inside. Helpless, the supreme perfected spirit channeled a secret skill and detonated the battle corpse. He made use of the immense power produced by the self-destruction of the battle corpse to break free from the tomb and escape. Apart from the 3 of them, the remaining 14 supreme perfected spirits were buried in the gigantic tomb and died. "Do you think you can escape?" Su Zimo sneered, and with a casual toss of his hand, the Trinity auspicious jade tore through the air. The moment the supreme perfected spirit of the tomb world crawled out of the tomb, a green light descended from the skies and smashed onto the top of his head. Bang! That attack smashed a huge hole in his head. The supreme perfected spirit of the tomb world had a dull gaze and swayed slightly. He fell straight from midair and was already dead. Without the battle corpse, the combat strength of the supreme perfected spirit of the tomb world was similar to ordinary perfected spirit experts. The Trinity auspicious jade was extremely tough and was not at a disadvantage even against a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. Killed him with a single strike. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo did not even look at this person. His attention was still on the escaping Wu Xing and Lu Tan. Wu Xing made use of the curses of the witch race to escape from the tomb. The moment he got out, he reached for the blessed Heaven World badge on his waist and was prepared to leave the evil fiend battlefield. However, at that moment, thousands of silver threads tore through the air and bound him. Under the restraint of the primordial unity horsetail whip, Wu Xing could not move at all. On the other hand, Su Zimo with 4 heads 8 arms had already closed in. Looking at the murderous Su Zimo, Wu Xing was scared out of his wits. Even with his life on the line, he made the swiftest reaction still to channel his essence spirit with all his might, wanting to release his essence spirit secret skill. However, at that moment he suddenly felt his essence spirit weaken. Even his essence spirit secret skill could not be condensed. How could this be? Wu Xing was shocked. The next moment he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. A few silver threads on the primordial unity horsetail whip tore through his clothes and landed on his skin. Instantly, green smoke billowed from his skin, as though it was corroded halfway. His bloodline was depleting rapidly. "Ah!" Wu Xing let out a tragic cry and hollered, "Why you used poison?" His condition did indeed seem like he was tainted with poison. However, in reality, there was no poison on Su Zimo's primordial unity horsetail whip at all. Only, before he released the primordial unity horsetail whip, he contaminated a few silver threads with some water from the Hell Boundless Springs. Back then, after the water of the Hell Boundless Springs given to him by the martial Tao Prime Body washed away the 2 curses, there were still a little left. Since the Hell Boundless Springs could wash away and resolve the power of curses, perhaps some changes would happen when it was released on the witch race as well. Su Zimo's move was only a flash of inspiration. To think that the damage of the hell-boundless springs to the witch race far exceeded his imagination. That bit of water from the hell-boundless springs almost crippled the supreme perfected spirit. At that moment, the battle was not over and there were still powerful enemies surrounding him. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and slashed forward with the duckweed sword. A sword beam descended from the skies and entered Wu Xing's body. The next moment, Wu Xing's body split into two and he fell from midair. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was already dead. Another supreme perfected spirit was killed. On the other side, Lu Tan's blood chi surged and his body burned with golden flames. He transformed into a golden light and had already escaped far away from the battlefield. He had just released many divine powers, secret skills and innate divine powers in succession, and channeled his bloodline phenomenon before escaping from the gigantic tomb. His bloodline phenomenon had already been torn apart by countless green sword shadows and buried by the tomb. Lu Tan escaped from the tomb and did not summon his blessed heaven world badge right away. That was because he knew that he had not left the battlefield and that Su Zhu of the sword world could arrive at any moment. At that point, he might not even have the chance to summon his blessed heaven world badge. The only way to leave this place was to leave the battlefield and distance himself from that terrifying existence with 4 heads 8 arms before he summoned his blessed heaven world badge to escape. Thankfully, apart from the incomparably powerful sun essence fire of the 3-legged golden crow race, their movement techniques and speed were also at the forefront of the living beings of the 10,000 races, in terms of movement technique. There were not many who could surpass the 3-legged golden crow race. Only the golden-winged Peng race could suppress them steadily. After leaving the battlefield, Lu Tan's face was pale as he turned back with lingering fear. At that moment, Su Zhu with 4 heads 8 arms had just killed Wu Xing and was very far away from him. There was no way Su Zhu had the time to chase after him. It was only then that Lu Tan gulped and heaved a sigh of relief. As he gestured provocatively at Su Zimo, he removed his blessed heaven world badge, prepared to leave. Right then, he suddenly saw Su Zhu pointing in his direction from afar. A trace of doubt rose in Lu Tan's heart. The moment that happened, a large shadow suddenly enveloped down, right in front of everyone. A murderous white tiger sacred beast suddenly appeared from the west of Lu Tan. It opened its bloody mouth and devoured Lu Tan. Lu Tan's life force was severed with the white tiger corpse collection. At this point of the battle, the 18 supreme perfected spirits were all dead and none of them were spared. Countless gravel of various sizes floated in the blessed heaven world. A speck of dust was hidden in the gravel. If one's spirit consciousness seeped in, they would discover that it was a spatial node with a pocket dimension within. This was a secret ground of the blessed heaven world. The cultivators and living beings of the blessed heaven world, including the core rulers, resided here and monitored every corner of the blessed heaven world. There's quite a commotion in the evil fiend battlefield. In the secret ground of the blessed heaven world, a voice suddenly sounded from a gigantic palace floating in midair. However, no one could be seen. I saw it. A monster incarnate who comprehended 6 peerless divine powers appeared in the sword world. It's indeed rare. Another voice sounded in the empty palace. It's not just the 6 peerless divine powers. The dermic formulation released by this lad earlier on contained the profundities of 2 taboo mystic classics. One of them is the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic, and the other is the Heaven Burial Sutra. The third voice sounded. After the words Heaven Burial Sutra were said, the palace suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere became a little oppressive. A long time later, a sigh suddenly sounded from the palace. He has returned. Could it be his doing that the 9 nether sin ground shattered previously? I don't think so. I went to take a look once. It seems more like the power of the Lord of Hell. Lord of Hell? How is that possible? Wasn't he suppressed by Infinite a long time ago? I'm not sure. Su Zhu of the Sword World knows the Heaven Burial Sutra. Could he be his successor? Shouldn't be. If it was someone chosen by him, why would he expose himself so easily? His move shouldn't be in the Sword World, but the Heavenly World. Even if this lad is not his successor, He has received his inheritance after all. There's still some connection. Should we kill him? A perfected spirit is like an ant to us and poses no threat. Why should we care? Su Zhu went on a killing spree in the evil fiend battlefield and offended many worlds. There are many people who want to get rid of him. Leave it to them. We just have to add fuel to the fire. That's right. Letting Su Zhu fend for himself is also a warning to the sword world not to repeat the same mistake. Those old fellows of the sword world should be able to understand. There's no need to care about a perfected spirit. Our attention should still be on the side of the heavenly world. In the blessed heaven world square. From time to time, exclamations and gasps sounded from the crowd. After a series of battles, Su Zhu of the sword world killed Xianxia of the heavenly eye race, Shurpu of the stone race and godson Ming Hui of the god race. After severely injuring Shui one of the blood vine race and being surrounded by 18 supreme perfected spirits, he could still release such a terrifying counterattack. The 18 supreme perfected spirits, including Wu Xing and Lu Tan, were completely wiped out. This lad is way too strong. I wonder how he cultivated his essence spirit to be so condensed. Even after releasing so many peerless divine powers, he still has strength remaining. He's invincible, the #1 perfected spirit in history. Most worlds were only watching the battle to begin with and would not stand on any side. When they saw such an outcome, there were naturally exclamations. However, the kings of the Witch world, Golden Crow world, Heavenly Eye world and other worlds who had just lost their supreme perfected spirits had ugly expressions and gritted their teeth in hatred. Listening to the discussions around them and looking at the people of the sword world who were shouting, King Cold Eye, King Witch Blood, and the others were even more enraged and could not control themselves. Lu Yun, don't be smug. King Witch Blood gritted his teeth and was about to say something. At the side, Dragon Queen Hornless suddenly said, "Who was the one who said that if Wu Xing of your race dies inside, he won't complain, resent, or blame anyone?" King Witch Blood's face was livid, and he wished he could slap himself twice. Dragon Queen Hornless sneered, "King Witch Blood, if I were you, I would shut up obediently and stop embarrassing myself." When he heard that, King Witch Blood felt suffocated and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Immortal Queen Yulan suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, Wu Xing, Lu Tan, and the other young friends had no feud with Su Zhu and would not have encountered this calamity in the first place. It was only because young friend Xiayin took away Su Zhu's blessed heaven world badge before he died that Wu Xing, Lu Tan, and the others got greedy and ended up in this state. Initially, King Cold Eye did not sense anything when he heard that. However, after Immortal Queen Yulan finished her second sentence, he suddenly realized that many kings were looking in his direction. Even King Witch Blood, King Lu Wu, and the others looked at him with a hint of resentment. When King Cold Eye realized what was going on, he immediately panicked and questioned loudly, "Yulan, what do you mean by that? Wu Xing, Lu Tan, and the others died in the hands of Su Zhu. Do you want to pin this blood debt on my heavenly eye race?" Immortal Queen Yulan smiled and shook her head. "King Cold Eye, I didn't say that. Wu Xing, Lu Tan, and the others were indeed killed by Su Zhu. However, they brought it on themselves. After all, they were the ones who hit him when he was down first. Although, the main reason for that was because they were sabotaged by Xiayin. Indeed, if not for Xiayin's move, Su Zhu would have left the evil fiend battlefield directly. Godson Ming Hui, Shurpa, Wu Xing, and the others would not have died later on either. Xiayin is way too much. That's right. Although he knew he couldn't escape death, he wanted to drag a large group of supreme perfected spirits down with him. How sinister. When King Cold Eye heard the discussions around him, his head buzzed and his eyes were bloodshot. Everyone from the heavenly eye race was dumbfounded as well. Before they could recover from the sorrow of Xiayin's death, they suddenly realized that their situation was rather bleak as a massive accusation had just flown over from out of nowhere. After the repeated blows, King Cold Eye could no longer control his emotions. He pointed at the gigantic screen not far away and said hatefully, "So what if he possesses 4 heads, 8 arms?" He released several peerless divine powers. How much combat strength does he have left after so many trump cards? As long as any supreme perfected spirit dares to stand out, it's enough to kill him. In reality, if the supreme perfected spirits in the evil fiend battlefield wanted to stand out and attack Su Zimo, they would have done so long ago. Right now, almost all the remaining supreme perfected spirits were merely interested in watching. Of course, there were too many perfected spirits watching, and there were definitely people who were tempted. The two from the Kuan and Peng worlds were eager to give it a try. The top 10 on the battle merits Jade Steel were either injured or dead. The two of them were the strongest among the remaining supreme perfected spirits. However, the moment the two of them stood out and before they could charge towards the black-haired, green-robed figure, the person suddenly turned around and glanced at them indifferently. In the person's eyes, his left eye was pitch black and his right was as white as jade. Baiming Yuan of the Kuan world and the ninth prince of the Peng world felt fear in the depths of their hearts once more. When they saw those eyes, they could not help but recall Xia Yin's tragic death and break out in cold sweat. The two supreme perfected spirits had just taken a half-step when they retreated in fear from Su Zimo's gaze. Naturally, this scene attracted another round of exclamations in the blessed heaven world square. A single gaze intimidated the supreme perfected spirits of two super-large worlds, the Kuan and Peng worlds. Later on, this matter spread and attracted countless discussions. In fact, living beings of the Kuan and Peng worlds refused to believe it at all. Only those who witnessed the battle personally knew how much pressure that gaze had brought to the two successors of the Kuan and Peng worlds. That was not only a warning, but also a threat. Su Zimo was telling Baiming Yuan and the ninth prince of the Peng world with his gaze that if the two of them dared to come up, they would end up like Xia Yin. Although it was a little embarrassing, it was better than them losing their lives. At the side, the two supreme perfected spirits, the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess, even consoled the two of them. It's best if you don't provoke that person. The two of us almost fought earlier on. Thankfully, we held back and managed to survive. Now that I think about it, there's still some lingering fear. At that point, the two supreme perfected spirits, the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess, looked at Long Li, who was not far away. Although they did not say anything, there was a hint of gratitude in their eyes. Thankfully, Long Li stopped them. Otherwise, Baiming Yuan and the ninth prince of the Peng world were initially indifferent when they heard that. However, before long, the two of them felt the same emotions as the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. King Witchblood was expressionless the entire time and looked at the gigantic screen coldly with a dark gaze. Although he did not say anything, he knew that the situation was over. There was probably no one in the evil fiend battlefield who could hurt Su Zhu of the Sword World. King Witchblood tried his best to think of a countermeasure. Since he could not deal with this lad head-on, he might as well change that train of thought and think of other methods. Suddenly, a thought flashed through King Witchblood's mind and he came up with a plan. Everyone. King Witchblood looked at King Cold Eye, King Shishua, King Luwu and the others and said in a deep voice, I suspect that Su Zhu of the Sword World has a deep relationship with the evil fiends and sin spirits inside. Or rather, he's one of the evil fiends and sin spirits. King Witchblood's accusation came without warning. Most of the kings of the various worlds present were confused and frowned as they looked at the blabbering King Witchblood. King Witchblood had a calm expression as he continued. Not long after entering the evil fiend battlefield, Su Zhu of the Sword World encountered one of the 10 great evil fiends, the plain-clothed sword cultivator. The two of them did not fight. Lu Yun sneered. That's because he has a challenge with Xia Yin and has to conserve his energy. It was only natural that he had to try his best to avoid unnecessary battles and killing. King Witchblood continued. Not only that, Su Zhu even shared a pot of wine with that plain-clothed sword cultivator. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yun burst into laughter and asked, Why? Just by drinking a pot of wine together, you can slander Su Zhu as an evil fiend and sin spirit. Of course, that's not all. King Witchblood continued. Everyone. Did Su Zhu of the Sword World kill an evil fiend or sin spirit after entering the evil fiend battlefield? When they heard that, the eyes of King Cold Eye, King Shishua, King Luwu and the others lit up. They reacted one after another and understood King Witchblood's intentions. Of course, they knew that Su Zhu of the Sword World definitely had nothing to do with the evil fiends and sin spirits. The evil fiends and sin spirits were chosen from the 10 sin grounds. Under the strict surveillance of the Blessed Heaven World, if Su Zhu was an evil fiend or sin spirit, the Blessed Heaven World would have long taken action. How could it have waited till they discovered it? However, King Witchblood's intention now was to slander and frame him. That way, once Su Zimo left the evil fiend battlefield, they would have an extremely legitimate reason to kill Su Zhu of the Sword World. King Witchblood continued, after Su Zhu of the Sword World entered the evil fiend battlefield, he did not kill a single evil fiend or sin spirit. Instead, he killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm. That was because you guys attacked him first. Yulan and the others could not stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Are you saying that you're the only ones allowed to attack Su Zhu but he's not allowed to retaliate? How can there be such a logic in the world? King Witchblood sneered. No matter what, everything is before everyone now. Su Zhu has never killed an evil fiend or sin spirit. Instead, he killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits. In fact, I want to ask the Sword World. Which side is your Su Zhu actually on? King Witchblood's words attracted hushed discussions in the blessed Heaven World Square as well. The evil fiends and sin spirits were chosen from the 10 sin grounds and definitely have nothing to do with Su Zhu. They just want to find a reason to attack. Su Zhu is clearly innocent. If he was an evil fiend and sin spirit, the blessed Heaven World would have stepped in long ago, let alone give them the chance to talk about this now. Hee hee. Another king smiled meaningfully. Do you think King Witchblood and the others don't know that Su Zhu is innocent? The people who slandered Su Zhu know better than anyone that Su Zhu is innocent. The kings of the various worlds had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and could naturally see the tricks of King Witchblood and the others. However, since it had nothing to do with them, most of the kings were silent. Naturally, everyone from the Sword World argued. There was no room for retreat in this matter. If King Witchblood and the others were to really pin such a crime on Su Zhu, it would be a calamity for him. Just as the Sword World, Witch World, Stone World, and many other worlds were arguing, another change happened on the battlefield. Look! Another supreme perfected spirit has attacked. It's the Void Yuxia of the Yuxia ghost race. The attack of this Void Yuxia is way too stealthy and difficult to detect. Even though there were many kings standing in the square, most of them only discovered this scene after the Void Yuxia attacked. Almost without leaving any traces, the Void Yuxia was already at Su Zimo's side. To be precise, this was more like a perfect assassination. Although it was a sneak attack, the Void Yuxia did not hold back at all and released his peerless divine power, astral imprisonment, enveloping Su Zimo. Even a lion uses its full strength to fight a rabbit. Even though Su Zhu of the Sword World was already an arrow at the end of its flight after a series of battles, in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Void Yuxia did not hold back. Astral imprisonment could lock onto Su Zhu of the Sword World and prevent him from self-destructing his Dao fruit. When they saw that, the commotion in the blessed Heaven World Square calmed down instantly. Everyone looked fixedly at the gigantic screen and held their breaths. King Cold Eye, King Shishua and the others clenched their fists instinctively with excited expressions and anticipation. If the Void Yuxia could kill Su Zimo directly, they would not have to do it personally. However, the moment the Void Yuxia revealed himself and released the peerless divine power, astral imprisonment, Su Zimo, whose back was originally facing him, suddenly turned around. The two of them exchanged glances. Su Zimo had a calm expression, as though he was not surprised by the Void Yuxia that appeared beside him. It was way too calm. It was as though Su Zimo had long known that the Void Yuxia was hiding here. Cicadas could sense the autumn wind before it even blew. Before the Yuxia ghost spirit attacked, Su Zimo could sense the hostility and killing intent from the side of the evil fiends and sin spirits. He had long been on guard. The Yuxia ghost spirit realized that just as Su Zhu of the Sword World turned around and looked at him calmly, he even conjured a complicated dermic art. To be precise, Suju's face was not only calm, but also abnormally divine and dignified. The next moment, an incomparably terrifying divine power burst forth from that dermic art and was not inferior to his astral imprisonment. Suddenly, a sky filled with Buddhas appeared in the imprisoned space. They stood or sat with lowered heads and dignified appearances. Lotus platforms floated beneath them. Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Mi, Ham. Suddenly, vast and solemn Sanskrit chanted from the mouths of the Buddhas that filled the skies. It reverberated through the world like a yellow bell, and the aftershocks were endless. As Sanskrit echoed, lotus flowers began to fall from the skies, and even golden lotus flowers surged from the ground. Heavenly flower fall and earth gushing golden lotus. The profundities of Buddhism had already reached their limits in this space. Buddhist light spread, and there was nowhere to hide for all evil beings. Initially, the Yuxia ghost spirit was hidden in the void. However, he was forced to reveal himself under the envelopment of the Buddhist light. This was not the end. Gore! Roar! Right after Sanskrit, two deafening roars sounded in the world once more. Divine dragons appeared around the Buddhas that filled the skies and let out resounding dragon roars. Above the large number of golden lotuses that appeared on the ground, gigantic divine elephants appeared one after another. They raised their long trunks and reared their heads, letting out long cries. The dragon roar, elephant cry, and Sanskrit reverberated and collided in this world. However, there were no conflicts. Instead, they achieved a perfect resonance. Surrounded by the Buddhas, divine dragons, and divine elephants that filled the skies, Su Zimo seemed to be covered in a layer of golden light, making him look even more holy and inviolable. That scene was way too shocking. Many living beings inside and outside the evil fiend battlefield were dumbfounded with shocked expressions. Is this Buddha dragon elephant? In the blessed heaven world square, a king's voice was filled with doubt and shock as he asked in disbelief, "Isn't Buddha dragon elephant a supreme divine power? How can it be so powerful?" Amitba, another eminent monk who was proficient in the Buddhist Dharmic Tao, chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly. He looked at the figure on the battlefield and lamented deeply, saying in a deep voice, "If the Dharmic Tao of Buddha dragon elephant is comprehended to its limit, it's indeed possible to raise that supreme divine power to the level of a peerless divine power. However, it's too difficult to do that. Way too difficult, compared to other peerless divine powers. Buddha dragon elephant was indeed more difficult to comprehend. Throughout history, there had been countless talented monks of the Buddhist monasteries. However, very few of them could raise Buddha dragon elephant to the level of a peerless divine power. That was because no matter how deep one's comprehension of Buddhism was, if one did not understand the Dharmic Tao of the dragon and elephant races, they would not be able to unleash the true power of this divine power. Although these eminent monks had deep attainments in Buddhism, it was extremely difficult for them to come into contact with the core Dharmic Taos of the dragon and elephant races. Buddha dragon elephant. This should be his seventh peerless divine power, right? 7 peerless divine powers at the Hollow Nether realm. It's truly unimaginable. Even at this point of the battle, he still has a trump card and can release another peerless divine power. Unlike the huge commotion that broke out previously, the discussions in the blessed heaven world square gradually died down when they saw that. It was as though many kings present were enveloped by an invisible pressure. The stronger the Tao fruit, the stronger the grotto heaven condensed. There was no need to elaborate on how powerful a Tao fruit that synthesized 7 peerless divine powers was. Once such a Tao fruit shattered, what kind of grotto heaven would it create? No one could or even dared to imagine it. On the battlefield, although the Yuxia ghost spirit's astral imprisonment was strong, it could not defend against the impact of Buddha dragon elephant. Right in front of countless gazes, the astral imprisonment shattered instantly, and the Buddhas, divine dragons and divine elephants, broke free from their shackles. The Buddhas slapped down with their palms. The divine dragons coiled and the divine elephants trampled. The void Yuxia, who was one of the 10 great evil fiends, was reduced to dust by Buddha dragon elephant instantly. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. When they saw that, Everyone knew that King Witchblood's accusation of Su Zhu of the Sword World had been dispelled. There was no need for the Sword World to explain anything. That was because Su Zhu of the Sword World killed the Void Yuxia in front of everyone. This was the strongest evidence. There were only 9 of the 10 great evil fiends left. The battle was not over yet. The moment the Void Yuxia died, another peerless divine power descended. Myriad phenomenons. The person who attacked was another of the 10 great evil fiends called Blood Eye by the living beings of the medium Kiliacosm. Blood Eye's eyes were bloodshot and he exuded a sinister aura. He glared at Su Zimo in the distance and attacked brazenly. He did not believe that Su Zhu of the Sword World could defend against his peerless divine power. Myriad phenomenons was not focused on killing. Instead, it pushed the illusion Dao to its limits and would cause cultivators to lose themselves, producing countless illusions. Su Zhu of the Sword World had expended a lot of energy after fighting consecutively. When he was exhausted, he would definitely not be able to defend against illusions targeting his Dao heart and essence spirit. Su Zimo stood in midair. Indeed, he no longer had peerless divine powers to resolve the descent of myriad phenomenons. However, that peerless divine power was targeted at the Dao heart and essence spirit. His Dao heart was indestructible and had once condensed the 10th step of the Dao heart stairs. Even the impact of the 9th step of the Dao heart stairs far surpassed myriad phenomenons, let alone the 10th step. When myriad phenomenons descended, his Dao heart was calm. Indeed, the peerless divine power surged into his consciousness in waves, wanting to confuse his essence spirit and make him fall into an illusion. Although Su Zimo did not possess the Mara mask like the martial Dao prime body, his essence spirit was also protected by the Grade 12 creation Lotus platform. The moment the divine power of myriad phenomenons surged into his consciousness, the Grade 12 creation Lotus platform sensed danger and instantly spewed out green rays of light that surrounded and protected the Green Lotus essence spirit. At the same time, the Green Lotus essence spirit chanted the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Sanskrit echoed in his consciousness and a Buddhist light shone, expelling all external forces. The Prajna Nirvana Sutra was not only a taboo mystic classic, it was also the #1 mystic classic of essence spirit refinement. With the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus and the protection of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the divine power of myriad phenomenons could not affect the Green Lotus essence spirit at all. Therefore, there was no myriad phenomenons in front of Su Zimo. In his clear gaze, there was only one person, Blood Eye, one of the 10 great evil fiends. Crossing countless spaces and passing through layers of figures, Su Zimo's gaze and aura locked onto Blood Eye. Pest! He was not affected at all? Blood Eye's pupils constricted violently. Before he could step forward, he realized that he was already targeted by Su Zimo. Instantly, he gasped and his hair stood on end. At that moment, he finally experienced the suffocating pressure that Wuxia, Xianxia, and the others felt against Su Zimo previously. It was as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. Su Zimo indeed sympathized with the fates of the evil fiends and sin spirits. He could vaguely guess that there might be more to what happened back then. Therefore, he was unwilling to take the initiative to attack the evil fiends and sin spirits here. However, that did not mean that he would be merciful and let the evil fiends and sin spirits off if they wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack him. In a flash, Su Zimo had already charged towards the side of the evil fiends and sin spirits, sprinting towards Blood Eye. When he saw that his peerless divine power was useless against Su Zimo, Blood Eye's courage disappeared, and he did not dare to fight Su Zimo head-on. Su Zimo had already killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits and was covered in blood. In his forehead's 8-armed state, his aura was torrential and he was filled with killing intent. Anyone who saw him would feel fear. Fiend Celestial, save me. Blood Eye looked at a mountain-like figure at the side and shouted for help. The face of the figure looked rather similar to that of a human. However, it had a pair of horns on its head that were slightly curved and sharp. The horns were engraved with complicated spiral patterns, as though they contained a mysterious power. Rumble! The figure called Fiend Celestial suddenly stood up and shook off countless dust from his body. Earlier on, he was only squatting on the ground. Now that he stood up, he revealed a gigantic and burly body that was hundreds of feet tall. He was indomitable and was surrounded by black chi. Indeed, he was like a fiend celestial of the world and was insufferably arrogant. Roar! Fiend Celestial's bell-like eyes glared fixedly at Su Zimo, who was approaching from afar, and let out an earth-shaking roar. When he roared, the veins on his body appeared like anacondas that coiled around his body in an extremely terrifying manner. Compared to him, Su Zimo's figure was as insignificant as dust. Su Zimo paused for a moment against the roar and focused his gaze. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there was a second head behind the living being's head as well as 4 arms. A Jura race. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Back when the Martial Dao Prime body headed to Avicii, he encountered an Azura in the Azura Monastery on Great Tai Wei Mountain. After the Azura race advanced to the Perfected One realm, they would grow an additional head and 2 arms. At the Grotto Heaven realm, they would have 3 heads and 6 arms. Legend has it that Emperor Realm Azuras were 10,000 feet tall. Although their heads no longer increased and there were only 3 of them, they had 8 arms and were also known as the 8 Arms Azura. The divine power of 3 heads 6 arms was inherited from the Azura race. However, even Emperor Realm Azuras only had 3 heads and 8 arms. That was the reason why many kings were shocked and in disbelief when they saw Su Zimo release 4 heads 8 arms. Lowly human, scram! Fiend Celestial hollered at Su Zimo, who was not far away. His eyes filled with killing intent and hostility. Even Emperor Realm experts of their race only had 3 heads and 8 arms. The human before him actually had 4 heads and 8 arms. That made him extremely displeased. Su Zimo sneered and charged forward once more. Kill! Fiend Celestial roared, and the spiral patterns on the 2 horns on his head shone with a dark light, as though endless power was injected into his body. Splash! The blood chi in Fiend Celestial's body surged like a tide. The next moment, a figure that was 10,000 feet tall appeared behind Fiend Celestial. It was an Azura with 3 heads and 8 arms. The bloodline phenomenon of the Azura race, the 8 Arms Azura. Fiend Celestial had yet to comprehend a peerless divine power. However, with that bloodline phenomenon, he was enough to fight any other evil fiend head-on. When the Azura with 3 heads and 8 arms appeared and saw Su Zimo with 4 heads 8 arms, he was stunned as well, as though he was puzzled. However, before long, there was only killing intent in his eyes. A spear, a saber, a sword, a halberd, an axe, an ono, a hook and a fork. The 8 Arms Azura wielded 8 weapons and waved his 8 arms, wanting to clash against Su Zimo. That scene resembled a speck of dust colliding against an ancient star. Boom! The 2 of them collided with a loud bang. In his 4 heads 8 arms state, Su Zimo had the Trinity Auspicious Jade, Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, 9 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan, and even the Peerless Duckweed Sword. His divine might was overwhelming and invincible. Although the 8 Arms Azura had many weapons in his hands, they could not cause much damage to Su Zimo when they struck him. There was a layer of yellow sand surrounding Su Zimo the entire time. The 9 Heavens Living Soil. At that moment, the defensive utmost treasure derived from the creation Green Lotus was extremely useful. With the 9 Heavens Living Soil blocking more than half of the damage, the remaining power was used on the Green Lotus True Body. Although it left some injuries, it did not affect Su Zimo much. Relying on the powerful self-healing power of the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus, these minor injuries healed rapidly during the battle and returned to normal. On the contrary, be it the Trinity Auspicious Jade or the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, they would deal a huge blow to the 8 Arms Azura when they struck him. However, the Duckweed Sword dealt the greatest damage. The 2 parties fought. In just a few breaths, 4 of the 8 Arms Azura's arms were severed by Su Zimo, and the Fiend Chi enveloping his body dimmed significantly. The true body of Fiend Celestial wanted to charge forward several times and attack together with his 8 Arms Azura bloodline phenomenon. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he waved the 9 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. When he underwent the Perfected One Heavenly Tribulation, the Phoenix Feather Fan had already completely evolved into the 9 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan, and its power increased exponentially. Under Su Zimo's full-powered circulation, the Nine-Tails Phoenix Feather Fan was already burning and burst forth with flames. In the flames, a living being that emitted a terrifying aura was born. It had a dragon head and phoenix tail that resembled a dragon and a phoenix. Its claws and teeth were sharp and its horns were towering, lifelike as it pounced towards Fiend Celestial. Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Initially, the Phoenix Feather Fan could only release the phantom of a divine Huang at most. However, Su Zimo's Green Lotus Essence Spirit was synthesized with the Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit. Under the activation of his Dragon Phoenix aura, the Taboo Dragon Phoenix was born from the flames. Fiend Celestial could not touch Su Zimo at all, and was entangled by the Taboo Dragon Phoenix, unable to escape. On the other side, when Blood Eye saw Su Zimo fighting with Fiend Celestial, he made up his mind and channeled his Essence Spirit crazily, releasing an Essence Spirit secret skill. Sensing the spirit consciousness fluctuations around him, Su Zimo did not look and quickly realized that someone had released an Essence Spirit secret skill on him. As he fought the 8 arms Azura, he used a free hand to touch his glabella gently. Suddenly, a dragon scale flew out from his glabella and exuded a shuddering aura, charging towards the Essence Spirit secret skill. Reverse Scale. When Dragon Queen Hornless saw that in the blessed Heaven World Square, her expression changed and she recognized the origin of the Essence Spirit secret skill instantly. The Reverse Scale was the core Essence Spirit secret skill of the dragon race. To think that this secret skill would be mastered by a human. Evil Fiend Battlefield. The Reverse Scale appeared and collided with the Essence Spirit secret skill released by Blood Eye. Blood Eye shuddered. Immediately after, his facial features distorted, as though he was enduring immense pain and his face turned much paler. Anyone who touched the Reverse Scale of a dragon would definitely die. Su Zimo's Essence Spirit Realm had already surpassed the Paradise Void Realm after releasing the 8-Tusk Divine Strength. The power unleashed by the Reverse Scale secret skill was even more terrifying. However, Blood Eye was one of the 10 great evil fiends after all. His Essence Spirit Realm had also surpassed the Paradise Void Realm. Furthermore, he had comprehended more than one Essence Spirit secret skill. After realizing the danger, he released 2 more Essence Spirit secret skills in succession to defend against the damage of the Reverse Scale technique. Even so, his Essence Spirit suffered a tremendous impact and became extremely weak. Blood Eye had a terrified expression and wanted to turn around and escape. Naturally, Su Zimo would not let him off easily. However, he was blocked by Fiend Celestial who was hundreds of feet tall. If he killed Blood Eye, he had to first cross the obstruction of the Azura. Su Zimo ignored Fiend Celestial and charged towards Blood Eye in a flash. At the same time, he conjured hand seals and pointed at the tall body of Fiend Celestial, releasing another divine power. This was only a supreme divine power. However, after that supreme divine power was released, Fiend Celestial felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. Dong! A long bell suddenly sounded. Bang! Before Fiend Celestial could react, an incomparably heavy drumbeat descended and stopped abruptly. Along with that drumbeat, his heart stopped beating as well. Fiend Celestial felt his lifespan decreasing rapidly. Almost instantly, hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan came to an end. The moment the bell sounded, the drumbeat ended. Dawn bell, twilight drum, fleeting moment. All these years, although Su Zimo had not synthesized the dawn bell, twilight drum, and fleeting moment completely, and transformed them into a peerless divine power, the time divine power could still unleash extremely terrifying lethality. In reality, the bloodline phenomenon of Fiend Celestial was enough to defend against fleeting moment. However, his bloodline phenomenon, the 8 arms Azura, was covered in injuries from Su Zimo's forehead's 8 arms and was on the verge of collapse. As for Fiend Celestial's true body, it had no advantage while fighting against the Taboo Dragon Phoenix. As such, he had no spare capacity to defend against fleeting moment at all. Fiend Celestial had not expected a supreme divine power to take his life either. Right in front of everyone, the insufferably arrogant figure with torrential fiend chi instantly turned decrepit and aged. The ferocious glint in his eyes was no longer there, and his turbid and withered gaze dimmed. Fiend Celestial could only watch helplessly as Su Zimo brushed past him. Boom! His gigantic body that was hundreds of feet tall fell weakly to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up endless dust. Fiend Celestial from the Azura Sin Ground, one of the 10 Sin Grounds, had his lifespan exhausted and died. When Blood Eye saw that, he was scared out of his wits. Initially, he thought that Fiend Celestial could hold Su Zimo back for a while. To think that Fiend Celestial would die on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already closed in. Swoosh! It was already too late for him to escape. Blood Eye hurriedly summoned his destiny pure Yang spirit treasure, a bloodied and filthy blood saber. His gaze focused as he slashed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge and waved the duckweed sword, slashing forward. Clang! The saber and sword collided. The figure of Blood Eye shuddered and the blood light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. The life force in his body dissipated and he died on the spot. There were no obvious injuries on his body. However, in his consciousness, his essence spirit had already been pierced by the green lotus sword chi released by the duckweed sword. This was the killing power of the duckweed sword. The duckweed sword was not only an incomparably sharp divine weapon, it could also release an attack targeted at the essence spirit in a fight. The moment Blood Eye defended against the reverse scale, the power of his essence spirit was exhausted. Against the duckweed sword's attack, he was powerless to resolve it. Blood Eye from the 10 Sin Grounds, one of the 10 great evil fiends, was dead with his essence spirit destroyed. The entire process happened extremely quickly. Could almost be considered as Su Zimo fighting 2 evil fiends at the same time. In less than 10 breaths, the 2 evil fiends died, including the Yuxia ghost spirit from before. 3 of the 10 great evil fiends were gone. The 10 great evil fiends were naturally capable to be able to dominate the evil fiend battlefield for so many years. However, this time round, 3 of them misjudged and chose the wrong opponent. Of the remaining 7 of the 10 great evil fiends, the plain-clothed sword cultivator Luo Jun had never thought of attacking Su Zimo the entire time. The black-robed woman seemed to have seen something from Su Zimo and was not hostile towards him. The other 5 had more or less thought about it before this. However, when they saw the Yuxia ghost spirit, Fiend Celestial and Blood Eye die one after another, the 5 evil fiends immediately gave up on attacking and retreated one after another. They escaped from the battlefield and tried their best to distance themselves from Su Zimo. At that moment, Su Zimo was like a demon in the eyes of the evil fiends. Even the spirit of the night, who was one of the 10 great evil fiends as well in the past, did not bring them such fear. After Su Zimo killed the 3 evil fiends in succession, his expression changed. He noticed that perfected spirit experts were taking advantage of the situation behind him, wanting to steal from the corpses of the supreme perfected spirits who had just died. Su Zimo had just killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits and did not stop the entire time. He did not have time to tidy up the battlefield and pocket the Tao fruits in the bodies of the supreme perfected spirits. At that moment, when some perfected spirit experts saw Su Zimo charging towards the evil fiends and sin spirits, they wanted to take the opportunity to steal the Tao fruits of the supreme perfected spirits. A perfectly preserved supreme perfected spirit Tao fruit required a total of 5,000 battle merits in the treasure pagoda. Given their combat strength, it was impossible for them to obtain 5,000 battle merits. Right now, there were more than 20 ready supreme perfected spirit Tao fruits. In the end, some of them could not hold it in against the immense temptation and took the risk. However, to think that Su Zimo would have already turned around and charged back after killing the 3 evil fiends. Boom! Su Zimo conjured 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries with both hands and smashed them towards the few perfected spirit experts on the battlefield. The Great Vajra Wheel Seal. The Great Mount Meru Seal. Instantly, 2 incomparably majestic mountains that towered into the clouds appeared in Su Zimo's hands and smashed down with an unstoppable aura. Bang! Some perfected spirits were smashed into pieces and their essence spirits were lucky enough to escape. They hurriedly summoned their blessed heaven world badges and left the evil fiend battlefield. Some were crushed by great Mount Meru and turned into a blood mist, dying on the spot. When the 2 mountain peaks of the Buddhist monasteries descended, the group of perfected spirit experts fled in all directions in a sorry state. In his 4 heads 8 arms state, Su Zimo rampaged through the battlefield and killed in all directions. Wherever he passed, everyone retreated and no one dared to take him head-on. In the blessed heaven world square, many kings from the medium kiliacosm were shocked when they saw that and lamented internally. This time round, the perfected spirit experts of the medium kiliacosm were gathered in the evil fiend battlefield. Everyone had long expected an intense and bloody collision between the supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm and the evil fiends and sin spirits. However, no one expected the situation to be like this. This battle was far more tragic than the kings had imagined. In just a single battle, 21 supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm alone died. More than half of the top 10 on the battle merits jade steel were lost. At that moment, Shui, one of the blood world, felt a lingering fear and his face was pale. The moment he summoned his blessed heaven world badge and escaped back to the blessed heaven world square, he felt that he would definitely lose all face this time round and become a joke. However, from the looks of it, he was the only supreme perfected spirit who survived after provoking that person. That was not something embarrassing at all. Perhaps this could even become something he could brag about and be proud of. In fact, he could even imagine what many living beings would discuss after this battle spread. In that battle, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Against Su Zhu of the Sword World, more than 20 supreme perfected spirits died. Only Shui, one of the blood world, survived. At that thought, Shui Wen's expression softened slightly. Instinctively, he puffed out his chest and raised his head slightly. In this battle, 3 of the 10 great evil fiends died as well. The peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world killed his way to the point where, be it the living beings of the medium kiliacosm or the evil fiends and sin spirits, no one dared to advance. If Xia, Godson Ming Hui and the others could all be called supreme perfected spirits, the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world was the supreme of the supreme and the absolute paragon of all perfected spirits. He became famous in a single battle. That person from the sword world is truly ruthless. This person is practically invincible in the evil fiend battlefield. I wonder what physique this person has to be able to fight until now without losing his aura and look down on everyone. He was baptized by 7 peerless divine powers after all. King Witch Blood, King Shishua and the kings of the other worlds who had suffered heavy losses had ugly expressions as they glared at the evil fiend battlefield in silence. King Cold, I was still unable to accept this outcome and said hatefully, "What are the remaining supreme perfected spirits doing? Why are they trying to avoid and dodge? This lad is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as a few of them join forces, they'll definitely be able to kill him and obtain countless treasures." Many kings pursed their lips and shook their heads, looking at King Cold Eye with pity. Everyone could tell that King Cold Eye had suffered a huge blow and had already lost his mind. Given the current situation, Su Zhu of the Sword World had the blood of more than 20 supreme perfected spirits in his hands. Who would dare to advance rashly? Who knew if Su Zhu of the Sword World had any other backup plans? Earlier on, Wu Xing and Lu Tan's group of 18 supreme perfected spirits joined forces because they thought that Su Zhu was merely putting on a strong front. However, so what? The 18 supreme perfected spirits were completely wiped out and none of them were spared. As for the Void Yuxia, Blood Eye and Fiend Celestial, who thought that Su Zimo had exhausted his trump cards after fighting consecutively and wanted to take advantage of the situation, what happened to them? All 3 evil fiends were dead. Under such circumstances, who would dare to go up? Immortal Queen Yulan chuckled. An arrow at the end of its flight? King Cold Eye, your words sounded familiar. Did you say them once before? Isn't he an arrow at the end of its flight? King Cold Eye grit his teeth. He's already released 7 peerless divine powers. Could he have other trump cards? What are these supreme perfected spirits afraid of? What a bunch of trash. King Cold Eye lost control of his emotions and had already begun to speak without thinking. His words insulted many worlds. King Divine Feng of the Parasol Tree world sneered, Xianxia of your heavenly eye race is indeed not trash. There was just something wrong with his head. If there wasn't anything wrong with his head, how could he have provoked such a ruthless person? Even if he provoked this person, so be it. At the very most, he could have just died. However, he thought that he was smart and ended up sabotaging a group of people even after his death. A king of the barbarian world nodded and said in a disgruntled voice, if not for Xiaoyin's move, the others would not have died in the evil fiend battlefield. Again, King Cold Eye's face flushed red and he trembled in anger. Listening to the discussions and arguments around them, everyone from the sword world felt conflicted. For example, some perfected spirits looked at Su Zimo with excitement and joy. As for the 8 peak masters, they felt more emotional. That was because they knew very well that what Su Zimo revealed in front of everyone, and had already attracted countless exclamations, was not his full strength. At the very least, he had never used the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Even so, with the augmentation of the 7 peerless divine powers, Su Zimo was already invincible in the perfected one realm. If any other supreme perfected spirit was ignorant and wanted to deal with him, there was a high chance that they would force out an even more terrifying Su Zimo. In reality, the 8 peak masters were overthinking it. After the battle ended, although there were still many supreme perfected spirits lingering around, no one dared to advance rashly. Earlier on, more than 20 supreme perfected spirits died tragically. Even with the blessed heaven world badges, they could not escape and did not even have the chance to self-destruct their Tao fruits. Who would dare to act rashly? His extreme killing method had already formed a powerful deterrent in everyone's hearts. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo was completely unfathomable. None of them knew if they would attract an even more terrifying counterattack if they advanced rashly. In fact, many of the supreme perfected spirits would not be surprised even if Su Zimo released an 8th peerless divine power now. Chess Immortal Junyu, Lin Xuanzhen, Long Li and Mu Lian stood not far away and exchanged glances with strange expressions. Initially, they wanted to stand on Su Zimo's side and fight to the death against the other supreme perfected spirits. However, before the 4 of them could attack, they saw Su Zimo enter his 4 heads 8 arms state and kill in all directions, to the point where countless perfected spirits avoided him and no one dared to advance. There were many corpses strewn all over the huge battlefield, including many corpses of supreme perfected spirits. There were many treasures on the bodies of more than 20 supreme perfected spirits alone, let alone ordinary perfected spirit experts. There were the storage bags of the supreme perfected spirits, the 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasures in their possession, as well as their well-preserved Tao fruits that were almost flawless. Countless pairs of eyes were coveting such rich treasures, but no one dared to step forward. At that moment, Su Zimo had already exited his 4 heads 8 arms state and the augmentation brought about by the 8 tusk divine strength gradually dissipated. Even so, the deterrence emanating from him was still terrifying. Su Zimo focused on cleaning up the battlefield and most importantly, he collected the Tao fruits of the many supreme perfected spirits. Those Tao fruits could help him increase his cultivation realm the fastest. In the blessed heaven world square, King Cold Eye, King Xianxia and the other kings had ugly expressions. This time round, it was only one thing that the supreme perfected spirits of their worlds were dead. If word of this got out, it would definitely be a blow to the reputation of their worlds as well. On the contrary, the death of more than 20 supreme perfected spirits would mark Su Zhu of the sword world's peerless reputation. Of course, even if a supreme perfected spirit was dead, it was far from an extremely huge impact for the major worlds, especially super large worlds. However, King Cold Eye and the others still felt vaguely uneasy. They felt immense threat and pressure from Su Zhu of the sword world. Although this young man was only a hollow nether perfected spirit and they could crush him with a single finger, if he was allowed to continue cultivating, no one knew how much he would grow. 7 peerless divine powers. Brother Cold Eye, Brother Ri Yao, Brother Xianxia, Brother Xueli, Brother Lu Wu. What are your plans for today's matter? Just as King Cold Eye and the others were silent, A voice sounded in the minds of the five of them. It was King Witch Blood of the Witch World. Among the supreme perfected spirits of the 6 super-large worlds, the Heavenly Eye World, Light World, Stone World, Blood World, Golden Crow World, and Witch World, only Shui, one of the Blood World, survived. The other 5 died in Su Zimo's hands. As for King Cold Eye and the other kings, they were all commanders of their respective worlds on this trip to the Blessed Heaven World. King Cold Eye, God King Riyao, King Shishua, and the others exchanged glances. Actually, they had the same thought in their hearts. However, no one took the initiative to say it. Brother Witch Blood, what do you think? King Lu Wu asked via voice transmission. King Witch Blood chuckled. I think everyone has the same thoughts as me. We can't let this lad return to the Sword World alive. We have to get ND of him. King Cold Eye and the others did not say anything in silent agreement. King Witch Blood continued. After this battle, Su Zhu of the Sword World can be said to be invincible in the evil fiend battlefield. No one dares to provoke him anymore. It's impossible for him to die in the evil fiend battlefield. God King Riyao frowned. Even after he leaves the evil fiend battlefield, we can't do anything to him since fighting is prohibited in the Blessed Heaven World. Since fighting is prohibited in the Blessed Heaven World, wouldn't everything be fine once we're out of the Blessed Heaven World? King Witch Blood asked with a smile. King Shui Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother Witch Blood, do you mean that when we leave the Blessed Heaven World, the kings of our 6 super-large worlds should join forces to kill this lad? It's not just our 6 super-large worlds. King Witch Blood said. For greater worlds like the Giant World, Poison World, and Astral World, their supreme perfected spirits have just died in Su Zhu's hands as well. There are also kings of some middle worlds whom we can join forces with. No matter how strong the 8 peak masters of the Sword World are, they can't defend against the combined attacks of more than 20 kings of our worlds. The 8 of them can't protect Su Zhu. King Cold Eye and King Shishua nodded to themselves. King Cold Eye had long hated Su Zimo to the core. If there was such an opportunity to kill him, he would definitely not let it go. As for the Stone World, they had a deep feud with the Sword World to begin with and naturally had no reservations. Right now, being able to join forces with 5 super-large worlds to deal with the people of the Sword World was exactly what King Shishua wanted. God King Riyao, King Shui Li, and King Lu Wu were hesitant. Firstly, if they chose to attack Su Zhu, it would be equivalent to breaking the unspoken rules between the major worlds. They would completely become enemies with the Sword World and might even face retaliation from the Sword World. Secondly, this was a rather dishonorable matter after all. If it was merely a single Grotto Heaven King killing a perfected spirit, so be it. However, this was 6 super-large worlds joining forces. If the Giant World, Poison World, and the other greater and middle worlds were included, there would probably be more than 200 kings. It was truly dishonorable for more than 200 kings to target a single perfected spirit, and it would damage their reputation. This matter, King Lu Wu pondered for a moment. The moment he spoke, King Witch Blood seemed to have seen through their reservations and smiled. It's understandable that the 3 of you have reservations. However, outside the Blessed Heaven World, we won't target Su Zhu openly. We can use the excuse of taking revenge for the paragons of our race to provoke Lu Yun and the others. At that time, how intense would the battle between the kings be? Su Zhu of the Sword World is just a perfected spirit. It's normal for him to die in the chaos of a fight between kings. The eyes of God King Riyao, King Shui Li, and King Lu Wu lit up as they nodded to themselves. That was indeed a good idea. That way, even if the Sword World guessed that they were doing this to kill Su Zhu, there was no substantial evidence. As for the revenge of the Sword World, King Witch Blood laughed coldly and said slowly, as long as our 6 super-large worlds join forces and work together, even if the Sword World takes revenge, I'm sure we won't mind that war between worlds. That's right. King Shishua's gaze was ferocious as he said slowly, if our 6 super-large worlds join forces, we'll definitely be able to destroy the Sword World. King Cold Eye added, according to what I know, the strongest emperors of the Sword World are already old and their blood chi is weak. Their combat strength is probably no longer at their peak. God King Riyao, King Shueli, and King Lu Wu nodded. Actually, the three of them wanted to kill Su Zimo as well. It was not only because the supreme perfected spirits of their worlds were killed by Su Zimo. More importantly, it was because of the fear in the depths of their hearts. Through Su Zimo, they could sense a threat in the future. Although that's the case, there's no longer a time limit as to how long we can stay in the blessed heaven world now that the restrictions are lifted. King Lu Wu said in a deep voice, "As long as Su Zhu of the Sword World stays in the blessed heaven world, we won't be able to do anything to him." "Don't worry," King Witchblood said firmly. "The blessed heaven world will definitely not let the living beings of the medium Kiliacosm stay here forever. As long as the blessed heaven world seals itself and chases them away, it will be our chance." Right then, God King Riyao's gaze shifted and he frowned. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Yun of the Sword World had already vanished at some point in time. God King Riyao's heart skipped a beat as he said in a deep voice, "Will something happen? If the Sword World is prepared in advance and summons their emperors over, under normal circumstances, that's impossible." King Witchblood smiled. "The battle in the evil fiend battlefield is a fight between perfected spirits after all. It won't be at the level where emperors are alarmed. Furthermore, our alliance this time round was only a spur-of-the-moment idea. How could the Sword World find out and take precautions in advance? Of course, it's useless even if they're prepared." "Oh!" King Cold Eye, King Shishua, and the others could tell that King Witchblood seemed to be implying something and looked over. King Witchblood smiled gently and said in a scheming manner, "Don't worry, no Emperor experts will be able to receive any news from the blessed heaven world." King Witchblood, King Cold Eye, and the other four kings from super-large worlds used their spirit consciousnesses to send voice transmissions to each other. In that chaotic and noisy blessed heaven world square, it was difficult for others to pay attention to them. After the six of them finished discussing, King Witchblood continued to persuade the kings of the other greater and middle worlds to join forces with them. The supreme perfected spirits of these worlds had just died in the hands of Su Zimo in the evil fiend battlefield. It was not difficult for King Witchblood to convince them. It was enough as long as he stirred up some hatred and dispelled the concerns of these worlds about the Sword World. After a while, Lu Yun walked in from outside and returned to the side of the Sword World. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the other peak masters with a calm expression, and there did not seem to be anything unusual about him. "Have you sent the news?" Yulan asked via voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Lu Yun nodded slightly. After the battle in the evil fiend battlefield earlier on, Lu Yun had already sensed danger. No one in the evil fiend battlefield could threaten Su Zimo anymore. The true danger came from outside the evil fiend battlefield. Lu Yun did not know what King Witchblood and the others were doing. However, he was worried that the talent displayed by Su Zimo would make King Cold Eye and the others take the risk and break the balance to kill him. Even if there was a 1 in 1,000 chance, he did not want to take the risk. Su Zimo was the future of the Sword World and was extremely important. There could not be any mistakes. Furthermore, if he crushed the messenger talisman, the Iron Crown Old Man would receive the news immediately. However, even peak Emperor experts could not descend from the Sword World to the Blessed Heaven World instantly. Therefore, Lu Yun crushed the messenger talisman in advance to inform the Iron Crown Old Man to arrive at the Blessed Heaven World first and escort Su Zimo back to the Sword World. When they saw Lu Yun nod, the tense expressions of Yulan and the other peak masters relaxed slightly. They finally felt at ease and heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, there were some abnormal spirit consciousness fluctuations from King Cold Eye and King Shishua. "I wonder what they're plotting." Yulan sent a voice transmission. "Don't worry." Lu Yun smiled indifferently. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots can't withstand a single blow. Who cares what they're plotting? When Sword Emperor Iron Crown arrives, he'll destroy them with a single strike. The peak masters nodded. Some perfected immortals of the Sword World were still excited and discussing the battle in the evil fiend battlefield. However, Lu Yun and the others had thought deeply and were already prepared to deal with the possible dangers in the future. Although the blessed heaven world square seemed calm, there were actually undercurrents surging. Due to the changes in the restrictions of the blessed heaven world, many kings of the medium kiliocosm were gathered here. Although everything seemed peaceful on the surface, all they lacked was an opportunity. Time passed bit by bit. For the rest of the day, Su Zimo did not fight in the evil fiend battlefield. Wherever he went, be it the perfected spirits of the medium kiliocosm or the evil fiends and sin spirits, they dispersed and no one dared to provoke him. Of course, he did not spend his energy on anyone else for the entire day. Although he seemed to be walking around nonchalantly in the evil fiend battlefield, he was mostly conserving his energy and recovering his essence chi. To him, the true danger was not in the evil fiend battlefield. Under the guidance of the plain-clothed sword cultivator, Luo Jun, intentionally or unintentionally, he found a spatial rift in the evil fiend battlefield. Although he did not have his blessed heaven world badge, he could leave using that spatial rift at any moment. That battle consumed a lot of his energy as well. Thankfully, after the Green Lotus true body transformed to grade 12, the recovery speed of his true essence and injuries increased once more. In less than half a day, he had already recovered to his peak state. As for the battles between the perfected spirits of the medium kiliocosm and the evil fiends and sin spirits in the evil fiend battlefield, he did not interfere the entire time. Although he sympathized with the plain-clothed sword cultivator, there was not much he could do with his strength. However, before leaving, Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and told Luo Jun that the 9 nether sin ground had been shattered. Luo Jun and the other evil fiends and sin spirits were imprisoned in the evil fiend battlefield and did not know what was happening outside. It was only when Su Zimo told Luo Jun about this that the latter realized why the blessed heaven world was so enraged. He told Luo Jun about that because he wanted the latter to have hope to continue living. Since the 9 nether sin ground was shattered, perhaps one day, this evil fiend battlefield would be shattered as well and they would regain their freedom. Less than a day after the opening of the evil fiend battlefield, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the blessed heaven world and the evil fiend battlefield. The evil fiend battlefield and blessed heaven world are temporarily closed. In 2 hours, if there are any living beings of the medium kiliocosm who remain in the blessed heaven world and evil fiend battlefield, they will be killed. A sudden warning from the blessed heaven world. The moment that voice sounded, it caused a commotion in the blessed heaven world square. This had never happened before. No one knew why the blessed heaven world was doing this. Lu Yun and the other peak masters exchanged glances and frowned. Although that action seemed to be targeted at all living beings in the medium kiliocosm, there was a high chance that the sword world would face danger if they left the blessed heaven world. Furthermore, it was way too sudden. Lu Yun felt a lingering fear. Thankfully, he crushed his messenger talisman in advance. Otherwise, it might be too late to inform the Iron Crown old man after such a thing happened suddenly. King Cold Eye, King Shishua, God King Riyao and the other kings were shocked when they heard the news. The kings of worlds, such as the Giant World and Poison World, were initially hesitant when they heard King Witchblood's instigation. However, this news was a godsend opportunity for them. Be it intentionally or unintentionally, the blessed heaven world seemed to be helping them. When the perfected spirits of the medium kiliocosm in the evil fiend battlefield heard the news, they did not dare to linger and activated their blessed heaven world badges one after another. Under the envious gazes of countless the evil fiends and sin spirits, they returned to the blessed heaven world square. Su Zimo descended on the square through the spatial rift as well. The moment he appeared, many perfected spirit experts who had just returned from the evil fiend battlefield gathered around. However, when they saw him appear, everyone's expressions changed starkly, and they retreated one after another. In fact, they even crowded together and stumbled in chaos. "What are you panicking for?" One a king frowned and shouted angrily. "This is the blessed heaven world, not the evil fiend battlefield. Fighting is prohibited." When they heard that, the perfected spirit experts reacted and their faces flushed red. The impact of that battle on them was way too great. When they faced Su Zimo, they would instinctively choose to dodge and retreat. as though they were avoiding danger. It had already become a subconscious action. To think that a single battle would have such an impact. When the kings saw that, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh. After this battle, if the perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliakosm encountered Su Zhu of the Sword World again in the future, they would probably lose in spirit before they could even fight. This battle alone was probably enough to establish the status of the number 1 perfected spirit of the medium Kiliakosm. Let's go to the treasure pagoda first. Lu Yun looked at Su Zimo and nodded slightly, sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Let's leave as soon as possible after exchanging for treasures. Although Su Zimo did not kill many evil fiends and sin spirits on this trip to the evil fiend battlefield, he killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits. As for the blessed heaven world badges of the supreme perfected spirits, they were in his hands. The battle merits on them could be converted into his battle merits at any moment. He had lost his blessed heaven world badge and had never taken the time to calculate how much battle merits he had accumulated. However, he estimated that it might reach tens of thousands. Most of the names in the top 10 of the battle merits Jade Steel had already dimmed. The first row had already been replaced by Su Zhu. Most of the other worlds had the same intention. They would head to the treasure pagoda first before leaving. After all, they only had 2 hours. Right then, the cold voice of the blessed heaven world sounded once more. The treasure pagoda is temporarily closed and the exchange of treasures is prohibited. Everyone from the sword world frowned when they heard that. What's the meaning of this? Lu Yun was enraged and could not help but complain. They closed it just like that without any reason? Isn't that way too overbearing? There was something Lu Yun wanted to say, but he had his reservations and did not say it out directly. In truth, he was even suspecting that the blessed heaven world was deliberately targeting the sword world. Forget it. Yulan shook her head gently. The blessed heaven world has an exceptional status and there's no need for them to explain their actions to us. It's best if we don't cause unnecessary trouble and have any conflicts with the blessed heaven world. Although Lu Yun was indignant, he took a deep breath and nodded. Actually, he knew very well that the strength of the blessed heaven world was unfathomable. Even if the sword world was a super large world, there was no way they could fight against it. In this generation, the sanguine ape world was originally a super large world as well. However, for some unknown reason, there was once a conflict between the sanguine ape race and the blessed heaven world. As a result, the sanguine ape world was punished by the blessed heaven world. More than 10 emperor experts and countless sanguine apes were killed. This battle was known as the Calamity of the Sanguine Apes. With that battle, the number of emperor experts in the sanguine ape race was reduced to less than 10. With less than 10 emperor experts, they were no longer a super large world and were relegated to become a greater world. It was said that that was merely a small warning to the sanguine ape race from the blessed heaven world. If the sanguine ape race had not submitted in the end, the sanguine ape world might have been destroyed completely. Initially, the sanguine ape race was extremely belligerent. There was even a great emperor in their race who established the combat era. However, in this generation, ever since the calamity of the sanguine apes, the sanguine ape world had never risen and was much more restrained. From then on, the sanguine ape race did not even come to the blessed heaven world again. This time round, even after the restrictions of the blessed heaven world were released and living beings of the 10,000 races from many worlds gathered, the sanguine ape race still did not appear. That was also the reason. Some memories of the past flashed through Lu Yun's mind and he sighed internally. When Su Zimo heard the news of the blessed heaven world, he frowned as well. However, before long, he was relieved and smiled mockingly without saying anything. Whether or not the blessed heaven world had done it intentionally, his gains from this trip to the blessed heaven world were already great enough. Even if he exchanged all his battle merits for Tao fruits of supreme perfected spirits, he would not be able to exchange for many. However, after this battle, he already had more than 20 perfectly preserved Tao fruits of supreme perfected spirits in his storage bag. Furthermore, he had never taken the battle earlier on too seriously. The 20-odd Tao fruits could only be considered as an additional gain. There was only one true goal for his trip to the blessed heaven world this time round. Since they could not head to the treasure pavilion to exchange for treasures, everyone from the sword world did not linger in the blessed heaven world. They accompanied Lin Xuanjin to return the blessed heaven world badge to the blessed pavilion and boarded their immortal boat. Thereafter, they left Blessed Island and headed out of the blessed heaven world. Initially, Nian Qi wanted to follow Su Zimo and leave the light world. However, she was stopped by Su Zimo's gaze. There was a high chance that he would face a crisis outside the blessed heaven world. At that moment, if Nian Qi was by his side, she would definitely be implicated and her life would be in danger. At the very least, her life should not be in danger if she followed the light world. King Cold Eye, King Witch Blood, King Shishua and the other kings exchanged glances and followed immediately with the cultivators of their worlds. Everyone from the medium Kiliacosm had to leave Blessed Island within 2 hours. Thousand-odd immortal boats turned into specks of light and tore through the air. The immortal boats of King Cold Eye, King Witch Blood and more than 20 other worlds were mixed in and were not conspicuous. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the sword world had already left the blessed heaven world. When they arrived outside the blessed heaven world, Lu Yun and the others surveyed their surroundings immediately, but they did not see the Iron Crown old man. What happened? Yulan frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, Sword Emperor Iron Crown didn't come? Lu Yun felt uneasy as well. He had long torn the messenger talisman apart. Logically speaking, when the Iron Crown old man received the news, he should have already arrived at the blessed heaven world. Why did he not appear? Perhaps we're not in any danger, so Sword Emperor Iron Crown felt that there's no need for him to make an appearance. Peak Master Feng Su of Illusory Sword Peak said. That's not right. Lu Yun frowned and shook his head. Even if Sword Emperor Iron Crown chose not to appear for the time being, he should have sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness to inform us and reassure us. When they heard that, the Peak Master's heart sank. That was indeed strange. The surrounding starry skies were dark, deep and terrifyingly quiet. There was no trace of the Iron Crown old man. Perhaps the Iron Crown old man didn't receive the message? The 8 Peak Masters thought of that at the same time. That was the only explanation for the scene before them. It's the blessed heaven world. Yulan's expression turned cold. Your message must have been cut off by the blessed heaven world. Initially, everyone was merely suspicious that the blessed heaven world was targeting the sword world with their actions. Now that such a change had happened, a few Peak Masters naturally associated it with the blessed heaven world immediately. It's not the blessed heaven world. Lu Yun had a grim expression as he shook his head. I was worried that something would happen. When I sent the message, I specially left the blessed heaven world for a distance before crushing that messenger talisman. If it wasn't the blessed heaven world, who would have the ability to cut off a message with an emperor's dermic Tao? The Peak Masters had bewildered expressions. When Su Zimo heard the conversation of the Peak Masters at the side, he remained calm and merely muttered in his heart, Is it finally here? He did not explain anything to Lu Yun, nor did he choose to send a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. At that moment, his every move might be under the surveillance of others. Any abnormality would attract the other party's suspicion and vigilance. At that moment, many worlds had already steered their immortal boats away from the blessed heaven world. Instantly, they entered spatial tunnels and returned to their worlds. Let's leave this place first. Although Lu Yun could not figure it out for the time being, he made a prompt decision and steered the immortal boat to tear through the void. Lu Yun, where are you going? Right then, a cold voice sounded. The next moment, a tremendous force charged out obliquely and pierced through the spatial tunnel instantly. The immortal boat of the sword world was forced to return to the starry skies. It was King Shishua's voice. The hearts of Lu Yun and the others sank. Initially, many kings of the worlds of the medium Kiliacosm planned to leave on their immortal boats. However, when they saw what happened, they stopped. Not far away, the Heavenly Eye World, Light World, Stone World, Blood World, Witch World and Golden Crow World led a group. There were also the 10 greater worlds of the Insect World, Giant World, Poison World, Astral World, Lifeless World, Whitebone World, Tomb World, Mystic World, Frost World and Heavenly Dipper World. 8 middle worlds of the Ant World, Rat World, Heavenly Scorpion World, Black Crow World, Thousand Spider World, Dragon Crane World, Wind Jackal World and Fire World followed behind. More than 200 kings of the 24 worlds surrounded the immortal boat of the Sword World, sealing all exits with unfriendly expressions and killing intent. The supreme perfected spirits of most of those 24 worlds had just died in the hands of Su Zhu of the Sword World in the evil fiend battlefield. Some of the worlds made alliances with the 6 super-large worlds, while some others had direct conflicts with Su Zhu of the Sword World back in the evil fiend battlefield. When the many other worlds saw that, they were instantly shocked. Good lord. It'll probably be difficult for Su Zhu of the Sword World to return alive. Fights in the evil fiend battlefield are between those of the same cultivation realm, and they have to depend on their own capabilities. Aren't these worlds a little too shameless to join forces to deal with a single perfected spirit later on? Fufu, if I was a king in these worlds, I would definitely not target Su Zhu of the Sword World directly. However, if a battle breaks out between kings, as a perfected spirit, it's only normal for Su Zhu to end up dying in the chaos. This generation has been filled with chaos to begin with. Seems like the upper world will be even more chaotic from today onwards. For many worlds, this battle had nothing to do with them. They would only watch from the sidelines and not help either side. When Dragon Queen Hornless of the Dragon World saw that, she frowned and stopped. Dragon Queen Hornless, let's not interfere in this matter. Another Dragon King said in a deep voice, we only have 3 kings for this trip. Even if we help Lu Yun and the others, we won't be able to defend against the encirclement of more than 200 kings. Be it King Cold Eye, King Witch Blood or King Xianxia, they're not easy to deal with. Although the dragon race was a super large world, there were very few clansmen. Including Dragon Queen Hornless, there were only 3 dragon kings on this trip. Su Zhu of the Sword World saved Lear in the evil fiend battlefield. Dragon Queen Hornless frowned. Even so, we don't have to risk our lives to get involved in such a battle between kings. The Dragon King continued to persuade. If we get involved in the battle, who will protect Lear? Dragon Queen Hornless was expressionless. A moment later, she said slowly, if a huge battle breaks out later, the 2 of you shall protect Lear and leave this place. Don't worry about me. Dragon Queen Hornless, you? The Dragon King wanted to persuade further. Dragon Queen Hornless waved her hand and interrupted. If I see that the situation is amiss, I'll naturally withdraw. On the other side, Immortal Queen Yulan of the Flower World stopped her immortal boat and looked over as well. King Xianxia, what are you trying to do? On the immortal boat, Lu Yun asked slowly with a grim expression. Nothing much. King Xianxia waved it off casually and took out a gigantic stone axe from his storage bag, saying slowly, there have been way too many grudges between our 2 worlds. Now that we happen to bump into each other, it's a good opportunity for us to fight to our heart's content. Lu Yun nodded and his gaze landed on King Witch Blood, King Cold Eye, God King Ri Yao, King Lu Wu and King Shueli. He asked in a deep voice, and what about you guys? Brother Lu, I heard that your Carnage Sword Dao is the pinnacle of killing. I want to experience it today. God King Ri Yao said loudly. King Lu Wu said indifferently, the monster incarnate of my race died in the hands of Su Zhu of the Sword World. However, I'm not going to injure him. I'm just here to fight you. King Cold Eye grinned and the blood mark on his glabella seemed to open slightly, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. He said sinisterly, Lu Yun, you didn't expect this, did you? Fu. Lu Yun laughed as well and shouted angrily in his heart. You shameless people merely want to kill the peak master of our sword world's 9th sword peak. However, you don't dare to admit it, and so you found a bunch of seemingly dignified reasons. How laughable. If you want to fight, let's fight. There's no need to beat around the bush. Yulan unsheathed her sword as well and entered the Sever Sword realm with a murderous aura. Given the current situation, everyone from the sword world no longer had any other choice. Be it whether they expressed weakness or begged for mercy, the Zuad kings led by the 6 super-large worlds would not give them any chance. Lu Yun's gaze landed on the kings of the other greater worlds and middle worlds as he said slowly, "You guys are truly bold. Given your statuses as Grotto Heaven kings, you guys want to kill a perfected spirit of our sword world? Just wait for the emperors of our sword world to take revenge on your worlds." Upon hearing that, the kings of the greater worlds and middle worlds such as the giant world, poison world, rat world and heavenly scorpion world indeed revealed a hint of hesitation and cowardice. They were merely from greater worlds and middle worlds after all. If the sword world was enraged and exacted frenzied revenge because of this, there was no way they could defend against the killing of the sword world. "Don't listen to his scares, guys." Suddenly, King Witchblood spoke and chuckled, raising his voice. "Right now, more than 20 worlds have joined forces with our 6 super large worlds as the leaders. All of you are merely assisting from the side. Even if the sword world wants to take revenge, they'll come to our 6 super large worlds. Everyone, don't worry. Furthermore, the emperors of the sword world are not lunatics. Why would they exact frenzied revenge for a single perfected spirit? If it really comes to that, it'll be a war between worlds. Even the sword world won't be able to defend against it if more than 20 worlds join forces." King Witchblood's words reaffirmed the confidence of the many greater worlds and middle worlds. This battle was indeed started by the 6 super large worlds of the Witch world: Heavenly Eye world, Stone world, Light world, Golden Crow world and Blood world. Even if the sword world wanted to take revenge with the 6 super large worlds at the front, they did not have to worry at all. Those who are unrelated, it's best not to get involved lest innocent people are hurt. King Cold Eye surveyed his surroundings and did not hide the threat and killing intent in his tone. In front of more than 20 worlds with 6 super large worlds among them and more than 200 kings, the pressure was immense and indeed, not many kings of the worlds dared to stand out. Fufu. Suddenly, Dragon Queen Hornless laughed, bullying the weak with numbers. "You kings are truly shameless." Dragon Queen Hornless ignored King Cold Eye's threat and was the first to stand out. Immortal Queen Yulan hesitated for a long time. After Dragon Queen Hornless, she stood out as well and came to the side of Lu Yun and the others of the sword world. "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Lu Yun and the other peak masters were touched when they saw that. Actually, there were still some worlds present that were on good terms with the sword world. At that moment, there were also kings of some worlds who stood on the side of the sword world despite the immense pressure. However, there were still too few of them compared to the 200-odd kings on the opposite end. "Kill our way out." Lu Yun sent a voice transmission to the kings beside him with their spirit consciousnesses. There were fewer people on their side. Even including some kings who stood out to help them, there were only about 20 of them. On the other side, King Cold Eye and the others added up to more than 200. That was a difference of 10 times. "Kill!" King Cold Eye, King Shishua and the others did not give the sword world much time to react. With a wave of their arms, many kings propped up their grotto heavens and swarmed forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword hums sounded from the bodies of the 8 peak masters at the same time. Behind the 8 of them, perfected grotto heavens were condensed. The sword intent emitted by each grotto heaven was different. Some of them were sharp with killing intent, some were filled with fiend chi, some were illusory and some shone with Buddhist light. The only thing the 8 perfected grotto heavens had in common was that endless sword chi spewed out and tore through the surrounding starry skies. The 8 peak masters had interacted for many years. Needless to say, the 8 grotto heavens had already established a certain connection and condensed into a gigantic grotto heaven sword formation. The 8 peak masters used the 8 sword Dao grotto heavens as the foundation and condensed the myriad sword formation. It was as though it had formed a gigantic sword-shaped will that charged out. Gore! Dragon Queen Hornless chanted a long song and released a perfected grotto heaven behind her with a cold aura. The moment the perfected grotto heaven was released, a layer of frost condensed in the surrounding starry skies and charged towards all the divine weapons and immortal arts around her, freezing them. For some kings whose grotto heavens were not strong enough, the moment they approached, their grotto heavens were even frozen and cracks appeared, on the verge of collapse. In terms of combat strength, Dragon Queen Hornless was also one of the top existences in the Grotto Heaven realm. Immortal Queen Yulan similarly summoned her perfected Grotto Heaven. The fragrance of flowers filled the air and bewitched one's mind, causing one to involuntarily immerse themselves and their blood chi to weaken. King Cold Eye opened the heavenly eye on his glabella and condensed a perfected Grotto Heaven with an icy look to fight against Dragon Queen Hornless. King Witch Blood propped up a perfected Grotto Heaven that was filled with blood chi. It was filled with endless curses and emitted a shuddering aura. God King Ri Yao's golden blood chi surged and he shone with a blinding light. The perfected Grotto Heaven behind him took the shape of a golden pyramid and burst forth with a resplendent luster, washing away all the darkness in the starry skies. King Lu Wu's perfected Grotto Heaven burned with raging flames. The sun essence fire almost materialized like a volcano that spewed golden lava. In King Shi Shua's Grotto Heaven, it was as though a divine stone was being nurtured. It emitted divine light continuously and shone on him. With that, his aura rose steadily as well. King Shui Li's perfected Grotto Heaven was like a blood-colored lake. Thick blood-colored vines that resembled pythons extended from it and wriggled continuously. Scarlet blood flowed from its body and rings of sharp fangs grew on its head, emitting a nauseating aura. The 6 peak kings of the super-large worlds advanced immediately and charged towards the 8 peak masters, Dragon Queen Hornless and the others. The remaining 200-odd immortal kings followed closely behind. Boom! 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 The collision between the Grotto Heavens shook the starry skies and shone resplendently, releasing visible airwaves that swept in all directions. That might is way too terrifying. This is a massive battle with more than 200 kings and many of them are even peak kings. It's been a long time since I've seen such a battle with my own eyes. The Sword World can actually survive the first wave of attacks? The 8 peak masters of the Sword World have been famous for many years and have activated the Myriad Sword formation. They should be able to last a few more rounds. Su Zimo, who was in the middle of the battle, had a calm expression. Although he was protected by the Myriad Sword formation of the 8 peak masters, in reality, this sword formation would definitely not be able to last long. Once the Myriad Sword formation was destroyed, he would not be the only one to die first. The other perfected immortals of the Sword World, including Yun Ting and Baiming Shui, would not be able to escape either. It was difficult to survive in a battle between kings. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his left eye suddenly turned pitch black while his right eye turned as white as jade. 2 black and white divine lights burst forth from his eyes and landed in the starry skies beneath his feet, condensing the yin-yang fishes rapidly. Their heads and tails were connected and spun continuously. Yin was present in Yang and Yang was present in Yin as well. This looked like the peerless divine power, infinite yin-yang. What's Su Zhu of the Sword World doing? Could it be that he wants to release his peerless divine power to join the battle? Ha ha! A king could not help but laugh when he saw that. The difference in strength between the Grotto Heaven realm and the perfected One realm is like heaven and earth. What's the use of a peerless divine power? Another king shook his head as well. Right then, Su Zimo summoned the primordial unity horsetail whip and condensed true essence. With the jade handle as the center, 3,000 silver threads were condensed. The primordial unity horsetail whip was like a jade brush in his hands as he rapidly drew a few mysterious and strange runes on the diagram of the yin-yang fishes beneath his feet. No one in the surroundings recognized those runes. If Immortal Queen Linglong was present, she would definitely recognize that the runes came from the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. Primordial Unity Yin-Yang Escape. Su Zimo hollered and threw the primordial unity horsetail whip on the yin-yang fishes diagram, forming a perfect arc between the yin-yang fishes. The runes on the yin-yang fishes diagram shone, and together with the yin-yang fishes that spun continuously, they tore through the surrounding void. In a flash, Su Zimo stepped onto the yin-yang fishes diagram. Although it was a battle between Grotto Heaven realm kings, most of the kings were focused on Su Zimo. When everyone saw that, they were puzzled. The yin-yang fishes diagram was like a gigantic teleportation formation beneath Su Zimo's feet. The next moment, right in front of countless gazes, The yin-yang fish's diagram with mysterious runes disappeared into thin air along with Su Zimo. Well, the kings who were initially fighting intensely were stunned. There was a pause in the battle in the starry skies. Even the kings of the medium kiliacosm and living beings of the 10,000 races were puzzled and dumbfounded, let alone everyone on the battlefield. Where is he? What's going on? He seemed to have torn through the void and escaped? How is that possible? Tearing through the void is a power that only Grotto Heaven kings possess. This scene happened too suddenly and strangely, exceeding everyone's expectations. Under normal circumstances, only Grotto Heaven kings could tear through the void casually and enter a spatial tunnel to teleport over long distances. As for Su Zhu of the Sword World, he was only at the Hollow Nether perfected one realm and could not possess such power. What was even stranger was that the battle between the many kings was intense. The surrounding starry skies were shattered and there was no way to build a spatial tunnel. Even the many kings present could not teleport or tear through the void to leave the battlefield. However, the perfected Immortal earlier on vanished into thin air in front of everyone in the chaotic battle between kings. The living beings of the medium kiliacosm watching did not know whether to laugh or cry. An intense battle broke out between the 200-odd kings because of a perfected spirit. Suddenly, the other party ran away and left the 200-odd kings on the spot, staring at each other in confusion, in the starry skies outside the blessed heaven world. The originally intense battle suddenly stopped because of an unexpected incident. The kings who were originally on the battlefield were stunned on the spot and were momentarily at a loss. In name, King Xianxia and the others attacked the 8 peak masters of the sword world. However, in reality, everyone knew that their true target was Su Zhu of the sword world. But now that Su Zhu of the sword world had vanished, should they continue fighting? If they continued fighting, wouldn't it feel ridiculous? As though they were just holding on for nothing? However, what should they do next if they did not fight? King Cold Eye, King Xianxia, King Lu Wu, God King Riyao, King Xueli and King Witchblood were peak kings of super large worlds. Apart from King Witchblood, the other 5 had ugly expressions. They had planned for a long time and contacted more than 20 worlds to mobilize more than 200 kings in order to kill Su Zhu of the Sword World. Now that Su Zhu of the Sword World had escaped right under their noses, they could not accept it at all. On the side of the Sword World, Lu Yun and the other peak masters were naturally delighted. Su Zimo had suddenly released a secret skill to escape from the battlefield. Firstly, this meant that he was free from this danger. Secondly, it also protected the other perfected immortals of the sword world. When the 200-odd kings on the other side suddenly lost their target, it was naturally not appropriate for them to attack. However, the sword world did not have any reservations and took the initiative. That secret skill can tear through the void and even take him away forcefully on the battlefield. It's definitely not something that he can completely control at his cultivation realm. King Xianxia was the first to calm down and said in a deep voice, "According to my calculations, even if he can make use of that secret skill to escape from here, he won't be able to get far." King Cold Eye, God King Riyao and the others reacted quickly and nodded. "As long as we chase after him now, we'll definitely be able to catch up." After all, they had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and came from super large worlds. They were knowledgeable and experienced, so they could quickly deduce this possibility based on their experience. However, the starry skies are boundless and we can't be sure which direction he fled in. God King Riyao frowned. "If we chase in the wrong direction and head in the opposite direction, we'll probably end up empty-handed." Fufu. Right then, a king of the heavenly eye race stood out and chuckled. "This lad can escape from this place, but he won't be able to escape my pursuit." When King Cold I saw this person stand out, he reacted immediately and was overjoyed. He said hurriedly, "Brother Tsongmu, looks like we'll have to rely on you." Thereafter, King Cold I looked at God King Riyao, King Xianxia and the others and said proudly, "Brother Tsongmu has cultivated one of the 3 great visual techniques of the heavenly eye race, the dual pupils, and possesses unfathomable power. No one can escape the pursuit of the dual pupils." When Lu Yun and the others from the Sword World saw that, they exchanged glances and their hearts sank. They could not let King Tsangmu activate his dual pupils and track Su Zimo. Attack! Lu Yun hollered. Although the battle between everyone had stopped for the time being, they were actually still in a combat state. The 8 peak masters of the Sword World quickly summoned the myriad sword formation and charged towards the Heavenly Eye race. Stop them! King Cold Eye looked at the surrounding 200-odd kings and shouted. The battle between the kings broke out once more. It was extremely difficult for the myriad sword formation of the 8 peak masters to defend against the attacks of more than 200 kings, let alone break through their obstruction. King Tsangmu took a deep breath and the blood mark on his glabella opened, activating his dual pupils. The surrounding starry skies trembled slightly as well. The heavenly eye on King Tsangmu's glabella contained 2 pupils and looked extremely strange. Many kings stared at the 2 pupils for a while before feeling a sharp pain in their eyes and averted their gazes hurriedly. King Tsangmu's dual pupils released a gaze that landed on the starry skies not far away. As though it could penetrate countless layers of space, clues gradually appeared. A moment later, King Tsangmu closed his eyes. He opened his eyes once more and pointed in a direction, saying in a deep voice, "Over there!" Brother Xianxia was right. This lad did not manage to escape far. However, this lad is using an extremely fast movement technique to escape into the distance. We have to chase after him as soon as possible. Go! King Cold Eye, King Xianxia, God King Riyao and the other peak kings of the super large worlds chased in that direction under the lead of King Tsangmu. There were dozens of kings in this group. There were still more than 100 kings left on the battlefield outside the blessed heaven world, fighting against the 8 peak masters, Dragon Queen Hornless, Immortal Queen Yulan and the others. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. The 8 peak masters became even more anxious when they saw King Cold Eye, King Xianxia and the others leave. However, against the obstruction of more than 100 kings, no one could rush out in a short period of time. Before long, King Cold Eye, King Xianxia and dozens of other kings disappeared from everyone's sight. There was nothing much to see when dozens of kings chased after a perfected spirit. In everyone's hearts, Su Zhu of the Sword World was definitely dead. Most of the kings of the many worlds stayed here to watch the battle between the kings. Lu Yun and the others knew that the longer this dragged on, the greater the danger Su Zimo would be in. They had to rush over as soon as possible. Almost all the kings of the 6 super large worlds have already left. How dare you kings from the greater worlds and middle worlds stop us? Lu Yun hollered. Although the 20-odd worlds had temporarily formed an alliance under the bewitchment of King Witch blood, it was only a spur-of-the-moment decision after all and their relationship was not firm. Lu Yun saw through that flaw and questioned. Earlier on, the peak kings of the 6 super large worlds presided over this place. The kings of the greater worlds and middle worlds were fearless and just followed behind the 6 super large worlds. But now, King Cold Eye, King Xianxia and the other kings of the 6 super large worlds were already chasing after Su Zhu of the Sword World. Almost everyone who stayed here to stop everyone from the Sword World were the kings of the greater worlds and middle worlds. Many kings were shocked when they heard Lu Yun's words, and their expressions changed slightly. Gore! Right then, Dragon Queen Hornless chanted and suddenly reverted to her true form. Her terrifying body that was thousands of feet long lay horizontally in the starry skies and spat out a dragon breath in the direction of 10-odd kings. Phew! Among the 10-odd kings, a few ordinary immortal kings were frozen into ice sculptures on the spot, and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. Some supreme kings were protected by major grotto heavens. Although they survived, the major grotto heavens behind them shattered one after another. Suddenly, Dragon Queen Hornless unleashed her might and killed a few kings on the spot while the kings were hesitating. The 8 peak masters saw an opportunity as well, and the myriad sword formation burst forth with bedazzling sword chi. The 8 sword Dao grotto heavens resonated and killed more than 10 ordinary kings instantly. Against the might of the 8 peak masters and Dragon Queen Hornless, the remaining kings of the greater worlds and middle worlds had ugly expressions and wanted to retreat. Without the peak kings of the super large worlds holding the fort, they were still wary of the 8 peak masters of the sword world who were already enraged. At the end of the day, they were in the wrong for this matter, and it was rather dishonorable. As such, they felt guilty. In the evil fiend battlefield, one had to rely on their own capabilities to fight against those of the same cultivation realm. But now, many of them had joined forces to kill a perfected spirit. Even if someone from the sword world killed them all, the world they were in could not say anything. As the kings of these worlds looked at the 10-odd corpses of other kings floating in the starry skies, they gradually calmed down. Kings of middle worlds such as the Heavenly Scorpion World, Black Crow World, Thousand Spider World, and Dragon Crane World were the first to leave the battlefield. As they retreated, the remaining kings retreated as well. Su Zhu of the Sword World was no longer here. If they continued to try and stop everyone from the Sword World with their lives, it would more or less feel as though they were being used as cannon fodder. Go! Lu Yun and the others did not dare to hesitate and steered the immortal boat, speeding in the direction where King Cold Eye, King Shishua, and the others disappeared. Many living beings of the medium kiliacosm were in no hurry to return to their worlds. When they saw that, everyone followed one after another, wanting to see if there were any further developments. Now that Lu Yun and the others were delayed, I reckon it's going to be too late even if they chase after them now. Indeed, Su Zhu of the Sword World is only a perfected spirit after all. How can he escape the pursuit of peak kings? Furthermore, there's a king with the dual pupils in that group. Let's follow and take a look. If Su Zhu of the Sword World dies, Lu Yun and the others might even start a huge battle in their rage. Many kings of the medium kiliacosm discussed softly and chased over as well. Primordial Unity Yin Yang Escape. This was Su Zimo's greatest gain in recent years from comprehending the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra continuously. Immortal Queen Ling Long had once said that the taboo mystic classic created by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, the technique reserve, was all-encompassing. It included divination, geomancy, destiny, phenomenon, dream interpretation, auspicious choice, astral interpretation, astronomical phenomenon, talisman readings, and many more. Everything. There were a total of 3 sections in the technique reserve, led by the Primordial Unity. The remaining 2 sections were Chiman Duinjia and 6-Ren Divine Calculation. The sect master of the Academy obtained Chiman Duinjia, while Immortal Queen Linglong obtained 6-Ren Divine Calculation. The 2 sections at the back were created by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden alone later on. As for the Primordial Unity section, it was a Dharmic Tao comprehended by Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden through the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. It was rather special, so the sect master of the Academy and Immortal Queen Linglong could not obtain the inheritance. All these years, Su Zimo would stop to read the words of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra during his free time during his cultivations diligently. However, he did not gain anything. One day, he looked at the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip floating in his consciousness, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Horsetail Whip was called the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip. As for Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden, after comprehending a Dharmic Tao from the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, she named it Primordial Unity. This should not be a coincidence but more like a hint. From that day onwards, when Su Zimo comprehended the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, he would hold the Bodhi seed in his left hand and the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip in his right, sensing the connection between the weapon and the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. As time passed, he gradually gained some insights. Initially, the main reason why he could not associate the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip with the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra was because he had limited his own thinking. He had always treated the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip as a divine weapon. However, from another perspective, he could also treat the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip as a divine brush. The 3,000 silver threads could be seen as the brush tip and the handle of the Horsetail Whip could be seen as a brush rod. Since it was a divine brush, he could make use of the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip to imitate the unique runes of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra and use a special Dharmic Tao. As for the existence of the Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, it was inextricably linked to Yin and Yang to begin with. The Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip was formed by a jade handle and many threads. The jade handle was hard but the threads were soft. If the jade handle was viewed as the yang of the Dharmic Tao, the threads would be the yin of the dermic Tao. The primordial unity horsetail whip itself was a weapon with a perfect synthesis of yin and yang. As he comprehended continuously, Su Zimo combined the illumination and nether glow divine stones and gradually comprehended the secret skill of the primordial unity yin-yang escape. That secret skill was not offensive. He channeled the yin-yang power in the illumination and nether glow divine stones and conjured the yin-yang fish's diagram. On the diagram, he used the primordial unity horsetail whip as a brush and wrote a few special words to form a formation. At the same time, he threw the primordial unity horsetail whip into the yin-yang fish's diagram as the foundation of the formation. Due to the yin-yang fusion characteristic of the primordial unity horsetail whip, there would not be any repulsion even if it was thrown into the yin-yang fish's diagram. The yin-yang fish's diagram released by illumination and nether glow, special runes and the primordial unity horsetail whip combined to produce such a secret skill. It allowed Su Zimo to possess a grotto heaven realm technique that could tear through the void and establish spatial tunnels to teleport on a large scale at the perfected one realm. Su Zimo did not know what the primordial unity section of the technique reserve was. Now that he possessed the primordial unity horsetail whip and the yin-yang talisman sutra in this generation, he might be able to comprehend a dermic Tao of the primordial unity that was unique to him. Of course, King Xianxia and the others were not wrong. Although his essence spirit realm had already surpassed the paradise void perfected one realm, he could not channel the secret skill for a long time and travel through the spatial tunnel. Before long, he broke free from the spatial tunnel and returned to the starry skies. Releasing the primordial unity yin-yang escape and leaving the battlefield could allow the 8 peak masters, Yun Ting, Bai Mingshui, and the others of the sword world to escape danger. He was the target of King Cold Eye and the others. If they saw that he had already left, they would lose their target and there would no longer be a need for this battle to continue. If he was far away from the battlefield, that meant that he was far away from the blessed heaven world. This was an extremely critical step in Su Zimo's scheme. If he was near the blessed heaven world, there would be too many variables. Su Zimo had never included King Cold Eye, King Xianxia, and the others in this scheme. He did not know that King Cold Eye, King Xianxia, and dozens of other kings had already followed his tracks with the power of the king with the dual pupils. Right from the beginning, he only had one target: the sect master of the academy. After his ascension, the sect master of the academy was the only existence that made him feel a huge threat. Back when he ascended, although his dragon phoenix true body was destroyed by King Yunyu, it was also because of the sect master of the academy's scheme. It was no exaggeration to say that after his ascension, his every move was under the surveillance of the sect master of the academy. Every time he recalled that, he would feel a chill run down his spine. Against the sect master of the academy, he even felt helpless. Even in Tianhuang mainland, he had never felt this way when facing Dao Lord Bloodfiend. Although Dao Lord Bloodfiend was ambitious, he was far inferior to the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy had always been calm. However, he hid behind the scenes and stirred up trouble. No matter who stood in front of the sect master of the academy, there were no secrets to speak of. Su Zimo could never forget that omnipresent pressure. Divining the heavenly secrets, divining fate, divining the human heart, and divining karma. Those were flawless calculations. The scheme set up by the sect master of the academy for him back then could be said to be perfect. The sect master of the academy was worthy of being praised for his flawless calculations as well. If not for the appearance of the Emperor's tomb and the revival of immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, the sect master of the academy would have already obtained everything. After cultivating the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra, Su Zimo believed that it would be difficult for the sect master of the academy to divine any traces or information about him. However, more than 1,000 years ago, after he returned from the blessed heaven world, he still felt a sense of danger. He had changed his name to Su Zhu and his identity had never been exposed. However, there were many people in the blessed heaven world and he killed Xiang Meng of the heavenly eye race in the evil fiend battlefield. The more people he interacted with, the more information he would naturally leave behind and more karma would be created. The karma intertwined, accumulated and settled continuously. Others might not be able to sense it, but he believed that with the sect master of the academy's methods, he would definitely be able to divine it. Therefore, when he returned from the blessed heaven world, he was already prepared for the worst. His tracks had already been known by the sect master of the academy. As for him, he was in the sword world. Even if the sect master of the academy had endless wisdom, it was impossible for him to enter the sword world and kill him to snatch the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. The only chance was to wait for him to leave the sword world. Therefore, when 1,000 years passed and Su Zimo could enter the blessed heaven world for the second time, he did not act rashly. To him, the true danger did not come from the revenge of the heavenly eye world, but from the sect master of the academy. Su Zimo believed that the sect master of the academy would definitely not let the matter rest. However, if emperors of the sword world were to show up, they would definitely not be able to hide from the sect master of the academy's senses. The sect master of the academy's calculations were flawless. There was only one existence that had deceived his calculations: the martial Tao prime body. That was also Su Zimo's greatest trump card and secret. However, at that time, Su Zimo lost contact with the martial Tao prime body. Therefore, he bided his time and waited for an opportunity. After the martial Tao prime body returned to the upper world, Su Zimo decided to head to the blessed heaven world. To be precise, right from the moment he made a move, his target had always been the sect master of the academy. This scheme was not complicated and was extremely simple. That was because the sect master of the academy would definitely attack him. Therefore, Su Zimo used himself as bait to lure the sect master of the academy out. After knowing that Lu Yun's message had failed, he knew that the sect master of the academy had made a move. The sect master of the academy had once schemed against him. This time round, Su Zimo wanted to make use of the martial Tao prime body, who was an absolute anomaly and had broken out of the cycle of reincarnation, to scheme against the sect master of the academy. Getting rid of this threat completely, Su Zimo released the Peng wings and transformed into a golden light, speeding through the starry skies continuously. Suddenly, Su Zimo's vision was adrift, as though he had barged into another space. The surrounding starry skies had already vanished. The surroundings were abnormally familiar. It was Heaven and Earth Academy. Not far away was Heaven and Earth Academy's Tao Heart Stairs. Beside the Tao Heart Stairs stood a figure in a Taoist robe with his back facing Su Zimo. At that moment, he turned around slightly with a faint smile. It was the sect master of the academy. Su Zimo had a calm expression. This could not be Heaven and Earth Academy. Although the sect master of the academy was powerful, it was not enough to transfer him to Heaven and Earth Academy instantly. This should be a scene set up by the dermic powers of the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo with admiration and praised. It's truly unimaginable that you can really survive from the emperor's tomb. Yes. The sect master of the academy pondered for a moment and sensed it slightly. He asked in surprise, "You even removed the curse of the emperor's tomb as well as the master betrayal curse. How did you do it? Don't you know any and everything?" Su Zimo smiled as well. "Guess for yourself." "Ha!" The sect master of the academy chuckled on his back before shaking his head gently. "Su Zimo, why don't you understand? Even if you don't say it, I can get all the answers from your soul." Before long, the sect master of the academy sensed that Su Zimo was way too calm. Even after he appeared, there was no change in his eyes or emotions. The sect master of the academy retracted his smile. "Seems like you're not surprised by my appearance." "Of course," Su Zimo said. "Why do you think I released my escape technique and left the vicinity of the blessed heaven world?" "Interesting." A glint flashed through the eyes of the sect master of the academy. He twisted his fingers under his robe and calculated, divining continuously as he muttered softly, "Let me see if there are any other variables. There are dozens of kings chasing after us outside. Although it's a little annoying, they're not enough to be considered variables. If they come here, they'll only be trapped in the 8 doors Duanjia and won't be able to do anything." In reality, that was also the case. Outside the starry skies, according to the guidance of King Tsongmu's dual pupils, King Cold Eye, King Shishua and dozens of other kings chased here and suddenly lost their way. as though they had fallen into a secret ground. What happened? Where's Suzhou? I don't know. His tracks disappeared here. Where are we? King Cold Eye and the others hurriedly focused and patrolled the surroundings, releasing their spirit consciousnesses, not daring to act rashly. The surroundings were shrouded in layers of fog that even their spirit consciousnesses could not penetrate. Let me give it a try. King Tsangmu activated his dual pupils once more and looked around. After a long time, King Tsangmu grunted. The dual pupils on his glabella had already closed and a scarlet blood seeped out slowly from his heavenly eye. Brother Tsangmu, how was it? Everyone gathered hurriedly and asked in a deep voice. King Tsangmu heaved a sigh of relief. I just saw 8 gigantic doors through the fog in the surroundings that spun slowly. It's dark inside and emits a terrifying aura, leading to an unknown place. 8 doors. God King Riyao frowned and said hesitantly, could it be the legendary 8 doors Duanjia formation? King Lu Wu, King Cold Eye, and the other Peak Kings' expressions changed when they heard those words. All of them revealed cautious looks. What is the 8 doors Duanjia formation? A king who had never heard of it asked instinctively. God King Riyao said, legend has it that the 8 doors Duanjia formation has 8 doors. Open, rest, life, injury, delusion, scenery, death, and fear. Each door leads to a different space. The open, rest, and life doors are auspicious doors. The death, fear, and injury doors are ominous doors. The delusion and scenery doors are median doors. If you make a mistake and enter one of the ominous doors, you'll definitely die. If you enter the delusion and scenery doors, your fate will be unknown. The only chance of survival is if you enter the open, rest, and life doors. King Lu Wu nodded with a grim expression. It's said that the 8 doors Duanjia formation originated from the taboo mystic classic, the technique reserve. I wonder who set it up and what their intentions are. How do we determine which are the 3 auspicious doors? Someone asked. God King Riyao shook his head gently and sneered. If they could be determined casually, the 8 doors Duanjia formation wouldn't be so terrifying. It's said that the 8 doors can change at any moment. Even if you choose any of the 3 auspicious doors correctly, if there are any changes, an auspicious door can immediately turn into an ominous door. Everyone's hearts turned cold when they heard that. Among the dozens of kings present, only King Witchblood had a calm expression without any panic. Naturally, he knew that the scene before him was the doing of that lord. That lord was also the one manipulating the scenes from the back and instructed him to push Suzhou of the Sword World to this extent. Looking at the surrounding kings with grim expressions, King Witchblood coughed gently and said indifferently, no matter who set up this 8 doors Duanjia formation, they don't seem to be too hostile towards us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just trapped us here. In my opinion, we should wait patiently and calm down. Don't act rashly. Although the other kings were still uneasy, they had no choice. Almost no one knew anything about the 8 doors Duanjia formation. Although there was a chance of survival, they would be doomed if they took a wrong step. The kings had cultivated painstakingly to the Grotto Heaven realm. Unless they had no other choice, no one would take such a huge risk. Beside the Tao Heart Stairs, the eyes of the sect master of the academy were like the deep starry skies that became unfathomable. I've already blocked the heavenly secrets and isolated all detection towards this area. Not only are teleportation talismans prohibited from returning to the Sword World, even if emperors investigate this place, they won't be able to detect anything unusual. The sect master of the academy muttered to himself as he divined. A moment later, clarity returned to the sect master of the academy's eyes. He looked at Su Zimo and smiled. I've already calculated all the variables about you. You were lucky the last time, but your luck won't always be so good. You won't be able to escape this time round. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and asked, who said I was going to escape? Oh, the sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo with interest and asked, could it be that you have another trump card? Before Su Zimo could reply, the sect master of the academy said self-consciously, I forgot to remind you that even a peak emperor will be trapped inside this 8 doors Duanjia formation for a long time if he barges in. This period of time is enough for me to do anything. Therefore, even if that sword Emperor Iron Crown of your sword world descends, he won't be able to save you." Su Zimo was silent. The sect master of the academy was still the same old sect master of the academy. Once he attacked, there were almost vulnerabilities. Actually, I was truly happy from the bottom of my heart when I divined that you might still be alive. Now that he was about to obtain the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, the sect master of the academy did not hide the excitement and smugness in his heart. As he gestured, he said, "Do you understand the joy of regaining something you lost?" "Yes. I was very relieved that you're still alive." The sect master of the academy had never held back against sharing his feelings with people who were about to die. He enjoyed it as well. Under the continuous stimulation of those words, he saw the despair, helplessness, and unwillingness gradually appear on the other party's face. However, right from the beginning, Su Zimo was very calm. In fact, he was so calm that it was strange. "You're very smart and talented," the sect master of the academy said. "I really had the intention of taking you in as a disciple and gave you a choice. Unfortunately, you didn't grasp the opportunity. I'm your master. Why are you resisting and disobeying? Can't you be obedient and submit to me and offer your creation Green Lotus? You might have some backup plans, trump cards, or schemes, but..." Pausing for a moment, the sect master of the academy said, "There's something I might not have taught you. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots can't withstand a single blow. So..." Suddenly, a faint divine light burst forth from the eyes of the sect master of the academy. He looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and shouted, "A teacher for a day is a father for life. Rascal, kneel down." The sect master of the academy's shout was not targeted at Su Zimo's body and essence spirit, but his Tao heart. The reason why the Tao heart stairs were set up in the surroundings was because this was the place where the sect master of the academy took Su Zimo in back then. The sect master of the academy had once stepped onto the 10th step of the Tao heart stairs, but he fell from it. He never been defeated in the past. Therefore, this time round, not only did he want to obtain the body of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, he wanted to destroy Su Zimo's Tao heart as well. Since he could not step onto the 10th step of the Tao heart stairs, he would trample Su Zimo's Tao heart beneath his feet. Unfortunately, he had truly underestimated Su Zimo's Tao heart. What was the heart and will of the martial Tao? Great fearlessness, courage, boldness, and wisdom. Even if he was up against 10,000 people, the martial Tao was resistance. The birth of the martial Tao was because he refused to submit. It was impossible to restrain the martial Tao with mere mortal concepts of master and disciple relationship. Su Zimo's Tao heart remained unmoved as he sighed faintly. "Sect master, do you know why I lured you out?" Just as the sect master of the academy was about to say something, his heart skipped a beat as though he sensed something. The sect master of the academy exclaimed softly. Someone was challenging the 8 doors Duanjia formation at an extremely fast speed. Under normal circumstances, one would lose their direction after falling into the 8 doors Duanjia formation. Although there were 8 doors, they would not be able to determine their direction. However, this person charged over in a straight line. The 8 doors Duanjia formation did not seem to be an obstruction for this person's trajectory at all. In the blink of an eye, a purple-robed figure walked out of the surrounding fog. He wore a cold silver mask and had deep eyes. His entire body was enveloped by a mysterious aura that was unfathomable. "Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain?" The sect master of the academy murmured softly. Back when the Martial Tao Prime body caused a ruckus at the 9 Firmament meet in the Builder Tree Mountain range, the sect master of the academy was hiding nearby and snatched the Grand Pure Jade manual. Naturally, he recognized him. The sect master of the academy frowned. The appearance of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had indeed exceeded his divination. Furthermore, he had divined Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain several times, but to no avail. Desolate Marshal seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Right then, the sect master of the academy shifted his gaze and glanced at Su Zimo before looking at Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. As though he had thought of something, he narrowed his eyes gradually. He had a feeling that there must be a special relationship between Su Zimo and Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. That was because many things happened too coincidentally. Back at the Immortal Peach Banquet in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, Desolate Marshal appeared for a sentient peach blossom tree and started a massacre. In the end, Su Zimo brought the peach blossom tree back. However, Desolate Marshal did not cause any trouble for Su Zimo. Later on, at the 9 Firmament meet, Desolate Marshal appeared once more. On the surface, he stood up for the Zither Fiend. However, in reality, after a huge battle, not only was Zither Immortal Mangyao injured, Sword Immortal Yuhua almost died as well. Both of them had deep feuds with Su Zimo. Were they master and disciple, fellow disciples of a same sect or friends? The sect master of the academy had guessed all sorts of relationships, but he could not be sure. It was not until earlier on when Su Zimo encountered danger once more and Desolate Marshal appeared yet again, that an almost impossible possibility flashed through the mind of the sect master of the academy. In fact, it was a speculation that he had never even considered. The sect master of the academy stared fixedly at the Martial Dao Prime Body and asked slowly, "You're Su Zimo?" Actually, the moment the Martial Dao Prime Body arrived, Su Zimo knew that given the intelligence of the sect master of the academy, he should be able to guess. He had no intention of hiding it either. After his ascension, Su Zimo cultivated as though he was treading on thin ice and tried his best to hide this secret. The main reason was because the two true bodies had yet to grow. If any side encountered danger, it might implicate the other side. But now, the Martial Dao Prime Body had already cultivated to the Martial Domain Realm, and the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven was at greater mastery as well. Even with his bare hands, he could suppress quasi-emperors. There were not many people in the medium Kiliacosm who could threaten him anymore. Even if he encountered top emperor experts and could not defeat them, he could make use of the Hell Suppression Tripod to return to Avicii. Whether this secret was made public was no longer important. The Martial Dao Prime Body raised his hand and removed the Mara mask from his face, revealing that refined appearance. However, because he cultivated the Martial Dao all year round, although the appearances of the two true bodies were identical, their auras were extremely different. "It's indeed you." One not only was the sect master of the academy not flustered at all. The light in his eyes intensified as he nodded repeatedly. "Good, good, good. As expected of my dear disciple. To think that you would actually have such a backup plan. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. To think, truly unexpected. Ha 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 ha." The sect master of the academy burst into a rare laughter. Previously, he had thought of all sorts of answers. The only thing he did not expect was that the two of them were the same person because the difference in combat strength between the two of them was too great. Furthermore, their dermic formulations were different as well. Now that he knew about this, the sect master of the academy was even more excited. The stronger Su Zimo was, the greater his gains this time round. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain might be an even greater treasure trove than the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus. The sect master of the academy was anxious to know what secret Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was hiding and why the latter could hide from his divinations. "Seems like you came prepared today as well." The sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo before looking at the Martial Dao Prime Body and smiling meaningfully. The Martial Dao Prime Body put on the Mara mask once more and looked at the sect master of the academy. Suddenly, two purple flames rose in his eyes as he said slowly, "I won't be at ease until you're dead." As long as the sect master of the academy was alive, he would always be a huge threat to the Green Lotus true body. If I remember correctly, you just condensed your grotto heaven in the battle in the Builder Tree Mountain Range. The sect master of the academy pointed at the Martial Dao Prime Body and asked with a smile, "It's only been 2,000 years since. What cultivation realm can you cultivate to? How difficult is it to cultivate at the grotto heaven realm? Even if your talent is unprecedented and you had endless opportunities, I'm guessing that you only have a major grotto heaven at most, right?" The sect master of the academy was indeed half right. Su Zimo ignored him and suddenly said, "You've been watching for so long and yet, you still refuse to reveal your true body? The sect master of the academy was slightly stunned. Su Zimo said indifferently, "Given your cautious personality, the person standing here right now will definitely not be your true body. There's no need to hide in front of me. Reveal your true body." The sect master of the academy had already obtained the complete Three Pure Ones Jade Manual. In other words, the sect master of the academy controlled at least 3 clones. Interesting. The sect master of the academy did not deny it either. He merely chuckled and asked, "Do you think I need to attack with my true body to deal with you? You want to scheme against me with a major grotto heaven? Who gave you that confidence?" The moment the sect master of the academy said that, the initially silent martial Dao prime body suddenly attacked. Since the sect master of the academy did not reveal his true body, the martial Dao prime body would beat him until he did. The martial Dao prime body did not move much. Just a single step forward caused the surrounding void to tremble and the Dao heart stairs to collapse. The entire world seemed to be unable to withstand the burden and let out a tragic cry. With just a single step, the world collapsed. In just a single step, the martial Dao prime body had already arrived before the sect master of the academy and punched. That punch was extremely simple. Although it did not seem fancy, nor was it a divine power or secret skill. All the dermic arts and the will of the martial Dao were contained in that punch. The purest form of the great Dao was a return to simplicity. When he saw the martial Dao prime body charging over, the sect master of the academy's expression did not change. However, a mocking look flashed through his eyes as he said slowly, "I've said it before. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes can't withstand a single blow. Today, I'll let you see what the Emperor Realm is." Before the sect master of the academy could finish, he stopped abruptly. He could no longer continue. The martial Dao prime body's punch that was fired without a single word had already arrived. It was a courage to advance bravely, a will to exact revenge and repay attitude as he wished, a goal to challenge the heaven and earth for life, a boldness, wisdom, and strength, surging forth like a volcano and a crashing tsunami, arriving instantly. It was suffocating. The sect master of the academy was all too familiar with that power and will. Back then, he had felt it on the 10th step of the Dao heart stairs. When the 10th step was condensed, it even resonated with the great Dao and attracted the immortal sound of the dermic conch and dermic drum. Instantly, the sect master of the academy composed himself and punched back against the fist of the martial Dao prime body. He did not dodge, as there was no need for him to do that. The Emperor Realm. That was his true reliance. If he had not entered the Emperor Realm, he would not be so confident. Although this body was not his true body, it was also the primeval body condensed by him using the Pure Jade Manual. The strength of the clone technique of the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual was that the clone condensed from the Jade Manual could maintain the same cultivation realm as the true body. In other words, the sect master of the academy was at the Emperor Realm and the primeval body condensed was also at the Emperor Realm. Although this primeval body did not have an essence spirit or blood chi, the Pure Jade Manual was a body tempering technique to begin with and was ferocious in melee combat. Coupled with the fact that the primeval body was at the Emperor Realm, the sect master of the academy could withstand the suppression of the will of the martial Dao prime body and counterattack with a punch. Su Zimo was not surprised that the sect master of the academy had entered the Emperor Realm. The sect master of the academy possessed half of the bloodline of the witch race and had cultivated the secret skills of the witch race. He obtained the inheritance of the technique reserve as well as the complete taboo mystic classic, the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual. Given his talent and wisdom, it would be strange instead if he had not advanced to the Emperor Realm. Back then, the sect master of the academy and immortal Queen Linglong obtained the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden at the same time. However, immortal Queen Linglong was suppressed by the sect master of the academy in every aspect. It was clear how powerful the sect master of the academy was. Initially, the previous sect master of the academy had left behind some backup plans, a painting and old Shen's protection. However, he was still schemed against by the current sect master of the academy in the end. On the surface, the sect master of the academy's schemes were peerless. However, the true reason why he could kill old Xian and the previous sect master of the academy was entirely because of his quasi-emperor strength. Without sufficient strength, schemes and plots would only be sandcastles in the air at the end of the day, and nothing great could be accomplished. A powerful combat strength that surpassed those of the same cultivation realm, unparalleled wisdom and unimaginable ambition, was the reason why the sect master of the academy had almost no weaknesses. Furthermore, after knowing that Lu Yun's message failed, Su Zimo was almost certain that the sect master of the academy had already become an emperor. One could only block the heavenly secrets and cut off all traces of a messenger talisman after they advanced to the emperor realm. This was not an easy battle at all. Bang! The martial Dao prime body collided with the sect master of the academy's fists with a dull thud, as though he had been beaten. The next moment, the sect master of the academy shuddered and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. He was sent flying by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body, and the clothes on his arm were shattered as well. This had indeed exceeded the sect master of the academy's expectations. After all, this primeval body was condensed from the pure jade manual. His physique was strong and he was invincible in melee combat. However, the primeval body of the Emperor realm was forced back by a single punch against Desolate Marshal, who only had a major grotto heaven and was disadvantaged. However, that could only surprise the sect master of the academy slightly. Desolate Marshal's strength had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, he was still far from being able to threaten him. Although the clone condensed by the three Pure Ones Jade Manual had the same cultivation realm as his true body, the clone did not have an essence spirit or blood chi and could not release divine powers or secret skills. There was a huge difference in combat strength between him and his true body. If Desolate Marshal could not even defeat one of his clones, he would not be qualified to force out his true body. Furthermore, he had two of such clones. The Martial Dao Prime body had the upper hand with a single punch and did not stop. In a flash, he closed in once more and punched a second time. The fist was like a meteor burning with raging flames, as though it was about to explode the next moment and the surrounding air was already burning. This time round, the sect master of the academy wanted to dodge. However, before long, the sect master of the academy realized that the punch of the Martial Dao Prime body had already sealed all his escape routes. Against a punch from the Martial Dao Prime body, one had to accept it no matter what. The sect master of the academy had lost the initiative and did not dare to take the punch of the Martial Dao Prime body head-on with one arm. He could only raise both arms and block in front of him in the shape of a cross. Bang! There was another dull thud. The sect master of the academy was sent flying by another punch from the Martial Dao Prime body. Although there was no blood chi on the primeval body, there were still obvious lacerations and burn marks on it. Bang! The Martial Dao Prime body stepped forward and threw another punch. The sect master of the academy retreated once more. The primeval body was completely suppressed by the Martial Dao Prime body and could not resist at all. According to the trend, this primeval body would probably be destroyed by the Martial Dao Prime body before he could last more than 10 punches. The sect master of the academy was in no hurry. Even though the Martial Dao Prime body seemed to have the absolute advantage in the scene before him, he was not worried and had a faint smile on his face the entire time. Suddenly, another figure charged out from beside the Martial Dao Prime body. His hands changed continuously and purple light spewed out, transforming into many divine weapons that charged towards the Martial Dao Prime body. It was the second clone of the sect master of the academy. The spirit treasure body condensed from the Supreme Pure Jade Manual. This spirit treasure body had just transformed into the appearance of Elder 8. When the primeval body was cultivated to greater mastery, it would emit a green light. As for the spirit treasure body, it would emit a purple light. The purple light contained the dermic Tao of the Supreme Pure Jade Manual and could transform into countless divine weapons of the same cultivation realm to attack with exceptional ferocity. The primeval body joined forces with the spirit treasure body and launched a counterattack. At the same time, another red-robed figure appeared behind Su Zimo. The third clone of the sect master of the academy appeared. The green-robed primeval body, purple-robed spirit treasure body and red-robed morality body. At that moment, all 3 clones of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual had appeared. Furthermore, the timing chosen by the sect master of the Academy was way too ingenious. The moment the Martial Tao Prime Body attacked, he had already distanced himself from the Green Lotus True Body. Now that the Martial Tao Prime Body was under the attacks of the Primeval Body and Spirit Treasure Body, he would definitely not be able to escape instantly. On the other side, the Morality Body had already found Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body. Once the Green Lotus True Body fell into the hands of the sect master of the Academy, the latter would have already won half the battle. As the sect master of the Academy had said, he might not have to reveal his true body to defeat Su Zimo. With the 3 clones under his control, the sect master of the Academy could evolve many combat methods and could completely control the situation, occupying the initiative. Disciple, you've lost. The Morality Body arrived before Su Zimo and smiled gently. Not necessarily. Su Zimo had a calm expression and there was no panic in his eyes. Right then, the Martial Tao Prime Body ignored the attacks of the Primeval Body and Spirit Treasure Body. His gaze intensified and he channeled his essence spirit. Suddenly, a shuddering aura burst forth from his body and descended on the entire battlefield instantly. The next moment, the entire battlefield turned into scorched earth with raging flames that surged into the skies. Martial Tao Purgatory. Apart from the Green Lotus True Body, the 3 clones of the sect master of the Academy were burned by the flames of the Martial Tao Purgatory and could not hold on at all. Although the 3 clones conjured by the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual were at the Emperor realm, they did not have bloodlines or essence spirits after all. Against the burning of the Martial Tao Purgatory, they could not unleash the true power of the Emperor realm and were completely helpless to defend. Su Zimo had long been prepared for this scene. In this battle, the Green Lotus True Body was his greatest weakness. Furthermore, he knew that the sect master of the Academy would definitely think of a way to obtain his Green Lotus True Body. Therefore, when the 3 clones were revealed, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not hesitate at all and summoned one of his strongest methods, the Martial Tao Purgatory. The sect master of the Academy targeted his Green Lotus True Body. However, Su Zimo was targeting the sect master of the Academy's 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual as well. In the current Martial Tao Purgatory, there was the Martial Spirit Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, Tribulation Fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Hellfire, and Nether Ghost Fire. 6 supreme flames intertwined in this domain, destroying almost everything and incinerating everything. The Morality Body was a spirit refinement technique and was the first to be unable to defend against it and turned into nothingness, leaving only a Jade Manual filled with purple light floating in front of Su Zimo. Immediately after was the Spirit Treasure Body. The Primeval Body was already shattered by the Martial Tao Prime Body and could not last long before turning to ashes. The Supreme Pure and Pure Jade Manuals appeared as well. The 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual had a long inheritance after all and contained endless dermic Taos. They could be preserved perfectly even in the Martial Tao Purgatory. Su Zimo reached out and grabbed the Grand Pure Jade Manual that was emitting a purple light closest to him. Just as his palm was about to touch the Grand Pure Jade Manual, the void ahead swayed slightly and a figure suddenly appeared from the raging flames. The person wore a Confucian robe and had a broad forehead. His eyes were as deep as the sea and he had a faint smile on his face. Disciple, I've long said that you won't be able to defeat me. The sect master of the Academy had finally revealed his true body. To be precise, the sect master of the Academy and the Morality Body targeted Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body at the same time. However, the true body of the sect master of the Academy was hidden and even evaded the senses of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The sect master of the Academy and Su Zimo were so close that the Martial Tao Prime Body could not return in time. The 3 clones were only bait. When Su Zimo thought that he could turn the tables, the true body of the sect master of the Academy would appear and give him a fatal blow. In the Martial Tao Purgatory, the sect master of the Academy had a calm expression and was fine. The power of the Martial Tao Purgatory could not injure the sect master of the Academy at all. This was the power of the Emperor realm. Disciple, I've long said that you won't be able to defeat me. The sect master of the Academy looked at Su Zimo who was inches away. His tone was indifferent, but it was filled with condescending confidence and certainty. Desolate martial strength indeed made his eyes light up. The purgatory that was burning with flames was extremely powerful. It was similar to a grotto heaven but yet different. The sect master of the academy speculated that this purgatory could even refine and suppress quasi-emperors. However, it was still far from being able to injure him with this purgatory. The sect master of the academy merely circulated his blood qi and could defend against the impact of the martial Dao purgatory. Up till now, everything was within his control. The sect master of the academy could not imagine what other tricks Su Zimo had up his sleeves. When Su Zimo saw the true body of the sect master of the academy appear, his eyes were calm and he did not reveal any surprise. In fact, he did not even stop grabbing at the grand pure jade manual. "You still want to snatch the jade manual in front of me?" The sect master of the academy looked at Su Zimo with interest and could not help but laugh. The Su Zimo before him looked stubborn and even naive. What was he trying to do? Even if he obtained the Three Pure Ones jade manual now, how useful could it be? Right then, Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the sect master of the academy and he said slowly, "We don't know about the outcome just yet. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Whoosh! Su Zimo flicked his robe and a watery light burst forth, scattering towards the sect master of the academy. The distance between the two of them was too close. Before Su Zimo could finish, the mist had already fallen. Poison? Or was it some other evil, filthy thing? Fufu. The sect master of the academy shook his head gently and sighed faintly. "You really know nothing about the power of the Emperor realm. How can these external objects hurt me?" The sect master of the academy ignored the incoming mist and merely channeled his blood qi. He charged over and flipped his palm, grabbing towards the top of Su Zimo's head. He had a physique and bloodline tempered by the power of the Emperor realm. Even the surrounding hellfire could not injure him at all. What could this mist do? However, the moment he passed through the mist, he stopped. Something was amiss. He had just released his blood qi of the Emperor realm, and even the hellfire in the surroundings could not approach him. Under normal circumstances, the mist should have been isolated by him as well. However, as he passed through the mist, he felt a moist sensation on his cheek. His Confucian robe was drenched as well. His Emperor realm blood qi did not manage to stop this mist. The sect master of the academy frowned slightly. While he had a bewildered expression, he caught a glimpse of a mocking look on Su Zimo's face. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to grab the Grand Pure Jade Manual and retreated. At the same time, the Martial Dao Prime Body put away the Jade Pure and Supreme Pure Jade Manuals and rushed over. "You still want to escape?" The sect master of the academy suppressed the confusion in his heart for the time being and circulated his blood qi. Just as he was about to attack again, his expression changed starkly. Intense pain. He felt a sharp pain on his cheek and the surface of his muscles beneath his Confucian robe. His flesh was corroding wildly and his blood qi was depleting. The sect master of the academy swayed and grunted. How could this be? The sect master of the academy could not understand. How could a mere mist threaten him and even cause him such intense injuries? Hell-boundless springs. This was Su Zimo's gift to the sect master of the academy. Su Zimo had long expected that this battle would not be easy. However, he still had to attack the sect master of the academy. Given the sect master of the academy's cautious nature, if the martial Dao Prime Body cultivated to a higher realm and revealed his invincibility, the sect master of the academy would definitely not take the risk and expose his true body when he sensed danger. Only by letting the sect master of the academy see a higher chance of winning would he have a chance to get rid of this latent danger once and for all. The sect master of the academy was scheming against Su Zimo at all times. However, wasn't it the same for Su Zimo as well? Although the sect master of the academy used his 3 clones as bait, Su Zimo used himself as bait. It was difficult for him to guess what methods and calculations the sect master of the academy had. However, he was certain that no matter how complicated the sect master of the academy's schemes were, he would definitely still attack the Green Lotus True Body in the end. That would be his chance. This time round, Su Zimo spilled all the water of the hell-boundless springs brought back by the martial Dao prime body. The sect master of the academy was suddenly severely injured and circulated his blood qi hurriedly, wanting to suppress the damage caused by the hell-boundless springs. However, the hell-boundless springs targeted the bloodline of the witch race. Half of the witch race bloodline flowed in the sect master of the academy's body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to use his blood qi to suppress the hell-boundless springs. If not for the fact that he still had half of his human bloodline, that amount of water from the hell-boundless springs was more than enough to seep into his body and take away half his life. Su Zimo retreated and distanced himself from the sect master of the academy. However, the martial Dao prime body had already closed in. Boom! The martial Dao prime body punched the head of the sect master of the academy. The sect master of the academy's physique and blood qi were severely injured and he was covered in injuries. At that moment, he was in his weakest state and it was the best opportunity for the martial Dao prime body. Unsympathetic heaven. Finally sensing immense danger, the sect master of the academy channeled his essence spirit and hollered, opening up a world. Boom! The martial Dao prime body punched the world of the sect master of the academy with a deafening bang. The world merely swayed slightly and the figure of the martial Dao prime body was sent flying by the immense recoil. At the Emperor realm, one could control a world. The difference in strength between that and the Grotto Heaven realm was like heaven and earth. Just as the sect master of the academy's unsympathetic heaven propped up in the domain of the martial Dao prime body, the two powers came into contact and a conflict broke out. The martial Dao purgatory only lasted for a moment before collapsing. The 6 flames were extinguished one after another under the suppression of unsympathetic heaven. As the saying went, the heavens are unsympathetic and treat all living beings as straw dogs. The sect master of the academy named his world Unsympathetic Heaven. It was also a glimpse of his ambition to manipulate the common people. At greater mastery of the martial domain realm, it was already enough to suppress quasi-emperors. However, it could not cross the unattainable chasm of the emperor realm. Of course, the sect master of the academy was not in a good state either and had yet to escape from his danger. Right then, after the sect master of the academy forced the martial Dao prime body back, his eyes shone with a mysterious light. Instantly, his hands condensed seals continuously and in the end, countless hand seals synthesized into one. 3 pure ones convergence. The sect master of the academy murmured softly. On his fingertip, the purple, green and scarlet lights suddenly fused into one and transformed into a gray and mysterious aura. The moment the gray aura appeared, the surrounding world trembled. The pupils of the martial Dao prime body constricted slightly. The mysterious aura seemed to have touched the origin of the world, and the power emitted even made him wary. Instinctively, he brought out the hell suppression tripod and used it as a shield in front of him. The martial Dao prime body did not know what method the mysterious aura was, but it was enough to kill him. 3 pure ones convergence? Yunju had once mentioned to him in Avicii that there seemed to be an even more mythical change after gathering the 3 pure ones Jade Manual. Back then, it was precisely because Great Emperor Longevity comprehended this change that he could live for a long time. Could the so-called 3 pure ones convergence refer to the gray aura that the sect master of the academy had just condensed? The sect master of the academy propped up unsympathetic heaven to protect his surroundings. He waved his palm and guided the mysterious aura to spin and spread along his arm until it enveloped his entire body. As the mysterious aura swept past, the injuries caused by the hell-boundless springs on the sect master of the academy quickly stopped. Under normal circumstances, the hell-boundless springs had already seeped into the sect master of the academy's body and fused with his flesh. It was difficult for him to remove it. However, under the envelopment of the mysterious aura, the power of the hell-boundless springs was depleting rapidly. Of course, removing the hell-boundless springs expended a lot of energy on the mysterious aura as well. Before long, the sect master of the academy's injuries stopped worsening and the mysterious aura dissipated as well. After getting rid of the hell-boundless springs, The sect master of the Academy's damaged flesh and appearance healed at a visible speed and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He still knew too little about the power of the Emperor realm. After all, he had yet to reach that level. Although he had seen some emperors, he had never asked about the Emperor realm. Seems like that power earlier on has already exceeded your understanding. The sect master of the Academy looked at the martial Tao prime body not far away and said coldly. He had not expected to suffer such a huge loss in the hands of the green lotus true body that was at the perfected one realm. The taste of that spring water doesn't feel good, right? The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. That sort of power has probably exceeded your understanding as well. Although the appearance of the sect master of the Academy seemed to have recovered, the martial Tao prime body knew that the hell-boundless springs had caused considerable damage to the sect master of the Academy's physique and bloodline. At the very least, the sect master of the Academy could not completely recover from such damage completely in a short period of time. It's just some dirty tricks. The sect master of the Academy soared into the air. This time round, he chose to take the initiative to attack. He propped up unsympathetic heaven and charged towards the martial Tao prime body, shouting softly, "I want to see how you can defend against the power of a world without that flame purgatory from earlier on." The martial Tao prime body did not dodge and flames intensified in his eyes. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent sound came from his body, and his blood circulated with a terrifying might like thunder rumbling. His bloodline was circulated to its limits. The martial Tao prime body chanted softly, "The world shall be the furnace and creation shall be the work. Yin and yang shall be charcoal and all living beings shall be copper. Condense." The next moment, a gigantic furnace appeared, and the 6 flames around it transformed into 6 lifelike inferno divine dragons that burned around the furnace continuously. The gigantic furnace was burned red and crystalline, emitting a searing heat that was enough to incinerate the 10,000 races. Bloodline phenomenon, heaven and earth furnace. As his cultivation realm increased and another nether ghost fire was added, the bloodline of the martial Tao prime body became even stronger after constant tempering. The dermic Tao of the heaven and earth furnace was extremely domineering. To begin with, it was meant to smelt the world and everything else. Now that the heaven and earth furnace appeared, it even wanted to devour the sect master of the Academy's unsympathetic heaven and incinerate it into an endless dermic Tao, taking it for itself. Bloodline phenomenon? The sect master of the Academy narrowed his eyes slightly. The strength of the martial Tao prime body had indeed exceeded his imagination time and time again. The bloodline phenomenon of a supreme king could actually possess this might, intent, and boldness? In fact, it wanted to devour his world. How dare he? The sect master of the Academy's expression did not change, but he was enraged. Boom! The sect master of the Academy propped up unsympathetic heaven and collided with the bloodline phenomenon of the martial Tao prime body with a loud bang. Unsympathetic heaven and the heaven and earth furnace remained motionless in midair, maintaining the posture of colliding. Time seemed to have suddenly stopped. Only the surrounding void could not withstand the aftershock of the 2 powers and collapsed continuously. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds sounded from the heaven and earth furnace as clear cracks appeared one after another. In the end, it was not enough to defeat a world of the Emperor realm. After someone advanced to the Emperor realm from the Grotto Heaven realm, it was akin to a carp transforming into a dragon. The difference between the 2 of them was way too great. Even someone as strong as the martial Tao prime body who created his own dermic Tao and was beyond the 5 elements and the cycle of reincarnation could not close that gap. Su Zimo did not know that although the sect master of the Academy had the absolute advantage, he was stunned and even felt uncontrollable shock. Although his world shattered the other party's bloodline phenomenon, his unsympathetic heaven also suffered a huge impact and its strength decreased significantly. The large area where unsympathetic heaven collided with the heaven and earth furnace was burned red and showed signs of spreading. How was that possible? How could the blood chi of a king actually be so terrifying? The sect master of the Academy did not dare to imagine what level this bloodline phenomenon would reach if desolate martial before him advanced to the Emperor realm. Perhaps there was no need for him to even reach the Emperor realm. As long as he advanced another level and reached the perfected Grotto Heaven realm, this bloodline phenomenon would be enough to fight against his unsympathetic heaven. If he was at the quasi-emperor realm, even his unsympathetic heaven would be refined. It was only then that the sect master of the academy felt an immense pressure and threat from the martial Tao prime body. If he could not kill Desolate Martial in this battle, it would be even more impossible in the future. Right then, cracks appeared on the heaven and earth furnace and the figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared. He channeled his blood chi once more and tried his best to stabilize the heaven and earth furnace. At the same time, he picked up the hell suppression tripod and injected his essence spirit into it. Whoosh! The hell suppression tripod shuddered and suddenly released a halo, as though it had broken through the long river of time and released its former glory once more. Gore! Roar! Shriek! Hiss! Dragon roar! Tiger howl! Phoenix cry and turtle shriek. The 4 sacred souls on the hell suppression tripod woke up and charged down. They surrounded the martial Tao prime body and glared at the sect master of the academy not far away, emitting an aura that intimidated all living beings. The martial Tao prime body swung his arm and raised the hell suppression tripod, smashing it towards the sect master of the academy's unsympathetic heaven. Coupled with this attack, the 4 sacred souls charged forward at the same time. Boom! It was earth-shaking. When the hell suppression tripod smashed onto unsympathetic heaven, it was not only the world of the sect master of the academy. Even the surrounding starry skies trembled. Only the heaven and earth furnace was indeed unable to fight against a true Emperor realm expert. However, with the help of the Emperor weapon, the hell suppression tripod, the martial Tao prime body could circulate his bloodline to its limits and release power comparable to the Emperor realm. The azure dragon coiled, the white tiger bit, the vermilion bird burned, and the spirit turtle stepped on the sea. Boom! 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 The martial Tao prime body had a torrential aura and a burning gaze. His entire body burned with raging flames, and like a fiend celestial, he raised the hell suppression tripod with ferocious attacks, charging towards unsympathetic heaven continuously. As long as unsympathetic heaven was shattered and he lost the protection of a world, it would be difficult for the sect master of the academy to defend against the melee combat of the martial Tao prime body. Die! The glabella of the sect master of the academy shone, and he suddenly released an essence spirit secret skill. His cultivation realm surpassed the martial Tao prime body by a major cultivation realm, and he had many methods to crush the other party. It was not just his world. Essence spirit secret skills could also kill him directly. Against the essence spirit secret skill of the sect master of the academy, the martial Tao prime body was unmoved and did not release his essence spirit secret skill to defend. When the essence spirit secret skill struck the Mara mask, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the mask like a lake. As though it had been stimulated by something, a malevolent and terrifying ghost face was suddenly reflected on the surface of the mask. It smiled and cried. It was sad and delighted. It was shocked and afraid. All sorts of emotions were revealed on that ghost face, and it was hair-raising. The Mara mask was created by Emperor Bo soon after he refined his 7 emotions clone and synthesized countless natural treasures. It contained strong emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Not only could it defend against essence spirit attacks, it could also confuse the opponent's mind. When the sect master of the academy suddenly saw the strange and terrifying ghost face, his heart skipped a beat. The martial spirit fire alone naturally could not defend against the Emperor realm essence spirit of the sect master of the academy. However, with the Mara mask in front of him, he blocked half of the damage of the essence spirit secret skill, and the remaining power was resolved by the martial spirit fire. Actually, if the sect master of the academy released the essence spirit secret skill of the witch race, it would indeed cause immense trouble for the martial Tao prime body. Most of the essence spirit secret skills of the witch race were curses targeted at the essence spirit and would descend into his consciousness out of thin air. Even with the Mara mask, he could not defend against it. However, the sect master of the academy was severely injured by the hell-boundless springs that Su Zimo spilled earlier on and was already filled with doubts and fear. Given his cautious personality, he would definitely not dare to use any methods of the witch race in front of Su Zimo, afraid that he would be counterattacked by the hell-boundless springs again. However, in reality, the water of the hell-boundless springs on Su Zimo's side had already been completely used up after the baptism of the two curses in the Emperor's tomb as well as the battle earlier on. When the sect master of the Academy saw that the Essence Spirit secret skill was useless against the martial Tao Prime body, he changed his move once more and released his secret skill. Heaven done. Earth done. Human done. Wind done. Cloud done. Dragon done. Tiger done. God done. The 9 duns of Chiman. Initially, there was also a ghost done. However, the sect master of the Academy had already used it previously. That was the reason why he could arrive beside Su Zimo silently and even hide from the senses of the martial Tao Prime body. In the past, when facing enemies, the sect master of the Academy only had to release 2 duns at the most, and that was enough to resolve everything. But now, the reason why he released the 9 duns of Chiman completely was to kill the martial Tao Prime body in one go. If the martial Tao Prime body were to escape this time round, he would never get to show his face once the martial Tao Prime body's cultivation realm advanced. As long as the martial Tao Prime body existed, he would never dare to appear again. That was because he could not divine the martial Tao Prime body. Once he appeared, he might be targeted by the martial Tao Prime body. The 9 duns of Chiman was the strongest secret skill of Chiman Duanjia. Every dun released would augment the sect master of the Academy with the power of living beings of different forms and races. For example, the dragon dun would augment the body of the sect master of the Academy with the aura of the dragon race. In that state, he could even release some secret skills of the dragon race. Once the wind dun was released, his movement technique would become erratic and abnormally agile. Once the ghost dun was released, his tracks would become imperceptible and difficult to detect. It could be said that if the 9 duns of Chiman were released completely, the combat strength of the sect master of the Academy would rise by a huge level. The sect master of the Academy's counterattack was not over yet. He could tell that the power released by the martial Tao Prime body had yet to reach the Emperor realm and could not fight him at all. The martial Tao Prime body relied entirely on the Great Emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod, to release the power of the Emperor realm. If he wanted to kill the martial Tao Prime body, he had to suppress the Hell Suppression Tripod first. Swoosh! As the sect master of the Academy propped up his unsympathetic heaven and defended against the impact of the martial Tao Prime body, he summoned a sword. The sword was ancient and looked like the most ordinary sword in the mortal world. The blade was 3 feet and 7 inches long and the sword light was restrained. However, the moment the sword appeared, the aura of the Hell Suppression Tripod was suppressed significantly. The 4 sacred souls had sharp senses and even sensed the power contained in the sword, causing their attacks to pause. A weapon that could fight against the Hell Suppression Tripod was definitely not an ordinary Emperor weapon. A great Emperor weapon? The martial Tao Prime body murmured softly. That's right. The sect master of the Academy did not hide anything and nodded. This is the Longevity Sword, the personal sword of Great Emperor Longevity back then. Let's see if your Hell Suppression Tripod can defend against the sharpness of the Longevity Sword. Great Emperor Longevity and Great Emperor Infinite were not fated to meet in the same life. Yet, to think that their Great Emperor weapons would cross time and space to fight today. Swoosh! The sect master of the Academy supported his unsympathetic heaven and wielded the Great Emperor weapon, the Longevity Sword. Coupled with the secret skill of the 9 duns of Chiman, his combat strength increased exponentially. Swoosh! 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 The sword light was cold and swept in all directions, washing the void. Even the 4 sacred souls could not defend against the sharpness of the Longevity Sword. Relying on his unsympathetic heaven, the sect master of the Academy could fight the martial Tao Prime body who wielded the Hell Suppression Tripod to a standstill. Right now, the sect master of the Academy wielded the Longevity Sword and augmented it with the 9 duns of Chiman, instantly changing the situation and gaining the upper hand. In just a few breaths, the Azure Dragon's sacred soul was sliced into 2 by the Longevity Sword. The Azure Dragon's sacred soul lamented and transformed into a streak of light, entering the hell suppression tripod once more and falling asleep. Poof, poof, poof. Before long, the white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise sacred souls were slashed by the longevity sword one after another. Without the help of the 4 sacred souls, the power of the hell suppression tripod weakened as well. The martial Tao prime body had yet to advance to the Emperor realm and could not unleash the full power of the hell suppression tripod to begin with. As for the sect master of the academy who was at the Emperor realm, he could maximize the power of the longevity sword. Under such circumstances, the martial Tao prime body was forced to retreat step by step and was struggling to defend. The heaven and earth furnace would collapse at any moment as well and could not hold on. The martial Tao prime body could only rely on the indestructibility of the hell suppression tripod to defend against the sharpness of the longevity sword for the time being. However, he was repeatedly attacked by unsympathetic heaven and could collapse at any moment. Su Zimo, you've lost. The sect master of the academy regained his previous confidence and condescension and said indifferently, "In the face of absolute strength, your little tricks can't change the overall situation." The martial Tao prime body thought as he resisted. The power of the sect master of the academy had exceeded his expectations as well. The sect master of the academy should have just entered the emperor realm and could only be considered an ordinary emperor. Even so, with so many trump cards, the sect master of the academy was definitely a powerful existence among the ordinary emperors who could look down on all his peers of the same cultivation realm. If the hell-boundless springs had not severely injured the sect master of the academy first, this battle would probably have been even more difficult for him. Of course, even so, it was not like the martial Tao prime body did not have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, he would not have lured the sect master of the academy into this. The first was the netherworld treasure mirror. As long as he was willing to expend a large amount of essence blood and summon the netherworld treasure mirror again, there was a high chance that he could severely injure the sect master of the academy or even kill the latter directly. However, there was an extremely evil weapon spirit hidden within the netherworld treasure mirror that was uncontrollable. That was a huge risk in itself. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body had the bloodline of a king. Even if he expended his essence blood and released the netherworld eye, it was unknown if he could kill an emperor. After all, the sect master of the academy was indeed strong enough. Once the sect master of the academy was not killed directly, his 2 true bodies would definitely die. That was because regardless of success or failure, the martial Tao prime body had already expended a large amount of essence blood to sacrifice the netherworld treasure mirror and would become extremely weak. If the sect master of the academy did not die, he would be the one to die. There was an even more important reason. Even if the martial Tao prime body made use of the netherworld treasure mirror and was lucky enough to kill the sect master of the academy, he would definitely be targeted by the blessed heaven world. At that moment, the blessed heaven world was definitely searching crazily for the person who shattered the 9 nether sin ground as well as the group of Rakshasas who had escaped. He had used the power of the netherworld treasure mirror to shatter the 9 nether sin ground. Although the blessed heaven world did not know of his existence yet, there was definitely the power of the netherworld treasure mirror left in the shattered 9 nether sin ground. Once he summoned the netherworld treasure mirror again, he would be targeted by the blessed heaven world easily. At this moment, he did not wish to fall out with the blessed heaven world yet. He did not wish to have to hide in Avicii, unable to appear at all. He still wanted to head to the great wilderness. Apart from the netherworld treasure mirror, there was only one last method left. The essence martial grotto heaven. Naturally, there was no way the major essence martial grotto heaven could threaten the sect master of the academy who was at the emperor realm. It could not fight against a world at all. However, even the martial Tao prime body did not know what the combined power of releasing the martial Tao purgatory and the essence martial grotto heaven at the same time would be like. That was because he had never tried it before. Of course, with that, the martial Tao prime body would once again experience that unknown sense of danger. That was a huge risk for him. He did not know when that sense of danger would descend. It might be this time or the next time. However, if he could not suppress the sect master of the academy right now, the 2 true bodies would not be able to escape death. There was also one more thing. Even the Martial Tao Prime Body was extremely curious about the changes that would happen if the Martial Tao Purgatory and the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven were synthesized. That was because this was not a simple synthesis between the two Grotto Heavens. The Martial Tao Purgatory was not a Grotto Heaven but a domain that nurtured the Dharmic Tao of the Martial Tao. The birth of the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven was even more special. In the future, anyone who cultivated the Martial Tao would be able to condense their own Martial Tao domain after entering the Martial Domain realm. However, no one could replicate the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. The Essence Martial Grotto Heaven evolved from the shattering of the true Martial Tao body by the Martial Tao Prime Body. The birth of the Martial Tao Prime Body was a variable to begin with. Up till now, Su Zimo could not understand why such a variable was born when he established the Martial Tao in Tianhuang mainland. It was born in the form of a Tao fruit. Back then, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was too low and he did not think too much about the entire process. As he ascended to the upper world and his cultivation deepened, he gradually realized that the birth of the Martial Tao fruit was too unusual. At that time, he was only at the void reversion realm and his lifespan was almost exhausted. It was already his limit to establish the Martial Tao. Why would the Martial Tao fruit, a variable that was beyond the 5 elements and the cycle of reincarnation, be born? What was going on? What happened during the entire process? Although Su Zimo did not have an answer, be it the Martial Tao Purgatory or the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, their existences were way too special. The synthesis of the two was not the synthesis of two Grotto Heavens, but the fusion of two Dharmic Taos. Against the sect master of the Academy with a torrential aura, the Martial Tao Prime Body decided to take the risk. Boom! Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime Body stopped retreating and his body became indistinct. A gigantic and strange Grotto Heaven appeared around him. That sense of danger descended once more. This time round, it was even stronger. In fact, the Martial Tao Prime Body could vaguely sense the source of the sense of danger. It was above his head. It was above the starry skies. Could it be the major Kiliacosm? Fufu? When the sect master of the Academy saw the Martial Tao Prime Body release a Grotto Heaven, he could not help but chuckle. A major Grotto Heaven. Is that your final move? The Martial Tao Prime Body composed himself hurriedly and tried his best to suppress the sense of danger. Right now, his greatest danger was the sect master of the Academy. Under the pressure of unsympathetic heaven, although the major Essence Martial Grotto Heaven was a variable, it was indeed unable to withstand the burden and swayed. The Martial Tao Prime Body channeled his martial spirit crazily and tried to condense the shattered Martial Tao Purgatory once more. The sect master of the Academy frowned, as though he sensed a hint of danger. Humph! The sect master of the Academy circulated the longevity sword and held back the hell suppression tripod. At the same time, he propped up his unsympathetic heaven and suppressed the Martial Tao Prime Body fiercely. The sect master of the Academy did not intend to give the Martial Tao Prime Body a chance to condense the Martial Tao Purgatory again. Right then, the Martial Tao Prime Body conjured hand seals one after another and pointed forward. Boom! A gigantic dark door shrouded in fiend chi suddenly descended and blocked in front of the sect master of the Academy. The door emitted a terrifying aura, as though it wanted to devour everything. There were even black flames burning around the gigantic door. Hell's Gate. To a certain extent, this was also a form of Grotto Heaven. As long as it was Grotto Heaven power, it could not fight against the sect master of the Academy's unsympathetic heaven. Struggles of a cornered beast. Break! The sect master of the Academy shouted. Before his sentence was finished, there was a bang. The Hell's Gate collided with unsympathetic heaven with a loud bang and the world shook. Almost instantly, the flames of the Hell's Gate were extinguished and cracks appeared on the gigantic door before collapsing. It was enough. That moment of delay was enough for the Martial Tao Prime Body. When the sect master of the Academy broke through the obstruction of the Hell's Gate and saw the Martial Tao Prime Body again, the Martial Tao Purgatory and the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had already been released. Two completely different Dharmic Taos and powers reached a strange balance on the Martial Tao Prime Body and resonated. The sect master of the Academy's expression changed. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura from the martial Tao prime body. What was going on? How could such a drastic change happen in the blink of an eye? The sect master of the academy could not understand and could not believe it. Just as he was hesitating, the martial Tao prime body advanced instead of retreating. With a burning gaze, he took a step forward and punched towards his unsympathetic heaven. You want to destroy my world with your bare hands? You? The sect master of the academy had just spoken when he was interrupted by a loud bang. Boom! When the fist of the martial Tao prime body collided with unsympathetic heaven, the world of the sect master of the academy trembled violently and even cracked. Pest! The sect master of the academy shuddered. A single punch almost shattered his unsympathetic heaven. What kind of power was that? Looking at the faintly discernible figure of the martial Tao prime body that seemed to have transformed into a dark grotto heaven, a trace of fear finally appeared in the sect master of the academy's heart. The martial Tao prime body did not give the sect master of the academy any chance to catch his breath. The sense of danger that came from above the starry skies grew stronger and stronger, almost suffocating him. He had to suppress the sect master of the academy as quickly as possible. Boom! The martial Tao prime body stepped forward and punched a second time. Every single punch contained the power of the fusion and resonance of the dermic Taos of the martial Tao purgatory and the essence martial grotto heaven. The world seemed to have suddenly stopped. Rumble! The next moment, unsympathetic heaven collapsed instantly under the incredulous gaze of the sect master of the academy. Losing the protection of a world meant that the sect master of the academy had lost his greatest reliance and his combat strength was greatly reduced. The martial Tao prime body's aura was unstoppable, and he moved forward once more. The sect master of the academy reacted extremely quickly. Before unsympathetic heaven shattered, he had already begun to retreat. At the same time, his robes flicked and 12 wrinkled ancient talismans suddenly scattered out in front of him. Each talisman was engraved with 2 strange words. Su Zimo's expression changed. The words engraved on the 12 talismans came from the same source as the words in the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. There were 6 talismans with black words written on them: Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai, and Ding Chou. The other 6 were written in white words: Jia Zi, Jia Su, Jia Xin, Jia Wu, Jia Chun, and Jia Yin. The 12 talismans looked extremely ancient, and after countless years, the power of the words on the talismans had decreased significantly. However, the moment the sect master of the academy released the 12 talismans, they transformed into 12 figures with terrifying auras in the blink of an eye. Among them, 6 were women in black armor. They had graceful figures and wielded combat swords. Their auras were outstanding, like the fairies of an immortal palace. The other 6 were men in white armor. They were burly and wielded spears with torrential auras, like heavenly soldiers and divine generals. 12 emperors? The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. The auras emitted by the 12 figures were not inferior to the sect master of the academy at all. In fact, they were much stronger. This was not the sect master of the academy's own strength. It was more like a treasure he obtained from somewhere. There was a high chance that it was obtained from Great Empress Nine Heaven's mystic maiden's inheritance ground. Su Zimo looked at the 12 figures conjured by the talismans in deep thought. The martial Tao prime body did not have time to think too much. If he wanted to kill the sect master of the academy, he had to break through the obstruction of the 12 men and women. Arg! The 6 men hollered at the same time and stabbed towards the martial Tao prime body with their spears. The spears tore through the air with immense might, and the surrounding void collapsed instantly, revealing countless cracks. The 6 men were way too strong. Apart from not supporting a world, the power released by the 6 men was definitely at the Emperor realm. Boom! The martial Tao prime body punched. That punch caused the void to collapse and enveloped the 6 spears. The 6 spears were pulled away from their original trajectories and collided with the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Bang! The 6 tall men shuddered and the martial Tao prime body paused as well. The 6 spears were enduring an incomparably terrifying explosive power, and a gigantic arc appeared on all the spears under the pressure of the fist of the Martial Tao Prime Body. When the Martial Tao Prime Body released his Martial Tao Purgatory and the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven at the same time, he could shatter the world of the sect master of the Academy with a single punch. But now it was defended against by the 6 men conjured from the 6 talismans. Furthermore, it was evident that the power of the talismans had decreased significantly because they were so old. Otherwise, the combat strength of the 6 men would be even more terrifying. When the fist and spears collided, no one retreated. However, no matter which side it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to advance. Right then, the 6 black-armored women who wielded sharp swords moved rapidly. They passed through the gaps between the 6 men and stabbed towards the Martial Tao Prime Body. The sword lights were cold and murderous. This is a little troublesome. The Martial Tao Prime Body blocked the spears of the 6 men with a single punch. At the same time, he raised the Hell Suppression tripod and smashed it towards the 6 women who were charging forward. Although the 6 women were transformed from talismans, they seemed to have their own consciousness and combat skills and did not choose to fight the Hell Suppression tripod head-on. Phew! The 6 women's movement techniques were agile. The moment their swords collided with the Hell Suppression tripod, they made use of the immense force to bypass the Martial Tao Prime Body and surround Su Zimo, who was behind him. On the other side, after the sect master of the Academy scattered the 12 talismans, he did not stay on the spot. Instead, he retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield right away, distancing himself from the Martial Tao Prime Body. He had found the 12 talismans from Great Empress Nine Heaven's Mystic Maiden's inheritance ground, and they were his greatest trump cards. However, he was still unsure if the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods conjured by the 12 talismans could defend against the Martial Tao Prime Body. Therefore, after scattering the 12 talismans, he left the battlefield and watched from afar. If the situation was bad, he could escape immediately. If the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods could kill Desolate Martial or trap him, it would not be too late for him to return. He was cautious by nature and had already suffered a huge loss in Su Zimo's hands today, so he became even more careful. At that moment, he was delighted when he saw the 6 Jia Divine Generals defend against the Martial Tao Prime Body head-on, while the 6 Ding Jade Maidens circled around the ladder and surrounded the Green Lotus True Body. The 6 Jia Divine Generals held back Desolate Martial. Against the encirclement of the Emperor Realm's 6 Ding Jade Maidens, Su Zimo could not defend at all and would not even have the chance to escape. If he could obtain the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus, it meant that there was still a turning point in this battle. On the other side, Su Zimo was still chanting the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra in his heart. There were only about 600 words in the entire Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. Before long, he found the same words as those on the talismans earlier on. Initially, those words were obscure and he could not understand them. Earlier on, when he saw the talismans with those words transform into 6 men and 6 women, he gradually came to a realization and comprehended something. According to the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, Ding Mao, Ding Si, Ding Wei, Ding Yu, Ding Hai and Ding Cho were 6 Ding and 6 Jia, Jia Su, Jia Shen, Jia Wu, Jia Chun and Jia Yin were 6 Jia. The 6 Ding were known as the Jade Maidens and were Yin gods, while the 6 Jia were known as the Divine Generals and were Yang gods. Organized the 6 Ding 6 Jia to uphold justice, dispersing all gods and ghosts. There was a sentence that Su Zimo could not figure out for many years. At that moment, because of the 12 talismans scattered by the sect master of the Academy, he finally comprehended the true meaning of the Dharmic Tao contained within. If he was not wrong, the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods should be a Dharmic Tao of the primordial unity of the technique reserve. However, the current situation was critical and he could not comprehend and cultivate. He had to deal with the 6 Ding Jade Maidens before him first. It might be difficult for others to resolve the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods. However, Su Zimo could resolve the source of the power of the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods after seeing through its Dharmic Tao origin. The 6 Ding Jade Maidens were condensed from the power of Yin and were known as the Yin gods. Su Zimo had never seen anything with purer and stronger power of Yin than the nether glow divine stone in his left eye. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Ding Jade Maidens closed in. Su Zimo was unhurried and raised his head slowly. His left eye suddenly turned pitch black and emitted a dark and cold aura. The 6 swords of the 6 Ding Jade Maidens were about to stab Su Zimo when they suddenly stopped. The expressions of the 6 Jade Maidens turned sluggish. Immediately after, the 6 Jade Maidens transformed into streaks of dark light and entered Su Zimo's left eye, devoured cleanly by the nether glow divine stone. The power of the 6 Emperor-level talismans was devoured by Su Zimo's left eye. This was an extremely immense and rich power that the Green Lotus True Body could not withstand with his cultivation realm. However, the power of Een conjured by the 6 Ding Jade Maidens was completely absorbed by the Nether Glow Divine Stone and did not cause any damage to Su Zimo. The Nether Glow Divine Stone was like a bottomless abyss that could accommodate all rivers and devour everything. It was also due to a freak combination of factors. If Su Zimo had not obtained the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, he would not have been able to deduce that the 6 Ding Jade Maidens were condensed from the power of Yin and see through the latter's flaws. If not for the Nether Glow Divine Stone, he would not have been able to devour and absorb the 6 Ding Jade Maidens so easily as well. The sect master of the academy had not expected that the strongest trump card that he had hidden for a long time and could not even bear to use would be resolved so easily by Su Zimo. This was the literal enactment of man proposes, God disposes. After the Nether Glow Divine Stone devoured the 6 Ding Jade Maidens, Su Zimo did not sense anything amiss and channeled the Illumination Divine Stone once more. His right eye turned as white as jade and burned brightly. Indeed, the 6 Ding Divine Generals who were initially fighting against the Martial Dao Prime Body transformed into streaks of white light and surged towards Su Zimo's right eye. The 6 Ding Divine Generals were condensed from the power of Yang. The power of Yang turned into streaks of light and were absorbed by the Illumination Divine Stone completely. By the time the 12 Emperor-level talismans dissipated, the sect master of the academy was long gone. The sect master of the academy was way too alert. Even after releasing the 12 Emperor-level talismans, he did not return. Instead, he stood far away and watched. When he saw the 6 Ding Jade Maidens absorbed by Su Zimo's left eye, he was extremely decisive and turned to escape without hesitation. He even left something behind intentionally to stop Desolate Martial's pursuit. This time round, not only did he fail to obtain the Grade 12 Creation Green Lotus, he was even severely injured by the Hell-Boundless Springs and his blood chi was damaged. Furthermore, he had lost too much in this battle. The Taboo Mystic Classic 3 Pure One's Jade Manual was snatched away by Desolate Martial. Even after throwing out the 12 Emperor-level talismans, they did not cause any waves. Although he was indignant, he could only admit defeat. If this continued, his life would end here. Of course, after this battle, what he lost would not only be the 3 Pure One's Jade Manual. More importantly, he had almost lost all his initiatives and advantages. From now on, he could only choose to lie low and hide his tracks, cultivating carefully like he was in an abyss. He knew very well that Su Zimo would definitely not let him off. Therefore, as long as Desolate Martial was alive, he would not dare to appear. That was because he could not divine or predict anything about Desolate Martial. The sect master of the academy did not know if Su Zimo would set him up again the next time he attacked him. This time round, even after using all his trump cards, he could only barely survive. He was not confident that he could escape from Desolate Martial the next time. The sect master of the academy was confident that he could defeat any opponent. However, he was truly afraid of Desolate Martial, who was filled with the unknown and unfathomable. What kind of monster did Su Zimo cultivate? The sect master of the academy could not understand. In addition, he could not return to Heaven and Earth Academy either. Putting aside whether Desolate Martial could let him off, if word got out about what happened today, the Emperor experts of the Sword World would probably kill their way to Heaven and Earth Academy to demand an explanation. He had almost lost everything with his failure to deal with Su Zimo this time round. Ever since the sect master of the academy cultivated, he had never failed in his calculations. Even more than 2,000 years ago, although he did not obtain the Creation Green Lotus, it wasn't as though he gained nothing. At the very least, he gathered the 3 Pure One's Jade Manual. With the complete 3 Pure One's Jade Manual, He entered seclusion for many years and finally comprehended the inheritance location of great emperor longevity from it. He obtained an opportunity inside and obtained the longevity sword, allowing him to advance to the emperor realm. But this time round, he had miscalculated. This miscalculation almost cost him his life. Of course, the sect master of the academy was indignant. As he fled, he thought of countermeasures. His first reaction was to publicize the secret between Desolate Marshal and Su Zimo to take revenge on him. However, on second thought, even if this matter spread, what substantial damage would it do to Su Zimo? If many experts and factions knew that Su Zimo was protected by a terrifying expert like Desolate Marshal, they would probably be even more wary and not dare to attack him. That way, wouldn't it save Su Zimo a lot of trouble and help him instead? That was not appropriate. After careful consideration, the sect master of the academy decided to hide it for the time being. That was only one of the reasons. There was another more important reason. I suffered such a huge setback at the hands of Desolate Marshal. Why should I remind others? Only when someone else died in the hands of Desolate Marshal would the sect master of the academy feel better psychologically. After dealing with the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods, 2 purple flames rose in the eyes of the Martial Dao Prime body. His gaze crossed the void and he searched for traces of the sect master of the academy immediately. Before long, he saw the sect master of the academy. The Martial Dao Prime body frowned. The sect master of the academy fled way too quickly. At that moment, the sect master of the academy had already escaped to the end of the starry skies and it would take a long time for him to catch up. He had expended a lot of energy in this battle. The essence Martial Grotto Heaven and Martial Dao Purgatory could not hold on for long. Furthermore, the sense of danger brought about by the essence Martial Grotto Heaven became clearer and closer, causing him to shudder. The Martial Dao Prime body was wary and dispersed the essence Martial Grotto Heaven hurriedly. After the essence Martial Grotto Heaven dissipated, the sense of danger gradually disappeared. Of course, more importantly, before the sect master of the academy escaped, he left behind a problem for the Martial Dao Prime body to deal with. Around the battlefield, the sect master of the academy had originally set up the 8 Doors Duinjia formation to block the heavenly secrets and trap dozens of kings. It was extremely easy for the sect master of the academy to kill this group of kings. However, the sect master of the academy did not do so. Before he escaped, he removed the 8 Doors Duinjia formation and released the dozens of kings. If the Martial Dao Prime body chose to chase after him, he would definitely put the Green Lotus True body in danger. The sect master of the academy was way too smart and cautious. There was completely no way an emperor could fail in a direct confrontation against a perfected immortal. Even though he was 100% confident in this battle, he still left himself a way out. Although he could not kill the sect master of the academy this time round, he had already resolved the danger of the Green Lotus True body. Given the cautious personality of the sect master of the academy, as long as the Martial Dao Prime body was alive, the sect master of the academy would not dare to appear. Initially, the sect master of the academy was Su Zimo's greatest threat. But now, the Martial Dao Prime body had become the greatest threat to the sect master of the academy. As for whether the sect master of the academy would spread the secret of the Martial Dao Prime body after escaping, Su Zimo was not worried. Firstly, he no longer cared if this matter was exposed. Secondly, given his understanding of the sect master of the academy, the latter might not tell anyone. The sect master of the academy had a dark mind and schemed against others all year round. Now that he had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Martial Dao Prime body, how could he be kind enough to tell others and let them be on guard? To Su Zimo, the gains from this battle were way too great. Not only did he get rid of the latent danger of the sect master of the academy, he even obtained the complete 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. He had obtained another taboo mystic classic. Not only that, through the 12 talismans thrown out by the sect master of the academy, he also comprehended the key to the secret skill of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, the 6 Ding 6 Jia. Of course, now was not the time to cultivate. There was still a little trouble around and he had to deal with it briefly. King Cold Eye, King Shishua, God King Riyao and dozens of other kings were trapped in the 8 Doors Duanjia formation and did not dare to act rashly. Song Mu, can't you find a way out with your dual pupils? Before long, King Shishua was frustrated and could not help but ask. After all, they were on this trip to hunt down Su Zhu of the Sword World. Now that they were trapped here, even if they escaped in the future, they would probably not have the chance to catch up to Su Zhu. No, King Tsongmu had a grim expression as he said in a deep voice, "My dual pupils can see through the surrounding fog, but I can't determine the way out of the 8 doors." At the side, God King Ri Yao suddenly said, "This 8 Doors Duanjia formation is indeed powerful. I vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying power fluctuation behind the 8 doors earlier on. If we enter by mistake, we won't have a chance of survival." The other peak kings sensed the abnormal fluctuation as well and nodded to themselves. No one knew that the fluctuation of that power had nothing to do with the 8 Doors Duanjia formation, and was entirely because of the aftershock of the battle between the sect master of the academy and the martial Dao prime body. It passed through the 8 Doors Duanjia formation and gradually arrived. Time passed bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding fog gradually faded and showed signs of dissipating. The dozens of kings were invigorated when they saw that. Before anyone could remind him, King Tsongmu had already activated his dual pupils and surveyed his surroundings once more. "The 8 doors have vanished." King Tsongmu was delighted and said hurriedly, "The 8 Doors Duanjia formation should have been removed." The expressions of King Cold Eye, King Shishua, God King Riyao, and the others were not good. "Humph!" King Lu Wu harumphed coldly. "Even if we break free, Su Zhu of the Sword World will probably be long gone by now." The fog had already become very faint and could not block everyone's vision. The dozens of kings dispersed their spirit consciousnesses hurriedly and looked around. The starry skies were boundless. Everyone looked over and noticed 2 figures not far away almost immediately. One of them had black hair, green robes, and a refined face. It was Su Zhu of the Sword World. As for the other, he wore a silver mask and his purple robe was tattered. He looked rather disheveled and his aura was weak. Although he had severely injured the sect master of the academy in the battle earlier on, the martial Dao prime body had expended a lot of energy as well. The purple robe on his body was tattered from the impact of unsympathetic heaven, and he had yet to replace it, so he looked a little disheveled. "Ha!" When they saw Su Zimo, the eyes of King Cold Eye, King Shishua, and the others lit up in ecstasy. Everyone felt like they had regained what they lost. Initially, everyone thought that Su Zhu of the Sword World had long escaped and their pursuit had failed. To think that Su Zhu was not far away from them. "I got it." Suddenly, King Shueli smiled. "We were trapped by the 8 Doors Duanjia formation. Su Zhu must have encountered the same thing and was also trapped in the 8 Doors Duanjia formation. This is probably his fate." God King Ri Yao said indifferently. Among the kings, only King Which Blood frowned and fell into deep thought. The scene before him looked a little strange and was completely different from what he had expected. Under normal circumstances, Su Zhu of the Sword World should have been taken away by the sect master of the academy. Why was he still here with another person? Where was the sect master of the academy? "Who's that purple-robed man?" King Lu Wu asked. "Who cares?" King Cold Eye waved his hand and said casually, "He's someone unimportant. We can just kill him." The martial Dao prime body had only attacked once in the Builder Tree Mountain range of the heavenly world when he advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. Although that battle caused quite a stir in the heavenly world, it was not to the extent of spreading out of the heavenly world and becoming famous in the medium Kiliacosm. There were many peak kings in the medium Kiliacosm. Who would care about someone who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm? None of the dozens of kings present recognized the martial Dao prime body. King Tsongmu chuckled. "Right now, I'm very curious how Su Zhu of the Sword World feels when he suddenly sees us after escaping from the 8 Doors Duanjia formation." King Shishua said, "I'm guessing he's going to be scared to death." The kings burst into laughter when they heard that. Everyone did not hide their laughter and pushed through the faint fog, walking towards Su Zimo. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zhu of the Sword World seemed to have heard their laughter and turned to look at them as well. Strangely, there was no surprise or fear on Su Zhu's face. Instead, he was extremely calm. The way Su Zhu looked at them was a little strange as well. For some reason, it was somewhat indescribable. Su Zimo looked at the group of smiling, confident, and composed kings and smiled as well. To be fair, his main goal for heading to the blessed heaven world this time round was to lure out the sect master of the academy. The others were not part of his plan. Furthermore, he had already released the primordial unity Yin Yang escape and was far away from the blessed heaven world. Logically speaking, this group of people should not be able to find him. However, since they were here, it did not matter as well. The martial Tao prime body could just kill them. How did you guys find me? Su Zimo asked. Fufu. When he heard that, King Tsangmu could not help but laugh. Do you think you can escape from the pursuit of my dual pupils with your escape technique? Dual pupils? Su Zimo murmured softly before nodding. He looked at King Tsangmu and sighed gently. So you're the one who brought this upon them. King Tsangmu was slightly stunned and did not understand the meaning of Su Zimo's words. Who did he bring what upon? Su Zimo looked at the dozens of kings opposite him. This is probably your fate. God King Riyao frowned. He had just said that. God King Riyao glared at Su Zimo and said slowly, Are you provoking me by imitating my tone? Suddenly, King Shishua said coldly, Don't waste your breath on him. Let's kill him first. I reckon that Lu Yun and the others are about to catch up as well. We should avoid unnecessary trouble. All right. Su Zimo clapped gently and smiled. Indeed. Let's kill them first to avoid unnecessary trouble. The moment he said that, the martial Tao prime body suddenly moved. Earlier on, he was still behind Su Zimo. The moment he moved, he arrived before King Shishua instantly. It was way too fast. The current martial Tao prime body could defeat quasi-emperor experts with his body alone. That power and speed far surpassed this group of kings. King Shishua was almost defenseless. To think that the purple-robed man who looked disheveled and weak would suddenly charge forward. A tremendous sense of danger descended. King Shishua's eyes widened and his scalp tingled. His pupils constricted and he instinctively wanted to prop up his perfected grotto heaven. The martial Tao prime body did not give him a chance at all. He extended his palm and landed on the top of King Shishua's head, twisting it forcefully. Crack! King Shishua's head was snapped by the martial Tao prime body instantly. Shing! Thereafter, everyone heard a terrifying sound. The martial Tao prime body grabbed King Shishua's head and lifted it casually, removing it from his neck. Fresh blood spewed from his neck and his broken flesh and bones were a shocking sight. Before everyone could react, King Shishua's head was crushed by the gigantic hand like a watermelon and white and red splattered everywhere. Pest! The surrounding kings were shocked and gasped. King Shishua was a peak king and his combat strength was top tier among everyone. But now, he could not defend against a single move from the purple-robed man. As a peak king of the stone race, King Shishua's strongest aspect was his physique. He could even withstand Grotto Heaven's spirit treasures head-on. But now, King Shishua's head was crushed by the purple-robed man casually. What sort of power was that? The kings looked at the martial Tao prime body who was in a sorry state with a weak aura and did not take him seriously at all. To think that the martial Tao prime body would be so terrifying when he attacked. Indeed, it was extremely difficult for the martial Tao prime body to win against the sect master of the academy with all his trump cards. However, even in his weak state, the martial Tao prime body did not take this group of kings seriously. How dare you? Kill! King Cold Eye, God King Riyao and the others were enraged and shouted one after another, supporting their grotto heavens. Boom! 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 Instantly, dozens of gigantic grotto heavens appeared, emitting majestic but vastly different grotto heaven powers that enveloped the martial Tao prime body. King Shishua died too easily. This scene dealt a huge blow to everyone and no one dared to hold back. They propped up their grotto heavens and summoned their grotto heaven spirit treasures from the get-go. The martial Tao prime body remained silent and ignored the perfected grotto heavens of King Cold Eye, God King Riyao and the others, punching forward. With a punch, King Cold Eye and God King Ri Yao felt a suffocating pressure. At that moment, it was as though the world had collapsed. The fist expanded before everyone's eyes continuously, like a punishment from a god at the end of the firmaments, wanting to destroy everything. Grotto Heaven's spirit treasures, secret skills and talismans were destroyed by that fist without exception. Under that punch, the dozen or so Grotto Heavens opposite him collapsed instantly. Their bodies were shattered by that punch and blood dyed the starry skies. The essence spirits of the kings had nowhere to escape and were instantly killed by the power released by a single punch from the martial Dao Prime body. The difference was way too great. It was unstoppable. When the remaining kings saw that, their faces turned pale. A single punch killed more than 10 kings. What kind of existence had they provoked? How could there be such a person besides Su Zhu of the Sword World? Escape. Almost everyone only had that thought. Nobody cared about killing Su Zhu of the Sword World. Everyone only wanted to leave this place alive. King Lu Wu was the first to react. His figure transformed into a golden streak of light, wanting to escape. The martial Dao Prime body moved half a step to the side. With just a half step, he crossed the void and arrived behind King Lu Wu, blowing up his Grotto Heaven and body with a single punch. After killing King Lu Wu, the martial Dao Prime body did not stop at all. His gaze shifted and landed on King Witchblood. King Witchblood's heart skipped a beat and he was almost scared out of his wits. Soul Disappearance Curse. Blood Decay Curse. Negative Karma Curse. In a moment of desperation, King Witchblood released more than 10 curses instantly, some targeting the essence spirit, some targeting the bloodline, and some targeting the physical body. The martial Dao Prime body ignored the curses and strode over. He raised his hand and punched through the Grotto Heaven condensed by King Witchblood, killing him on the spot. The filthy and strange power emitted by the curses landed on the martial Dao Prime body and was turned into nothingness instantly by his ferocious and scorching blood chi. The remaining kings wanted to flee in all directions, but there was no way they could. Boom! Another punch came. The starry skies collapsed deeply and the surrounding space distorted continuously. That punch almost created a black hole in the starry skies. Before the kings could escape far, they felt a tremendous suction force. They could not control their Grotto Heavens with their bodies at all. It was as though they were the ones taking the initiative to collide with the fist of the martial Dao Prime body. Poof! 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 In the starry skies, Grotto Heavens shattered one after another and transformed into streaks of light that entered the body of the martial Dao Prime body. In the 9 Nether Sin ground, the martial Dao Prime body had once killed more than 10 kings of the blessed heaven world and devoured their Grotto Heavens without refining them much. Now that this group of kings had taken the initiative to send themselves to him, there were another dozens of Grotto Heavens. In fact, many of them were perfected Grotto Heavens. If he absorbed and refined the dozen or so Grotto Heavens of the blessed heaven world and the dozens of Grotto Heavens before him, the cultivation of the martial Dao Prime body might be able to advance. In the starry skies, the physiques of kings shattered one after another and blood splattered everywhere in a shocking manner. It was a complete suppression. In the eyes of the martial Dao Prime body, these kings were like ants. He killed a group of them with a casual punch along the way. Who are you? When King Shueli saw that he could no longer escape, he could not help but scream and roar fiercely. We're all from the various super large worlds. If you dare. Peft! Before King Shueli could finish, his head was shattered by a casual slap from the martial Dao Prime body. Faster, faster. Lu Yun and the others steered the immortal boat with anxious expressions and sped over along the tracks left behind by King Cold Eye and the others. Dragon Queen Hornless shook her head gently as she followed behind. Although they did not waste too much time outside the blessed heaven world, it was more than enough for King Cold Eye and the others to kill a perfected spirit. Even if they rushed over now, it would probably be too late. Of course, those thoughts only flashed through her mind and she did not say them. The kings of the medium Kiliacosm followed behind everyone from the sword world and discussed softly with the intention of watching a show. I reckon that a huge battle will break out between the two sides after catching up to King Cold Eye and the others. If I were Lu Yun and the others, I would choose to return to the Sword World and think about it at length. Now that the 6 super-large worlds have joined forces, the Sword World is weak alone. If they continue fighting, they'll probably suffer even greater losses. Speaking of which, it's a little too much for famous peak kings like King Cold Eye and King Shishua to join forces to kill a supreme perfected spirit. Right then, a king sniffed gently. I smell blood. It's right ahead. Su Zhu of the Sword World is probably dead. Before long, everyone could see a large bloodstain appear in the starry skies ahead like a gigantic lake. What happened? A king frowned. It's only a supreme perfected spirit that was killed. There's no way he could bleed so much, right? Before long, the kings of the medium kiliacosm arrived and slowed down instinctively, looking at the scene in the starry skies ahead with shocked expressions. Broken limbs were scattered in the starry skies. Some of their heads were intact and their eyes were widened with the fear of death on their faces. Many Grotto Heaven spirit treasures turned into countless dim fragments that floated in the starry skies with large amounts of king blood. The blood was still warm. If the severed limbs were pieced together, the kings they belonged to could still be vaguely recognized. King Cold Eye, King Shishua, God King Riyao, King Shueli, King Witchblood, King Luwu. The strange thing was that a black-haired, green-robed man was bending down and picking up storage bags in the pool of blood with severed HMBs. That was Su Zhu of the Sword World. He was not dead. Instead, the dozens of kings who chased after him died. Not only that, the perfected immortal even wandered through the corpses of the kings, picking up storage bags and cleaning up the battlefield. The living beings of the medium kiliacosm widened their eyes in disbelief. In such a tragic and bloody battlefield, the severed limbs, blood and divine weapons of kings floated everywhere. It was an astonishing and incomparably shocking sight. However, the perfected immortal who should have died seemed strikingly incompatible with this battlefield. He made the entire scene look indescribably strange. Naturally, many living beings were not naive enough to think that King Cold Eye and dozens of other kings had died in the hands of Su Zhu of the Sword World. That was impossible. Although Su Zhu of the Sword World was known as a supreme perfected spirit and had comprehended many peerless divine powers, the difference in strength between him and the Grotto Heaven realm was way too great. Even ordinary immortal kings were enough to kill Su Zhu of the Sword World with ease, let alone the dozens of kings where many of them had major and perfected Grotto Heavens. However, who killed King Cold Eye and the others? Everyone took a closer look and saw that the dozens of kings who had just given chase had all died here without exception. To be able to wipe out dozens of kings in such a short period of time, was it a quasi-emperor? An emperor? To think that the Sword World would have such a backup plan. Dragon Queen Hornless looked deeply at everyone from the Sword World and lamented internally. However, before long, Dragon Queen Hornless frowned again. On the side of the Sword World, Lu Yun and the other peak masters were stunned on the spot as well when they saw the scene before them. Their faces were filled with shock, as though they were completely surprised. From the way these people died, it doesn't seem like a sword cultivator attacked. Dragon Queen Hornless looked at the figure in the pool of blood thoughtfully. But if it's not someone from the Sword World, who could it be? Not to mention the many living beings of the medium kiliacosm. Even everyone from the Sword World was shocked by the scene before them. It was easy to defeat a king, but how difficult was it to kill a king? Just now, a battle between kings broke out between the various worlds outside the blessed heaven world. Nearly 300 kings were involved. How intense was the battle? Even so, only 10-odd ordinary kings died after the battle. There were dozens of kings chasing after Su Zimo earlier on. Among them, there were even peak kings like King Cold Eye and King Shishua. Even if Lu Yun and the other peak masters joined forces with Dragon Queen Hornless, they might not be able to defeat this group of people, let alone kill them all. The person who attacked should not be someone from the Sword World. If it was an emperor of the Sword World, there was no need for him to leave or hide his tracks. He could just appear directly. However, if it was not the Sword World, who could have saved Su Zimo? Furthermore, how could this person appear so timely and coincidentally? While everyone was still in shock and confusion, the figure in the pool of blood seemed to have cleaned up the battlefield and put away the storage bags of dozens of kings. The scholarly cultivator with a refined face stood up and looked in everyone's direction. He smiled gently and greeted, "Ha, fellow Taoists, you're late." For some unknown reason, the incomparably bloody scene before them, coupled with the cultivator's bright smile and mocking tone, sent chills down the spines of many living beings of the medium kiliacosm. Su Zhu, who killed King Cold Eye, King Shishua, and the others? The king leading the poison world had a dark expression and was the first to react, questioning loudly. "I don't know." Su Zimo shrugged his shoulders slightly and said casually, "Someone happened to pass by. Perhaps they could not take it lying that this group of kings were bullying the weak, so they killed them with a few punches." Many living beings of the medium kiliacosm could not help but roll their eyes. Who would believe such nonsense? Furthermore, Su Zhu said it so nonchalantly it was clear that he was making fun of them. Those were dozens of kings and not 3-year-old children. How could they be killed with a few punches? The king who led the tomb world harumphed coldly and said in a deep voice, "Su Zhu, stop spouting nonsense and putting on airs. You, right?" Before he could finish, Su Zimo waved his hand and interrupted. Su Zimo swept his gaze across the kings of the poison world, tomb world and insect world who had surrounded him outside the blessed heaven world. He smiled and said seriously, "Let me remind you guys that you have to pay attention to your tone when talking to me." "You!" The king of the tomb world was enraged. The fact that a perfected immortal interrupted him casually was infuriating enough for him. And now, the perfected immortal dared to speak to him in that manner? The kings of the poison world, insect world, and more than 10 other worlds frowned as well, and their expressions darkened. No matter what, Su Zhu was only a perfected spirit after all. Now that they were threatened by a perfected spirit in front of everyone, they naturally felt embarrassed. Right then, Su Zimo's voice sounded once more with a calm tone. "What if another person happens to pass by and is once again upset over your actions? Who knows, perhaps they might hammer you guys to death with a few punches as well." The many kings of the poison world, tomb world, and other worlds were shocked when they heard that, and their expressions changed starkly. The kings surveyed their surroundings hurriedly and released their spirit consciousnesses. They were on guard, and there was a hint of panic and fear in their eyes. Everyone had yet to recover from the bloody scene of King Cold Eye King Shua's deaths. Now that they heard such words, who would not be afraid? That was way too terrifying. If Su Zimo had said clearly who attacked and where they came from, everyone would not be so afraid. However, his vague and ambiguous words that referred to the unknown were the most terrifying. Su Zimo sighed gently. "You guys should be glad that you didn't tag along with King Cold Eye and the other kings. Otherwise," Su Zimo did not continue, but everyone could tell what he was implying. "Otherwise, there would be even more dead kings in that pool of blood." When they heard that, the kings of the poison world, tomb world, and more than 10 other worlds indeed felt lingering fear. Their faces were pale and they could not help but gulp. Suddenly, the starry skies fell into a strange silence. It was as though everyone was shocked by an invisible power and fear. "Sorry to disturb you. Farewell." After a momentary silence, a king of an unknown world cupped his fists towards Su Zimo and said hurriedly before turning to run. The kings of the remaining dozen or so worlds fled one after another, not daring to stay any longer. When many living beings of the medium kiliacosm saw that, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Many kings looked at Su Zimo with conflicted expressions and sighed deeply. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have imagined that more than 200 kings led by the 6 super-large worlds would be disintegrated silently just like that? Earlier on, the 10-odd kings from the poison world and the tomb world could even fight against top kings like the 8 peak masters of the sword world and dragon queen Hornless. But now, they were scared away by a few words from a perfected spirit. No one could imagine how much of a commotion the battle today would cause in the medium kiliacosm if word got out. However, there was one thing everyone knew for sure. The name of the peak master of the sword world's 9th peak master, who was not far away, would definitely spread throughout the medium kiliacosm after this battle. Fellow Taoist, You're so young, but your reputation has already been cemented after this battle. You'll definitely become famous in the world in the near future. If you're free, why don't you come to our Kuan world? We'll definitely welcome you. A king of the Kuan world cupped his fists towards Su Zimo to express his goodwill. Although Su Zimo was the peak master of the ninth sword peak, he had a perfected one-realm cultivation after all. But now, the king of the Kuan world addressed Su Zimo as fellow Taoist. This meant that he treated Su Zimo as an existence on the same level as him and was interested in befriending him. There's seawater everywhere in the Kuan world, and it's very boring. Fellow Taoist Su Zhu, why don't you come to my Peng world to take a look? The king who led the Peng world said immediately. Fellow Taoist Su Zhu, PM King Chi Man. A flushed, burly man of the barbarian race stood out and cupped his fists. In just a moment, the kings of many worlds stood out and greeted Su Zimo. Apart from wanting to befriend and express goodwill, these worlds also wanted to interact more with the Sword World. The Sword World had produced such a scary monster incarnate who comprehended 7 peerless divine powers at the Hollow Nether Realm. It's absolutely unprecedented, and no one in the future would be able to repeat this feat. With this person, the Sword World would definitely prosper. They could tell that this person was definitely protected by an expert since he wasn't killed even when dozens of kings joined forces. Su Zimo had no reason to reject the goodwill of these worlds and smiled as a reply. Before long, many living beings of the medium kiliacosm dispersed one after another and returned to their respective worlds. A king said, "Dozens of kings of the 6 super-large worlds died because of Su Zhu of the Sword World. The 6 super-large worlds will definitely not let the matter rest. If they use this to start a war between the worlds, they won't." Another person shook his head. The kings of the 6 super-large worlds joined forces to kill a perfected spirit. They were the first to break the balance. Even if they were completely wiped out, they can't blame anyone else. If they start a world against the Sword World for this reason, they would only attract endless criticism. Furthermore, the Sword World is also a super-large world. From today onwards, they will be on guard as well. It won't be that easy to destroy the Sword World. Once a war between worlds begins, it will be difficult to stop. Since the 6 super-large worlds suffered heavy losses this time round, they would have reservations as well. The person who spoke initially pondered for a moment before nodding. No matter what, from today onwards, there will be a feud between the Sword World and the 6 super-large worlds. Yes, another person nodded. There'll probably be a huge battle between them in the future. It's just that they lack a suitable opportunity. A suitable opportunity? The first person looked puzzled. The other person explained, in a battle between super-large worlds like this, the true deciding factor is still the Emperor experts. I heard that the few peak emperors of the Sword World don't have much lifespan left. If the Sword World doesn't have a successor, isn't there a monster incarnate like Su Zhu in the Sword World? If I were in the 6 super-large worlds, I would probably not want to wait for the day Su Zhu rises completely. Speaking of which, be it the supreme perfected spirits who died in the evil fiend battlefield or the dozens of kings who died in the starry skies, they were all a little unlucky. Why do you say that? If not for Xianxia of the Heavenly Eye race acting superfluously before he died and thinking that he was smart enough to take away Su Zhu's blessed Heaven World badge, this series of deaths would not have happened. That Xianxia is too much of a saboteur. As the living beings of the medium kiliacosm dispersed, everyone from the Sword World boarded the Immortal boat as well. They tore through the void and entered a spatial tunnel, speeding towards the Sword World. On the Immortal boat, the 8 peak masters arrived at Su Zimo's room at the same time and stared at him fixedly, as though they wanted to make out something from his expression. "What are you guys looking at?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Lu Yun said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, the expert who killed King Cold Eye and the others shouldn't be from the Sword World. There's no sword chi left on the battlefield. Brother Su, is this expert an emperor?" Yulan was curious as well and could not help but ask. Of course, they did not believe Su Zimo's words to the living beings of the medium kiliacosm previously. He said that someone happened to pass by and fought for injustice, killing the dozens of kings with a few punches. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Furthermore, if that expert did not know Suzimo personally, how could he offend the 6 super-large worlds just because of a stranger? This is killing me. The peak master of Tyrant Sword Peak, by Tianqing, could not hold it in any longer and said in a muffled voice, "You guys said a lot, but none of it is the main point. Brother Su, who is this expert? Is it convenient for you to tell us? We can understand as well if it's inconvenient." The other peak masters nodded as well. Suzimo pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no need to hide anything from the peak masters of the sword world. He said, "I was the one who killed King Cold Eye and the others." When the 8 peak masters heard that, they resisted the urge to roll their eyes and clenched their fists instinctively. "Fine, so be it if you don't want to tell us. Who cares?" Bai Tianqing harumphed and pouted. "You're asking for a beating." Yulan waved her fist at Suzimo, looking like she was about to hit him. She scolded jokingly, "The nonsense you're spouting is truly getting out of hand." Lu Yun could not help but laugh as well. "Brother Su, even if you want to brush us off, can you be more serious about it? That nonsensical excuse, really now? You might as well say that someone happened to pass by and killed the dozens of kings with a few punches." Suzimo was helpless and explained seriously, "I was indeed the one who killed those people. I can't listen to this anymore." Before he could finish, Lu Yun shook his head and interrupted. Sighing, he said half-jokingly, "Brother Su, you're insulting our intelligence." "Nothing much." Yulan patted Suzimo's shoulder and said gently, "This is a matter of great importance. We understand that you have your difficulties. We were merely asking casually earlier on. No matter what, we're happy for you from the bottom of our hearts that you have such an expert protecting you." Suzimo smiled bitterly. He was indeed telling the truth. However, no one believed him. The 8 peak masters did not ask further and he did not explain either. Right then, Suzimo suddenly recalled something and asked with a frown, "Brother Lu, do you guys know the backgrounds of those sword cultivators in the evil fiend battlefield?" "Sword cultivators?" Lu Yun was stunned for a moment before nodding. "There are indeed some sword cultivators in the evil fiend battlefield, but I don't know their exact backgrounds." The other peak masters were lost as well. "What's the problem?" Yulan could tell that Suzimo seemed to be implying something and asked instinctively. Suzimo pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I asked one of the 10 great evil fiends, the plain-clothed sword cultivator, and he told me that his surname is Luo." "Luo!" The 8 peak masters were shocked and exchanged glances with bewildered expressions, clearly guessing a possibility. However, that possibility was way too terrifying. They did not even dare to believe it. Shunyu said hesitantly, "Could it be just a coincidence?" Lu Yun and the others were silent. A moment later, Lu Yun said in a low voice, "I'm afraid we'll have to ask those few people about this after we return to the Sword World. Heavenly World. Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Great Gene Immortal Kingdom." In the main hall of the palace, a man in a yellow robe sat in the middle. He had a resolute expression and narrow eyes, exuding an invisible might. This was the ruler of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, King Gene. In front of King Gene sat another man in a white robe. His expression was cold and there was a killing intent between his brows. In the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, this person could be said to be second only to one person and above everyone else. He was in charge of punishment and killing King Tianqing. "Is there news?" King Tianqing asked in a sonorous voice that sounded like metal clashing. King Gene shook his head gently. "Let's wait a little longer. And sure should be back soon." The two of them chatted nonchalantly for a while more. Before long, the void outside the hall suddenly collapsed and a pitch-black vortex appeared. A figure walked out with a calm expression and facial features that were similar to King Gene. The heir of King Gene, King Ungshi. When King Ungshi entered the hall, he first bowed to King Gene before cupping his fists towards King Tianqing and greeting him. Under the expectant gazes of King Gene and King Tianqing, King Ungshi said in a deep voice, "Father, as you had expected, Tianhuang sect shouldn't have anything to do with Emperor Bo Sun and doesn't have any foundation. their overall strength can only be considered to be at the bottom of the heaven-grade factions. King Jin heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. I've long suspected that Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was merely using the name of Emperor Bo Sun to intimidate others. Ever since Emperor Bo Sun appeared near Great Tai Wei Mountain, he vanished completely and never appeared again. I suspect that he's already dead or buried in Avicii. Furthermore, if Tianhuang's sect was truly a faction nurtured by Emperor Bo Sun, it wouldn't be so weak and develop so slowly. King Xianxia nodded. Currently, the Fiend Domain has almost been unified by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. Only Tianhuang's sect is left in a corner, occupying a very small territory and struggling at death's door. Although Fiend Emperor Apocalypse did not annex it, some kings who originally joined Tianhuang's sect left one after another over the years and became Fiend Emperor Apocalypse's subordinates. Now there are only a few Fiend Kings left in Tianhuang's sect. Furthermore, they're all ordinary Fiend Kings. They don't even have a Supreme Fiend King with a major grotto heaven, let alone peak Fiend Kings. King Tianxing was initially tapping his nails gently on the table. Suddenly, he paused and asked, "If there any news of Desolate Marshal?" King Xianxia shook his head gently. "According to my observations and probing over the years, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain should not be in Tianhuang's sect." "Oh!" King Tianxing raised his brow slightly. King Xianxia explained, "I once asked a few friends of the Fiend Domain to go to Tianhuang's sect to kill some people and create a ruckus. However, Desolate Marshal had never appeared. Given Desolate Marshal's strength, why wouldn't he appear if something like that happened? In the perfected One Realm, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain dared to kill his way to the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain alone for a mere Dao child and almost slaughtered all the top perfected immortals of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Later on, under the Builder Tree, he fought against the Immortal Kings and Heavenly Kings of the Immortal and Buddhist domains alone, leaving an extremely deep impression on the people of the heavenly world. With such a domineering and decisive style of killing, it was indeed impossible for him to not show up when others came knocking on his doorsteps to kill. King Tianxing said in a deep voice, "It's best if he's not around. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain is quite capable." King Xianxia smiled. "Uncle Tianxing, you're thinking too much. It's said that in the battle beneath the Builder Tree, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm and his combat strength was at most comparable to a peak Immortal King. Cultivation in the Grotto Heaven realm is extremely difficult. It's impossible for his cultivation realm to advance after merely 2,000 years. Even if he's in Tianhuang's sect, he's nothing to worry about." King Jin listened for a while before suddenly asking, "What cultivation realm is Feng Cantion at?" "He's still at the minor Grotto Heaven realm, father." King Xianxia had a relaxed expression. Although his cultivation speed is already extremely fast, and he has almost cultivated his minor grotto heaven to its limits, it's not that easy for him to advance to the next realm and evolve it to a major grotto heaven. The three people present had cultivated from this stage and naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the grotto heaven realm. If a minor grotto heaven wanted to transform into a major grotto heaven, it would not only require the accumulation of time and dermic daos. More than that, it would require opportunities. "Do you know why he's constantly on my mind?" King Jin asked. Almost all three of them were participants in the feud back then. Feng Santian's Dao fruit was shattered and he was imprisoned underground in Absolute Thunder City. He was nailed to a stone pillar by the execution saber and could not see the light of day for hundreds of thousands of years. All of that was because of King Jin and King Tianxing. During that period of time, Feng Santian's son, Feng Yunzhou, was even killed shamelessly by the heir of King Jin. King Jin said slowly, "He has a blood feud with us and can be said to be irreconcilable. I know him well and he won't let the matter rest. One day, he will come back, even if he's only left with a single breath. More than that, I understand his potential. If he's given enough time, he'll definitely surpass me and us. At that time, it will be the end of us and the great Jin." King Tianxing did not refute. In his heart, he agreed with King Jin. He could not imagine how Feng Cantion managed to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm with his Dao fruit shattered. He could not imagine how Feng Cantillon endured the pain and torture after being imprisoned underground for hundreds of thousands of years. King Jean seemed to have thought of something, and an indignant expression flashed through his face. Back then, if I could have split a portion of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, I would definitely have had a chance of becoming a quasi-emperor. I wouldn't have to be so wary of Feng Cantillon right now as well. Unfortunately, everything went to waste. King Xianxia consoled, "Father, don't worry. I've already figured out the situation of Tianhuang sect. This time round, I'll definitely make preparations to destroy Tianhuang sect and bring back Feng Cantillon's head." "Should I head there with the heir?" King Tianxing asked. "Uncle Tianxing, don't worry. I have my own plans this time round, and I definitely won't fail." King Xianxia was confident and smiled gently. "There's no need to even use the immortal kings of the Great Jin for this trip to Tianhuang sect. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain once killed many perfected immortals in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain and fought against the kings of the Immortal and Buddhist domains. Under the Builder Tree, there were people from the few immortal domains and the pure land of bliss who became enemies with him. As long as I gather these people, we can gather at least 10 kings. I even contacted a few friends from the Fiend Domain, and there's no lack of peak Fiend kings among them. With these 10-odd kings, it's more than enough to flatten Tianhuang sect." King Jean pondered for a moment before saying, "Just in case, gather a few more kings. You can offer them some precious treasures. Try to rack up 30 kings before attacking." "That's easy." King Xianxia nodded. "Some kings who are itinerant cultivators will definitely not reject as long as we give them enough benefits." "Go and do it," King Jean said. "The sooner the better. I'll wait for your triumphant return in the palace." King Xianxia bowed and left. King Jean looked at King Xianxia's back view and nodded slightly with a hint of approval in his eyes. Among his descendants, Xianxia was the most accomplished and talented. If he had no hope of advancing further to enter the Emperor realm in the future, Xianxia was the only one who had the qualifications and ability to continue ruling the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Fiend Domain. Tianhuang sect. "Brother Feng, sorry." A middle-aged man blushed. "When we were in trouble, we were taken in by Tianhuang sect. Now that we're leaving, I really feel bad." Behind the middle-aged man was a group of cultivators with different cultivation levels, prepared to leave Tianhuang sect with him. Feng Cantillon merely smiled and did not say anything. The cultivators behind the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. However, now that Fiend Emperor Apocalypse has almost unified the Fiend Domain, this is an unstoppable trend. In order to survive better, we can only follow the trend and submit to Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. "Brother Feng, what are you still persevering for? Why don't you?" Feng Cantillon shook his head gently and said indifferently, "Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to say anything else." When the middle-aged man heard that, his face flushed and he could not persuade further. In recent years, there have been some experts with mysterious backgrounds lingering around Tianhuang sect. "Brother Feng, be careful," the middle-aged man added and cupped his fists before turning to leave with everyone behind him. Feng Cantillon looked at the departing figures of the cultivators with a conflicted expression. All these years, although Fiend Emperor Apocalypse did not touch Tianhuang sect, the latter was way too weak and insignificant compared to the entire Fiend Domain. If Fiend Emperor Apocalypse wanted to flatten Tianhuang sect, all he had to do was will it. No one knew when this would happen, it was just a matter of time. Under that pressure, more and more cultivators left Tianhuang sect and chose to join Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. Furthermore, Desolate Marshal had never appeared all these years. In fact, there were even rumors in Tianhuang sect that Desolate Marshal was dead. Right now, there were only a few kings left in Tianhuang sect. Many Heaven Immortals and Perfected Immortals left as well. Almost all of the cultivators who remained were from the lower worlds. Although the Fiend Domain ruled by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse was a powerful behemoth, the cultivators of the lower worlds would not have a good life if they joined it. Only in Tianhuang sect would they not be discriminated against or treated unfairly, and would not kill each other for some cultivation resources. It was only in Tianhuang sect that they lived like humans. "I wonder where Master went. There's been no news for so long." Heavenly Wolf walked over listlessly and complained. Beside him were the 7 emotions fiend generals of Tianhuang sect: Ming Zhen, Yan Beichen, Demonist Ji, Qiu Siluo and Gu Tongyu. Demonist Ji's cultivation realm was ahead of the others to begin with. Coupled with the fact that she obtained the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Nether, she was the first to advance to the perfected One realm after more than 2,000 years of cultivation. Immediately after were Ming Zhen and Yan Beichen. Both of them had their own opportunities. Ming Zhen inherited the inheritance of Emperor Ananda and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Yan Beichen inherited the inheritance of Emperor Bo Sun and had just entered the perfected One realm. Qiu Siluo and Gu Tongyu had already cultivated to the peak of the Grade 9 Heaven Immortal realm and could break through at any moment. Don't worry, Senior Feng. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse hasn't touched Tianhuang sect all these years and probably won't attack in the future either. Everyone could tell that Feng Cantillon was worried and consoled him. Feng Cantillon shook his head gently and looked into the distance, muttering, "Actually, I'm not worried about Fiend Emperor Apocalypse." At the side of the immortal fiend abyss, more than 20 kings were gathered. A portion of them were from the 9 firmament immortal domain, and there were also some who wore monk robes. They were clearly from the pure land of bliss. "King Xianxia, what are we waiting for? Shall we move now?" A king said, "Given our combat strength, we're enough to flatten Tianhuang sect." Most of the kings were ordinary kings. There was a peak immortal king from the 9 firmament immortal domain and a peak heavenly king from the pure land of bliss. "Let's wait a little longer." King Xianxia smiled. "There are a few other fellow Taoists from the fiend domain. Among them is Fiend King Qiong, whom I'm sure everyone has heard of." The hearts of the kings skipped a beat and they nodded. It was said that Fiend King Qiong's true form was an ancient ferocious beast, Qiong Qi. He was extremely strong and violent. He was a peak fiend king who had been famous for a long time. "King Xianxia, to think that you would be able to invite Fiend King Qiong to attack. Impressive, impressive." An itinerant cultivator king flattered. Typically, these immortal kings and heavenly kings considered themselves to be on the orthodox side and talked about slaying demons and fiends. However, if they really encountered fiend kings, they would not attack easily. If it was profitable, it was not unacceptable for them to cooperate with the other side for some common goals as well. In the hearts of these people, many of the things they said were merely done casually for the sake of putting on an act. What they truly valued was their own interests. "Brother Kuang Feng." King Xianxia looked at a king in the crowd and cupped his fists slightly. "I heard that your grand firmament immortal domain has been a little chaotic recently?" King Kuang Feng grinned and clicked his tongue. "Not only is it chaotic, Grand Firmament Palace has changed masters." The other kings looked over when they heard that. They had also heard that something was going on in the Grand Firmament Immortal domain. To think that even Grand Firmament Palace would change masters. "Where's Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament?" a king asked. King Kuang Feng said, "The original Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament is dead. Now, Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament has been replaced by someone else. The entire Grand Firmament Immortal domain respects him and listens to his orders. The original Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament's lineage has been wiped completely, and all his descendants have been killed." Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they heard that. How ruthless! Who's the new Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament? He actually has such methods. Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament has led the Grand Firmament Immortal domain for many years and has a strong foundation. He has a good relationship with the emperors of the other immortal domains. The other emperors did not appear to help. King Kuang Feng shook his head. The new Immortal Emperor Grand Firmament is way too famous. It's said that he was trapped in the emperor's tomb for many years and did not die. Now that he has returned domineeringly, the emperors of the other immortal domains do not dare to fight him head-on. This emperor seems to be called Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. He was the original ruler of the Grand Firmament Immortal domain to begin with. Now that he's back, he's merely snatching back what was originally his. When the kings heard that, they sighed again. In recent years, wars had broken out everywhere and even the heavenly world was not peaceful. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse appeared from the fiend domain and fought everywhere. And now, Such a huge change had happened in the grand firmament immortal domain. Even an emperor expert was killed. How's the pure land of bliss? Did anything major happen? King Xianxia turned to look at the heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. Amitabha, the peak heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries, pressed his palms together and chanted a dharmic proclamation softly. A look of admiration appeared on his face as he said in a deep voice, "The pure land of bliss is peaceful and calm. With the blessing of Buddha, a wise man like Heavenly Lord Six Brahma was born. It was precisely because I received guidance from Heavenly Lord Six Brahma that I was able to break through and cultivate a perfected grotto heaven. Congratulations! Congratulations!" The other kings congratulated him with envious expressions. The king of the Buddhist monasteries continued. A few emperors of the Buddhist monasteries were jealous of Heavenly Lord Six Brahma. They even joined forces to debate the Tao with him but were all defeated. In the end, they were enlightened by Heavenly Lord Six Brahma and became his disciples. Now that the pure land of bliss is led by Heavenly Lord Six Brahma, the monks of our Buddhist monasteries are fearless even against fiend Emperor Apocalypse. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma is the reincarnation of Buddha and will become the second great emperor of the Buddhist monasteries, creating an era that belongs to the Buddhist monasteries. King Xianxia frowned. In the eyes of the king of the Buddhist monasteries, what he saw was not only respect and admiration, but also a sick fanaticism. Right then, a crack appeared in the surrounding void and 7 figures walked out with gloomy auras. Their leader was Fiend King Qiong, whom King Xianxia and the others had just discussed. Among the 33 kings that King Xianxia had gathered this time round, most of them had been famous for many years and were renowned. There was no need for much introduction among one another. Everyone is here. There's no time to lose. Among the 33 kings, there were 3 peak kings. King Xianxia was confident that he could flatten Tianhuang's sect. It's safer to descend outside the starry skies and circle around, Fiend King Qiong suddenly said in a deep voice. On second thought, King Xianxia understood Fiend King Qiong's worry. Although they could tear through the void and descend near Tianhuang's sect, if the spatial tunnel passed through the fiend domain, it might attract other changes. As for Tianhuang's sect, it was located at the edge of the fiend domain. Even if they circled around the starry skies outside, the time taken would be around the same. "Brother Qiong, you're so thoughtful," King Xianxia praised before tearing through the void with the other kings and disappearing near the immortal fiend abyss. Before long, 33 kings walked out of a spatial tunnel and arrived at the starry skies outside Tianhuang's sect. Standing in the starry skies, one could clearly see the territory of the mainland that belonged to Tianhuang's sect at the edge of the fiend domain. "Everyone, I won't take any treasures of Tianhuang's sect. I only want Feng Xantian's head." King Xianxia cupped his fists towards his surroundings and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for your help this time round. If you have any requests in the future, you can send a message to me directly. Senior brother, and don't worry. Immortal King Heavenly Wrath is only at the minor grotto heaven realm. There's nothing to fear. We'll flatten Tianhuang's sect and kill them all." The kings pointed at Tianhuang's sect from afar and sped over in high spirits. Tianhuang's sect. Feng Cantian, who was initially cultivating, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat, as though a calamity was about to descend. This was his sixth sense at work. At his cultivation realm, there was definitely no reason for such a sign to appear. Feng Cantian stood up and felt even more uneasy as he pushed the door open from his cave abode. Right then, his heart skipped a beat as he looked up. In the distant starry skies, 33 figures with terrifying auras were speeding in the direction of Tianhuang's sect. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above. 33 kings. Feng Cantian had a grim expression. Apart from a portion of supreme kings, there were even 3 peak kings from the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Daos among the 33 kings. How terrifying was the pressure of 33 kings gathered together. Furthermore, they did not hide the biting cold-killing intent on their bodies. The group of kings descended above Tianhuang's sect and caused a huge commotion instantly. The moment the 33 kings descended, they scattered in the skies without saying a word and released dharmic arts one after another, entering the void. They sealed the space immediately. Nobody could enter and nobody from within could leave either. When he saw that, Feng Cantillon realized that this group of kings were here to kill everyone. "It's you." When Feng Cantillon saw one of the kings, his gaze narrowed and his killing intent intensified. King Xianxia. Back when he was schemed against by King Jin and King Tianxing, there was no King Xianxia. Later on, he was imprisoned underground in Absolute Thunder City for hundreds of thousands of years without seeing the light of day. As such, he had never seen King Xianxia. However, after he escaped, King Xianxia appeared to hunt him down and he was lucky enough to escape. Later on, he learned from perfected Immortal Burial Knight and Feng Zi that his child, Feng Yunzhou, and his child's Dao companion, Lu Xuansu, were tragically killed. The culprit was King Xianxia. At that moment, the cultivators of Tianhuang sect were alarmed and ran out one after another. When they saw the 33 figures in midair, the cultivators' faces turned pale and despair surged in their hearts. The few kings who had chosen to remain behind to guard Tianhuang sect felt a hint of regret as well. Heavenly Wolf, Ming Zhen, Yan Beiqin, Demonist Ji, Gu Tongyu, Qiu Siluo, Feng Zi and the others arrived behind Feng Cantillon. They knew that Tianhuang sect could not defend against the killing of the 33 kings. However, they were not afraid at all. This was Tianhuang sect. When they gathered together, they were like family and brothers. Even if they had to die together. Even Heavenly Wolf did not retreat and muttered, "In any case, I've already died once. It doesn't matter. At the very least, I had a period of freedom." Feng Zi glared at King Xianxia who was in midair and clenched her fists. This was the person who caused the death of her parents. "And where's Sima?" Feng Cantillon asked coldly. Sima was the surname of King Jin. King Xianxia smiled gently. "Feng Cantillon, you're not worthy of meeting my father. I'm here this time round to send you to meet your poor child in the netherworld. You should thank me." Fu. Feng Cantillon's gaze was like lightning and his entire body shone with electric arcs. His aura rose continuously as he said slowly, "Today, I'll kill you even if I have to sacrifice my life. Kill them all." King Xianxia looked down at the dense figures of Tianhuang sect and waved casually. It was as though he was about to stomp on a group of ants, not living beings. At the same time, outside the starry skies of Tianhuang sect, an immortal boat sailed out of the spatial tunnel, shrouded in a mysterious aura that was faintly discernible. On the immortal boat stood an abnormally tall figure covered in a black robe. Even his head was covered by a black hood and his appearance could not be seen clearly. According to the map, this should be the place. The figure took out a map and compared it. Behind him stood a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Strange. The woman looked in the direction of Tianhuang sect and frowned. "Why don't I see Tianhuang sect?" The tall figure in black robes narrowed his eyes and looked for a moment before letting out a strange laugh. The space ahead is sealed by the combined forces of many kings and others can't investigate." "What should we do then?" the woman asked. The black-robed man waved it off. "This spatial seal is completely negligible to me. I'll go in and investigate first. Your identities are special. Wait here first." The woman nodded. In a flash, the black-robed man's tall and burly body vanished into the void ahead like a ghost. The space was sealed by countless dermic arts. However, the black-robed man seemed to be able to sense every single seal and dodged them easily, passing through the layers of seals and entering the skies above Tianhuang sect. The moment he passed through the void, he smelled an aura that made him extremely excited. It was the smell of blood. Everywhere he looked, there was killing and blood. The black-robed man felt as though he was invigorated. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Feng Cantillon's grotto heaven was shattered and he fell heavily to the ground. His startling spear fell into the distance and its light dimmed. "Feng Cantillon, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes and you want to kill me?" King Xianxia looked down at Feng Cantillon who was covered in injuries and wanted to struggle to stand up with a mocking expression. In fact, he did not even attack personally. Fiend King Qiong alone severely injured Feng Cantillon with ease. Before Feng Cantillon could stand up, a shadow enveloped him. Fiend King Cheong approached and stepped on his chest, pinning him down tightly with a cruel smile. How dare you call yourself Heavenly Wrath with your pathetic combat strength? Fiend King Cheong sneered. Initially, Mingzhen, Yan Beichen, and the others could still hold on with Feng Cantillon holding the fort. But now that Feng Cantillon was severely injured, they could not move at all under the suppression of Fiend King Cheong's spirit consciousness. In fact, under that terrifying might, their bodies were about to collapse and crackling sounds came from their bodies. The difference was way too great. If Fiend King Cheong wanted to kill them, there was no need for him to do it personally. A single spirit consciousness was enough to kill everyone. King Ungshi pointed at Mingzhen, Yan Beichen, and the others and declared, "These are the 7 emotions fiend generals of Tianhuang sect. They've risen to fame in recent years and are extremely prestigious." Ha 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 ha. Fiend King Cheong looked at Mingzhen, Yan Beichen, and the others who were struggling under his might and reared his head in laughter. What bullshit 7 emotions fiend generals? So that's the standard. In my eyes, they're all ants. Just as King Ungshi was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. In his gaze, a tall and burly figure had appeared behind Fiend King Cheong at some point in time. He was dressed in a black robe and his appearance could not be seen clearly. This person was not one of theirs. Brother Cheong. Just as King Ungshi spoke and wanted to remind Fiend King Cheong to be careful, he saw a terrifying scene. Fiend King Cheong seemed to have sensed something and turned around abruptly. However, the moment his head turned around, it was swallowed by the black-robed man and his neck was bitten off, causing blood to surge. Are the 7 emotions fiend generals ants in your eyes? In my eyes, people like you are food. Yes, quite chewy. The meat is a little tough, but it doesn't taste bad. Crack! Crack! The black-robed man chewed in large mouthfuls and the sound of bones cracking could be heard as he muttered indistinctly. Fiend King Cheong's essence spirit did not have time to escape and was chewed apart, dying on the spot. A peak king had his head bitten off alive. Furthermore, among the many kings present, no one noticed when the black-robed man appeared or how he arrived behind Fiend King Cheong. Why you? King Ungshi's pupils constricted as he pointed at the back of the black-robed man with a trembling voice. It was not like he had never seen a dead person before. However, he had never seen someone killed this way before. Fiend King Cheong was already ferocious enough. However, compared to the black-robed man, he was as cute as a little white rabbit. Right then, the black-robed man removed the hood on his head, revealing a malevolent and terrifying face. He grinned with flesh and brain matter mixed between his teeth. The black-robed man was Xianxia King Fear, who had escaped from the 9 Nether Sin Ground with Rakshasa Yu and the others. Under normal circumstances, given the speed at which he controlled the Immortal boat, he should have arrived at Tianhuang sect long ago. However, on the way to Tianhuang mainland, experts of the Blessed Heaven world often appeared and investigated everywhere. To be safe, Xianxia King Fear could only choose to hide for the time being and continue on his way after avoiding the pursuit of the Blessed Heaven world. That was the reason why they were delayed for a long time. In Tianhuang sect, the kings who were initially on a killing spree felt a chill for no reason and stopped instinctively, turning around. Pest! Thereafter, when the kings saw the appearance of Xianxia King Fear, they gasped instinctively. A ghost Xianxia. Fiend King Cheong was swallowed alive by this ghost Xianxia. Most of the Xianxia race were imprisoned in the Blessed Heaven world. Of course, there were definitely some scattered ghost Xianxias or other evil fiends in the Trichiliocosm. As they were few and insignificant, the Blessed Heaven world could not be bothered. For example, an Azura was suppressed beneath the Azura Monastery of Great Tai Wei Mountain to begin with. However, ghost Xianxias who cultivated to this realm were way too rare. Awesome! As Xianxia King Fear chewed on Fiend King Cheong's skull, he grinned with an excited expression and a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. King Ungshi took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Fellow Taoist of the Xianxia race, this is a feud between us and Tianhuang sect. Please don't interfere. Although Fiend King Cheong was on their side, he was already dead after all. King Xianxia did not want to complicate matters against this monster because of the death of fiend King Qiong. Therefore, his tone came off a little weak. King Xianxia said, "I'm the heir of the great gene immortal kingdom of the divine firmament immortal domain. Fellow Taoist, if you're willing to give me some face, 1 foot 11 inches definitely reward you handsomely in the future." Xianxia King Fear smiled strangely. "There's no need for handsome rewards. Your life shall be the best reward." King Xianxia clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. He forced a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking." "Hee hee." Xianxia King Fear grinned and licked his scarlet lips. He glared at King Xianxia sinisterly and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't know." King Xianxia hesitated. Xianxia King Fear said slowly, "I'm King Fear, one of the 7 emotions fiend generals." The moment he said that, the expressions of King Xianxia and the other 30-odd kings changed drastically. They exchanged glances with bewildered expressions. King Fear? There was a King Fear in Tianhuang sect. King Xianxia's mind was in a mess as well. The appearance of the Xianxia race disrupted his plans completely and was different from the information he had. When did a King Fear appear in Tianhuang sect? However, when he thought about it, there were indeed only 6 fiend generals, although there were 7 emotions. In theory, there should be another King Fear. However, why had this King Fear never appeared before? Even Feng Cantian, Mingzhan, Yan Beichen, Demonist Ji and the others from Tianhuang sect were stunned and puzzled, let alone King Xianxia. Right then, an ear-piercing sound sounded from midair and blood gushed out. Suddenly, Xianxia King Fear vanished from the spot and arrived beside an ordinary immortal king. He reached out and crushed the immortal king's head, sending the mixture of flesh, brain matter and essence spirit into his mouth. A second king was dead. Right in front of everyone, Xianxia King Fear vanished once more. His movement technique was way too fast. Like a ghost, his tracks could not be seen with the naked eye. "Be careful. Over there. No, he's on my side." Ah! A tragic cry stopped abruptly. Another heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries died and his body was torn into pieces, falling from midair. Boom! A king hurriedly propped up his grotto heaven, but it was shattered by Xianxia King Fear with his body of flesh and blood. Thereafter, the king was turned into a pile of meat paste. Even the kings present had never seen such ferocious killing methods, let alone the earth immortals and heaven immortals of Tianhuang sect. That ghost Xianxia did not treat them as powerful kings at all. Instead, he treated them as food. King Xianxia suddenly realized that something was amiss. Initially, they were the predators, but now they had become the prey. Everyone, calm down and join forces to prop up your grotto heavens to defend against this fiend. King Xianxia shouted hurriedly. Apart from a few kings, the rest of Tianhuang sect were only earth immortals, heaven immortals or perfected immortals and posed no threat to them. Against these cultivators, the many kings on the side of King Xianxia did not even summon their grotto heavens because there was truly no need. That was the reason why Xianxia King Fear could take advantage of the situation. Xianxia King Fear relied on his ghostly phantom to shuttle through the crowd and move erratically. In the blink of an eye, he killed 5 kings. Among them was a peak king like fiend King Qiong. Because of Xianxia King Fear's killing and ferocious methods, the air was dyed red by the blood of kings and the battlefield was in chaos. If this continued, if they could not gather the remaining kings and join forces to fight the enemy, they might be completely killed by Xianxia King Fear one after another. Boom! 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 The remaining 20-odd kings realized that as well and propped up their grotto heavens one after another. Their blood chi surged and they summoned their grotto heaven spirit treasures. More than 20 grotto heavens were released at the same time, including 2 perfected grotto heavens and more than 10 major grotto heavens. It was indeed a power that could not be ignored and their aura increased. Under the pressure of such a huge power, Xianxia King Fear was forced to reveal himself. Given his strength, it was fine for him to shatter a minor grotto heaven barehanded. However, it was impossible for him to defend against a major grotto heaven head-on, or even a perfected grotto heaven with his physique and bloodline alone. Although the physique and bloodline of the Void Xianxia lineage were also very powerful, it was not their best method. The reason why this lineage was called the Void Yaksha was because they specialized in controlling space. When he saw the 20-odd grotto heavens pressing over, Yaksha King Fear was fearless. Instead, his eyes shone with excitement as he conjured strange dermic arts with both hands and shouted softly, "100 Ghosts Night Parade! Swish, swish, swish." Yaksha King Fear's figure swayed slightly. Then, more than 100 phantoms suddenly appeared from his body and pounced towards the surrounding 20-odd people. As for Yaksha King Fear, he vanished on the spot. The most terrifying thing was that the 100-odd phantoms looked identical to Yaksha King Fear. They were all malevolent and ugly with ghostly auras, and there was no difference. The 20-odd kings present were instantly stunned and felt their scalps tingle. Is this a clone technique? Some of the kings had cultivated clone techniques before or had heard of them before. However, who has ever seen more than 100 clones appear at once? It should be an illusion technique. The peak king of the Buddhist monasteries shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's find the true body of this fiend first." The kings hurriedly released all sorts of visual techniques, wanting to see through the tracks of Yaksha King Fear. However, how could they tell? 100 Ghosts Night Parade was a secret skill that only the Void Yaksha lineage could master. It was a synthesis of the top illusion and clone techniques and could enable them to deceive the world completely. Back then, the Martial Tao Prime Body had fought against Yaksha King Fear in hell. The Martial Tao Prime Body only saw through the tracks of Yaksha King Fear after releasing his purple flames. The purple flames in the eyes of the Martial Tao Prime Body could smelt all divine powers and break down secret skills and sutras. If a king of the heavenly race summoned his dual pupils or something like that, he would naturally be able to see through the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. However, the visual techniques of the kings present were far inferior to the purple flames and dual pupils. If they could not accurately determine the true body of Yaksha King Fear, another situation would happen. Initially, when the 20-odd kings joined forces and the power of 20-odd grotto heavens were gathered, it was like rivers converging into the sea. Even Yaksha King Fear could not fight them head-on. But now, more than 100 phantoms pounced towards the crowd. Who knew if the true body of Yaksha King Fear was hidden among the few phantoms that pounced on them? No one dared to take the gamble. Therefore, the kings could only retreat to their grotto heavens and try their best to protect themselves. This was also driven by instinct. With that, the alliance of the 20-odd kings naturally ceased to exist. At that moment, the kings were praying silently in their hearts that the true body of Yaksha King Fear was not among the few phantoms that pounced towards them. In reality, the moment that thought flashed through their minds, they had already lost this battle. How dare one when a few phantoms approached? The peak king of the Buddhist monasteries finally sensed danger and wanted to shout. However, he had just shouted 2 words when he was interrupted by a violent attack from Yaksha King Fear. Boom! Yaksha King Fear targeted the peak heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries and closed in. He propped up his perfected grotto heaven and fought the peak heavenly king head-on. Accompanied by a loud bang, the grotto heaven of the peak heavenly king swayed and a few fine cracks appeared on it. Ah! The peak heavenly king growled and channeled his essence spirit crazily, trying his best to repair the cracks on his perfected grotto heaven. As long as he could hold on for a little longer and the other kings swarmed forward, he would have a chance to survive. He believed that he could still defend against it. There were only a few fine cracks on his perfected grotto heaven, and it had yet to collapse. However, he did not know that 100 Ghosts Night Parade was not only a synthesis of clone and illusion techniques. Although every single phantom did not have combat strength, if cultivators chose to ignore them and allowed the phantoms to possess them, they would definitely be severely injured. Even the Martial Tao Prime Body of the past had to release his blood chi to burn and refine the phantoms. A few phantoms entered the cracks of the perfected grotto heaven of the peak heavenly king and possessed him, seeping into his bloodline through his pores. Hiss! Suddenly, the peak heavenly king shuddered. Every single phantom was condensed from pure ghost QJ. Once it invaded the bloodline, it would definitely cause immense damage to the blood chi of the cultivator. The peak Heavenly King felt that his bloodline was about to stop circulating, and a chill ran down his spine as he trembled uncontrollably. At that point, he did not know that his appearance had turned even more terrifying in the eyes of others. Under the gazes of the kings, he merely exchanged a head-on blow with Xianxia King Fear. Thereafter, his face was pale, his lips were purple and green, and his eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was sinister, as though he was possessed by a malevolent ghost. A phantom appeared in the consciousness of the Peak King. He could no longer hold on, and his perfected grotto heaven collapsed instantly. Xianxia King Fear had a malevolent expression as he grinned. He went forward and yanked with both hands, tearing the Peak Heavenly King's body into two, and blood gushed out. Xianxia King Fear stood below and allowed the blood to splatter on his body wantonly, mixed with countless organs, flesh and blood. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he became even more excited, and the light in his eyes intensified. The kings were shocked and almost vomited on the spot. An uncontrollable fear burst forth from the depths of the kings' hearts. Escape. The kings no longer dared to stay here. They had witnessed existences stronger than Xianxia King Fear in the past. However, they would rather face emperor experts than this monster. That was the nature of the Xianxia race. They were ugly, ferocious, and bloodthirsty. Now that he was in the medium kiliocosm, there were no restrictions, and he had nothing to fear. Even the cultivators of Tianhuang sect were shocked by the scene before them and could not recover for a moment, let alone King Xianxia and the others who were targeted by Xianxia King Fear. Feng Cantian and the others exchanged glances in bewilderment as well. From the looks of it, this Xianxia ghost should be on their side. He was indeed worthy of the title of King Fear. However, everyone was still puzzled by the sudden appearance of such a terrifying monster that killed in all directions. Feng Cantian said in a deep voice, "He should be a helper found by the sect master." Unless in private, most of the time, Feng Cantian and the others would still address the martial Dao Prime body as sect master to hide the secrets of Su Zimo's two true bodies. "Master!" Heavenly Wolf smacked his lips and shook his head. "Master has just entered the grotto heaven for 2,000-odd years. Although his combat strength is ridiculous, it shouldn't be at the level where he was able to subdue this monster." Everyone discussed for a while more but could not come up with anything. On the battlefield, King Xianxia and the others were scared out of their wits by the methods of Xianxia King Fear and did not dare to stay here at all. The 20-odd kings hurriedly conjured dermic arts and removed the power that sealed the surrounding void. Boom! 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 Although there were still a few left, they dissipated instantly after being attacked by the kings. With that delay, two more kings were torn into two by Xianxia King Fear and died. Feng Cantian glared at King Xianxia, who was fleeing into the distance, and grit his teeth. His body trembled slightly with an indignant expression. He had just been severely injured by Fiend King Zhang, and his grotto heaven was shattered. His chest was caved in and his organs were already shattered. Right now, he could only barely stand on the spot with the help of his startling spear, let alone chase after a supreme immortal king. Senior Feng. As though she could tell the indignation in Feng Santian's heart, Demoness Ji consoled gently. "As long as we survive this calamity, we'll definitely have a chance to kill our way to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and take revenge in the future." "I'll definitely go to the great Jin Immortal Kingdom," Feng Cantian said slowly. "I just regret that King Xianxia managed to escape this time round, and I couldn't take revenge for Yunzhou and his wife, Xuansu." On the battlefield, the killing continued. However, Xianxia King Fear was alone after all. Although King Xianxia and the others were defeated, Xianxia King Fear could not split up and chase in all directions. It was impossible for him to kill all 20-odd kings. There was a high chance that King Xianxia could escape. In the starry skies outside the heavenly world, a classic immortal boat floated with the Rakshasa race that had escaped from the 9 Nether Sin ground. Many Rakshasas were worried that their tracks would be exposed and hid in the immortal boat the entire time. At that moment, they were watching the battle above Tianhuang sect through the cracks of the doors and windows. Although Xianxia King Fear killed in all directions, the group of kings fled in all directions and he could not focus on everyone. Should we go down and help? A Rakshasa king arrived before Rakshasa Yu and asked softly. After leaving the 9 nether sin ground, the martial Tao prime body passed down an order that the Rakshasas on the immortal boat had to listen to Rakshasa Yu's orders regardless of their cultivation. The Rakshasa race was filled with reverence and gratitude towards the martial Tao prime body. After all, the martial Tao prime body came from the same place as their ancestor, Rakshasa pure maiden, and saved them from the 9 nether sin ground. Therefore, when they saw Tianhuang's sect in trouble, the Rakshasas wanted to help as well. Rakshasa Yu was hesitant. Little Yu, a Rakshasa king said, I know what you're worried about. If our tracks are exposed, not only will our lives be in danger, will implicate our race and even bring trouble to Lord Desolate Marshal. However, the women of our Rakshasa race look no different from humans on the surface. As long as they don't release the secret skills of the Rakshasa race or eat people the moment they go forth, no one can see through them. Might as well. Rakshasa Yu nodded. In that case, I'll have to trouble everyone to round up all those kings. Pausing for a moment, Rakshasa Yu could not help but remind, please try your best to restrain yourselves and don't eat them up. All right? No problem. When they heard that, the Rakshasa queens were invigorated and their eyes lit up. There were hundreds of millions of Rakshasas on the immortal boat with hundreds of Rakshasa kings. There were more than 100 women among the king experts. The Rakshasa race had been trapped in the 9 nether sin ground for countless years and were often beaten and bullied by the blessed heaven world. Unable to resist, they had long suffocated. Now that they had the chance to attack, they were even more excited than Xianxia king fear. As for the men among the hundreds of Rakshasa kings, they had bitter expressions and were envious. They hated themselves for having a male body. On the battlefield, under the massacre of Xianxia king fear, only 20 of the 33 kings were left in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the remaining kings had already scattered everywhere and distanced themselves from Xianxia king fear. As long as they were far away from the battlefield, they could break through the void and enter the spatial tunnel to escape. Right then, a king's gaze shifted, and he suddenly saw an extremely extraordinary classic immortal boat floating in the starry skies not far away. Over there! The king changed direction immediately and sped towards the immortal boat. The moment he closed in, more than 100 beautiful women with graceful figures suddenly charged out from the immortal boat and pounced towards him. A fragrance wafted over. The king was stunned for a moment. Any one of these women was a rare beauty. Even he could not believe that more than 100 of them would run over like they were throwing themselves at him. Furthermore, there was something wrong with the expressions of the women. They were extremely emotional and excited. In fact, their eyes were even shining. What was going on? A blessing in disguise had appeared for them in these dark times? Perhaps there were even some love blessings for them as well? Fellow Taoists, slow down. Don't squeeze. The king had just spoken when the group of female Rakshasas swarmed forward and swept past him. A blood mist filled the air and the king was torn into pieces instantly. With more than 100 Rakshasas attacking, this king died even more tragically than the others. There was only a ball of minced meat left in the starry skies and his human form could not even be seen. The 100-odd Rakshasa queens transformed into streaks of light and pounced towards the fleeing kings. The remaining kings were already scared out of their wits by Xianxia king fear and felt despair. Now that they were targeted by 100-odd Rakshasa queens, there was truly no way out. There were only 10-odd kings left on King Xianxia's side. Against 100-odd Rakshasas, on average, a single person was surrounded by 10-odd Rakshasas. This was truly a case of a lack of prey for them. Furthermore, the Rakshasa race was best at movement techniques and speed. No matter how fast the movement techniques of these kings were, they could not escape the pursuit of the Rakshasas. King Xianxia, you sabotaged me. Before a king died, he roared in grief and indignation. The reason why they were here this time round was because King Xianxia had said that Tianhuang sect was only a bottom-tier heaven-grade faction and was nothing to fear. There were only a few kings and they were all ordinary kings. Who would have thought that a monster with terrifying combat strength would appear and eat people everywhere? On the other side, 100-odd king experts ran out and blocked their path as well. How could this be called a bottom-tier heaven-grade faction? With so many king experts, if they killed their way to the divine firmament immortal domain, they might even be able to flatten the great Jin immortal kingdom. Tianhuang sect. The few kings who chose to stay behind were dumbfounded and their emotions fluctuated. When the 33 kings descended, they were in despair and regretted not leaving earlier. Thereafter, the appearance of Xianxia King Fear gave them another glimmer of hope. And now, more than 100 terrifying king experts had appeared out of nowhere. The few of them were absolutely astounded. So, this was the foundation of Tianhuang sect. Feng Cantian, Demoness Ji and the others were stunned on the spot. The appearance of Xianxia King Fear was slightly understandable. After all, the other party claimed to be the fear of the 7 emotions and could be related to Tianhuang sect. Where did the 100-odd king experts in the starry skies come from? Right then, Demoness Ji's eyes flickered and her heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Sensing the change in Demoness Ji's expression, Feng Cantian glanced sideways and asked. Demoness Ji looked around and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. These king experts are not humans, but Rakshasas. She had obtained the inheritance of Great Empress Nine Nether. As for Great Empress Nine Nether, she was Rakshasa pure maiden. Although women of the Rakshasa race looked no different from humans, Demoness Ji could tell their backgrounds at a glance. Rakshasa race? Feng Cantian frowned slightly. Why would so many Rakshasa king experts help Tianhuang sect? In a while, out of the 33 kings brought over by King Ungshi, not many were left. As for King Ungshi, he was already targeted by Xianxia King Fear. King Ungshi was only a supreme immortal king and was no match for Xianxia King Fear. In just a single exchange, King Ungshi's grotto heaven collapsed. In the blink of an eye, he was restrained by Xianxia King Fear and held in his gigantic palm like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hold on! Feng Cantian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted. However, he was still a little too slow. In the starry skies, Xianxia King Fear opened his bloody mouth and had already bitten a huge hole in the top of King An's head, eating heartily. King Ungshi's essence spirit was swallowed into his stomach and he died on the spot. Upon hearing Feng Cantian's voice, Xianxia King Fear stopped and looked at Feng Cantian on the ground. He extended his arm with King Ungshi's body and said unintelligibly as he chewed. Why? Do you want a half a tithe ADH well? Feng Cantian shook his head hurriedly. It was not that he wanted to spare King Ungshi's life, but he wanted Feng Zi to kill King Ungshi personally to avenge her parents. After Feng Zi arrived at Tianhuang sect, although she reunited with Feng Cantian as his granddaughter, she was still silent and rarely revealed any emotions. Feng Cantian knew that Feng Zi had suffered a blow from the death of her parents when she was young, and that was why she had such a personality. That was the reason why he wanted to make use of this opportunity to resolve the knot in Feng Zi's heart. Fellow Taoist, can you hand him to me? Feng Cantian cupped his fists and asked. If you want it, take it. Xianxia King Fear licked his lips and reminded. However, the taste of this person's flesh is average and is inferior to that Xianxia at the start. There was a thud. King Ungshi's corpse was casually thrown in front of Feng Cantian by Xianxia King Fear. Feng Zi looked at King Ungshi, who had already died tragically with a horrified expression and grievances. The emotions that she had suppressed for many years were finally released and tears fell like rain. She had waited for this day for too long. On the other side, the battle had already ended. Including King Ungshi, a total of 33 kings died without exception. In fact, the Rakshasas even cleaned up the battlefield carefully and wiped away all possible traces before arriving at Tianhuang sect. They handed the many spoils of war that they had sorted out to Feng Cantian and the others. Wah! Feng Cantian was even more puzzled and waved it off. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoists. In the first place, these treasures should belong to you guys. The Rakshasas exchanged glances and shook their heads, placing the spoils of war in front of Feng Cantian and the others. This sect was established by Lord Desolate Marshal. How could they dare to take advantage of it? Right then, another woman descended slowly in front of everyone. Ming Zhan, Yan Beichen and Demoness Ji's expressions changed when they saw who it was. Before long, they recalled her identity and were surprised. This woman was also from Tianhuang mainland, Rakshasa Yu, who came from the same generation as them. It's you. Demoness G could not help but ask. Rakshasa Yu nodded and smiled at Demoness G and the others, greeting them. At the same time, she gestured for the 100-odd Rakshasas around her to release secret skills and seal their surroundings to prevent others from spying and eavesdropping. You two know each other? Feng Cantian asked. Although he was from Tianhuang mainland as well, he had ascended long ago and did not know Rakshasa Yu. Demoness G nodded and recounted Rakshasa Yu's background briefly. How did you manage to find us, Sister Yu? Demoness G asked curiously. Also, what's the deal with all these Rakshasa experts? It's an order from Master. When Rakshasa Yu saw everyone's puzzled expressions, she added, Desolate Marshal is Master. Thereafter, Rakshasa Yu recounted the matter of the 9 Nether Sin Ground briefly before taking out the messenger talisman given to her by the Martial Dao Prime Body and handing it to Demoness G. It was the voice of the Martial Dao Prime Body and could not be faked. Blessed Heaven World, Feng Cantian murmured softly. Before he was imprisoned by King Jin, he had indeed heard of this place. However, he had yet to go. When she heard that these Rakshasas had been imprisoned in the 9 Nether Sin Ground for countless years, Demoness G was already sympathetic towards them. Even without the instructions of the Martial Dao Prime Body, she should have settled down these descendants of Great Empress 9 Nether after obtaining the latter's inheritance. Demoness G said, Don't worry, everyone. The inheritance ground is located at the edge of the medium Kiliacosm. It's an extremely secluded and barren patch of starry skies that's difficult to detect without special methods. Thank you, Miss G. Rakshasa Yu bowed in thanks. On the other side, Xianxia King Fear patrolled the surroundings and looked at Feng Cantian, asking, You're the leader here? Yes. Feng Cantian nodded. Xianxia King Fear pursed his lips. Your cultivation is too poor and your combat strength is not good either. That's why you established such a small territory. Xianxia King Fear did not hide the contempt in his heart. Feng Cantian and the others frowned slightly when they heard that. Although everyone from Tianhuang sect was resistant, the other party had just saved them after all, and they naturally could not refute. Which one of the 7 emotions fiend generals are you? Xianxia King Fear asked again. I'm Wrath of the 7 emotions. Feng Cantian replied. All right. It's settled then. Xianxia King Fear extended his ugly claws and patted Feng Cantian's shoulder, saying casually, From today onwards, this place is under my jurisdiction. All of you shall listen to me. From today onwards, I shall rule over the 7 emotions fiend generals. Understood. As he said that, Xianxia King Fear glared at Feng Cantian and the others with a ferocious and threatening gaze. He was ferocious by nature, violent and unreasonable. Apart from the Martial Dao Prime Body, no one else could suppress him. Of course, Xianxia King Fear did not dare to betray the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, in his opinion, he had to be ranked first among the 7 emotions fiend generals. Before Feng Cantian could say anything, Rakshasa Yu suddenly harumphed coldly at the side and said in an unfriendly tone, Master asked you to help Tianhuang sect, but he didn't ask you to lead it. It's best if you don't make decisions on your own. In addition, these people are all old friends of Master. You're just a servant. Know your place. When Xianxia King Fear heard that, his expression darkened. He looked askance at Rakshasa Yu and gritted his teeth as he said coldly, Why? Little girl, you want to point fingers at me as well? You? Before Xianxia King Fear could finish, he stopped abruptly. His expression changed and fear flashed through his eyes. You must be tired of living. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Xianxia King Fear's mind. That voice was the Martial Dao Prime Body. Master, I didn't betray you. Xianxia King Fear was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and explained with a trembling voice. I just wanted to help you strengthen Tianhuang sect. I have no other intentions. Back in the ghost world, Xianxia King Fear offered a wisp of his soul and swore a Dao oath that he would never betray the Martial Dao Prime Body. Indeed, Xianxia King Fear did not have any rebellious intentions. He only wanted to suppress Feng Cantian and the others. He had not expected the martial Tao prime body to have such methods to be able to sense everything that happened on his side. Actually, when Yuxia King Fear offered his soul, the martial Tao prime body had already made use of it to leave a backup plan. Feng Cantian and the others were shocked by the sudden action of Yuxia King Fear. The monster that was ferocious and violent earlier on suddenly knelt on the ground, trembling as though it was enduring immense fear. You're the last of the 7 emotions fiend generals. Listen to the orders of Immortal King Heavenly Wrath and do not disobey. The voice of the martial Tao prime body sounded once more. His tone was calm but filled with unquestionable power. Furthermore, Yuxia King Fear sensed a hint of threat behind the voice of the martial Tao prime body. In fact, he suspected that if he said another word of disagreement, the martial Tao prime body would kill him without hesitation. Understood. Yuxia King Fear replied obediently. The short exchange between the two of them was completed in the mind of Yuxia King Fear, and no one else knew what happened. However, when Yuxia King Fear stood up again, his original malevolent aura retracted significantly. He bowed respectfully to Feng Cantian and said, Immortal King Heavenly Wrath, do let me know if you have any orders. Demoness G burst into laughter and teased, Hey, isn't that change a little too drastic? Yuxia King Fear did not dare to say anything after being mocked by Demoness G. Instead, he smiled as friendly as possible at her. The martial Tao prime body had said that he was ranked last among the 7 emotions fiends. From now on, he had to restrain himself when he saw the other 6. We don't have to go to that extent. Feng Cantian waved it off and did not make things difficult for Yuxia King Fear. Everyone could roughly guess that the change in Yuxia King Fear should be related to the martial Tao prime body. Master is already so strong? Heavenly Wolf rolled his eyes. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity to brag? Heavenly Wolf arrived beside Yuxia King Fear and consoled, Ugly thing. Don't be discouraged. Cheer up. Let's get to know each other. I've been with Master for a long time. You can just call me Big Brother Wolf from now on. A wild wolf appeared out of nowhere. Yuxia King Fear gritted his teeth in hatred. If it was in the past, he would have bitten off the neck of someone like Heavenly Wolf with a single bite. However, at that moment, Yuxia King Fear gritted his teeth and the muscles on his face twitched. He squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Hello, Big Brother Wolf. Feng Cantian pondered for a moment and suddenly said, King Fear, there's indeed something I want you to do right now. Feng Cantian planned to get Yuxia King Fear to send King Xianxia's head to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, so that King Jin could feel the pain of losing his son as well. That's nothing, no problem. Yuxia King Fear agreed immediately. Feng Cantian Heavenly Tao said, This trip is a little dangerous. Although the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom doesn't have an emperor presiding over the place, the security is extraordinarily tight. You have to. Can I eat people as I please? Yuxia King Fear asked. Feng Cantian. After a moment of silence, he coughed gently. It's better for you to restrain yourself. Throw King Xianxia's head over and come back directly to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was not that Feng Cantian had not thought of killing his way to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom right away. However, that was unrealistic. The Rakshasas of the 9 Nether Sin Ground had special backgrounds. If he really brought them to fight in the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, it would be difficult to hide their identities. Without the help of these Rakshasas, even if they had Yuxia King Fear, they might not be able to defend against the entire Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Furthermore, Feng Cantian wanted to kill King Jin personally to settle this feud. Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. King Jin's chamber. King Jin, who was originally resting on the bed, suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and sat up. Earlier on, when he closed his eyes to take a nap, his heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason. What just happened? Could it be? King Jin thought of a possibility and could no longer sit still. He floated down from the bed and pushed the door open. The moment the door of the chamber was pushed open, King Jin's expression changed starkly. Right at the entrance of the chamber, a head that had been bitten off was hanging and dripping with blood. From the looks of it, it was his son that he valued the most, King Xianxia. At the same time, The void not far away split open and King Tianxing's figure appeared. Something happened. Before he could completely walk out, King Tianxing had already said, "The heir's soul scroll disintegrated and there's no news of the 30-odd kings who entered the fiend domain. They might be doomed." When he arrived, King Tianxing saw King Xianxia's head at a glance and could not help but shudder as his pupils constricted. King Xianxia's death was naturally a huge blow to King Jin. What shocked the two of them even more was that someone had infiltrated the hinterland of the Great Jin Palace and placed the head at the entrance of King Jin's chamber without anyone noticing. King Jin broke out in cold sweat. If not for the fact that his chamber was surrounded by spirit formations and restrictions, he even suspected that the head would have appeared beside his pillow. Who did it? Who has the ability? There's such an expert in Tianhuang sect? King Jin was shocked and afraid. This was the first time he felt such fear from the unknown. He wanted to take revenge for King Xianxia. However, he did not dare to head to Tianhuang sect. He was afraid that he would die without a single peep like the 30-odd kings. King Tianxing fell silent as well. The strength of Tianhuang sect was unfathomable to be able to kill 30-odd kings. What should we do? King Tianxing asked. Right now, it was no longer a matter of how they dealt with Tianhuang sect. It was a question of when Feng Cantian would make a comeback and kill his way to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom. King Jin clenched his fists slightly and said in a deep voice, "I'll make a trip to Divine Firmament Palace. If Feng Cantian dares to kill his way over, Divine Firmament Palace can't just sit back and do nothing." After all, the matter back then was only done with the tacit approval of Emperor Divine Firmament. King Tianxing nodded. That's the only way. On the other side, Wuxia King Fear had long returned to Tianhuang sect and boarded the immortal boat once more. Under the guidance of Demoness Ji, he carried many Rakshasas towards Great Empress Nine Nether's mysterious inheritance ground. After flying for a few days, Su Zimo and the others finally returned to the Sword World on the immortal boat. It was only when they arrived at the Sword World that everyone heaved a sigh of relief. In reality, the news of the two battles outside the Blessed Heaven World and the Evil Fiend battlefield had long spread to the Sword World and was much faster than them. The kings of more than 20 worlds, led by the 6 super-large worlds, wanted to join forces to kill Su Zhu. The emperors of the Sword World were enraged. Just as the emperors were about to set off for the Blessed Heaven World, a second piece of news arrived right after. Su Zhu released an escape technique and escaped from the battlefield alone. King Cold Eye, King Shishua and dozens of other kings chased after him and were completely wiped out. That news shocked the emperors of the Sword World. Dozens of kings were killed. Among them, there were even many peak kings who had been famous for many years. However, none of them had the chance to escape. The person who attacked had probably already entered the Emperor realm. Apart from everyone from the Sword World, who else would save Su Zhu? Furthermore, he killed dozens of kings in a single battle, including many kings of the super-large worlds. This person simply did not take the 6 super-large worlds seriously. To be fair, even if the emperors of the Sword World took revenge, they would at most kill 1 or 2 kings of the 6 super-large worlds. After all, Su Zhu was only a perfected spirit, and using the blood of a king as repayment was already the limit. If the Sword World really went to war for a perfected spirit and started a massacre without restraint, the 6 super-large worlds would definitely join forces and start a war of the worlds. The Sword World had to consider the consequences as well and could not take revenge crazily. But now, dozens of kings were dead. Although in recent years, there had been frequent battles in the medium kiliacosm and conflicts between the major worlds, it had been a long time since so many kings died in a single battle. When they heard that news, the emperors of the Sword World changed their minds after discussion. Initially, they wanted to take revenge. But now that the 6 super-large worlds had suffered such a huge loss, there was no need for them to attack and provoke the 6 super-large worlds. Most importantly, this was a loss they had to take for nothing. The 6 super-large worlds were in the wrong first. Even if they were indignant, they could not use this reason to take revenge on the Sword World. Furthermore, no one knew who the culprit was yet. There were many rumors outside. There were claims of passerby emperors and emperors of the Sword World. Everyone had different opinions. Naturally, the sword world would not admit it voluntarily. Some people even suspected that everything was a trap set up by Su Zhu of the sword world to lure King Cold Eye and the others into it step by step before they died. Of course, the most common saying was that this was a coincidence. However, the origin of everything was all thanks to Xia of the Heavenly Eye race. The moment Lu Yun and the others appeared in the starry skies of the sword world on their immortal boats, the Iron Crown Old Man came out to welcome them. It was clear that he had been waiting for a long time. The other disciples, return to your respective sword peaks. The 9 peak masters, follow me. With that said, the Iron Crown Old Man led the way. Lu Yun retracted the immortal boat and gestured for Yun Ting, Baiming Shui and the others to return to their sword peaks. Thereafter, the 9 peak masters followed behind the Iron Crown Old Man and headed to Myriad Sword Palace. The Iron Crown Old Man was not the only one. The 9 peak masters also had many questions in their hearts and wanted to clarify. In Myriad Sword Palace, there was also a fat and skinny old man sitting there. Coupled with the Iron Crown Old Man, the 3 of them were absolute rulers of the sword world. Come and sit. The fat old man had a kind expression as he waved at Su Zimo and the others with a smile. A table not far away was already filled with fragrant immortal tea. We've all heard about what happened to you guys in the blessed heaven world, the skinny old man said. However, you guys have to tell us the exact situation. Lu Yun and the others recounted everything that happened in the evil fiend battlefield, the battle between the kings outside the blessed heaven world and the death of dozens of kings in the starry skies in detail. The fat and skinny old men felt emotional when they heard that. In reality, the battle in the evil fiend battlefield could already be considered as absolutely unprecedented. Later on, the death of dozens of kings dealt an even greater blow to everyone. The fat old man said, no matter what, Su Zhu's battle has truly shaken the trichiliocosm. The skinny old man nodded as well and looked at Su Zimo with admiration in his eyes. With a straight face he squeezed out a smile. You comprehended 7 peerless divine powers. Very good. You're far superior to me back then. Eh? The fat old man hurried to the skinny old man's side and clicked his tongue in wonder. You actually smiled? The thin old man retracted his smile immediately and returned to normal, saying coldly, I didn't. Ha 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 ha. The fat old man pointed at the skinny old man and burst into laughter, teasing. How many years has it been since you last smiled with that old face of yours? TSK, TSK, TSK. What the hell am I seeing today? The fat and skinny old men were naturally delighted to see everyone from the sword world return unscathed. The Iron Crown Old Man had not said anything the entire time. At that moment, he suddenly said, the messenger talisman I gave you has traces of my dermic Tao. Who could have stopped it? Furthermore, I was worried previously and even investigated the blessed heaven world once. But I didn't discover anything unusual. Could it be that not only did this person intercept the messenger talisman, he even blocked the heavenly secrets? As the Iron Crown Old Man said that, he looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo thought for a moment and did not hide anything. The person who attacked was the sect master of Heaven and Earth Academy. Him? A killing intent flashed through the Iron Crown Old Man's eyes. Compared to the 6 super large worlds, the person who intercepted the messenger talisman and blocked the heavenly secrets was even more vicious. Without this person, even if the kings of the 6 super large worlds joined forces, the Iron Crown Old Man would be able to arrive in time to intimidate the kings and escort Su Zimo and the others back. It was precisely because of the sect master of the Academy's attack that this battle broke out in the end. The sect master of the Academy's scheme did not only include Su Zimo. Even the Iron Crown Old Man was involved in it. How dare he? The Iron Crown Old Man's voice was cold and murderous. He had long heard of the methods of the sect master of the Academy. The Iron Crown Old Man said in a deep voice, in that case, the sect master of the Academy should have already advanced to the Emperor realm? Su Zimo nodded. His scheme this time round was for the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Of course, I was scheming against him as well. Unfortunately, I was a step short and he managed to escape. The Iron Crown old man and the fat and skinny old man raised their brows when they heard that. A hollow nether perfected spirit wanted to scheme against an emperor. Furthermore, from Su Zimo's casual tone, it seemed like he had almost suppressed the sect master of the academy. The 8 peak masters were stunned. They only knew that dozens of kings were dead and did not know that an emperor had appeared in between. Seems like there's another expert protecting him. That's not a bad thing. The 3 of them exchanged glances and did not continue asking. Sect master of the academy? The Iron Crown old man narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Seniors, there's something I want to ask the 3 of you." Su Zimo pondered for a moment and probed, "Seniors, do you know the backgrounds of the sword cultivators in the evil fiend battlefield?" Upon hearing that question, the Iron Crown old man and the other 2 lowered their gazes and suddenly fell silent. The fat old man retracted his smile as well and remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall became a little oppressive. A moment later, Lu Yun could not hold it in any longer and asked, "Brother Su once asked a sword cultivator inside, and the latter said that his surname was Luo. Is that just a coincidence?" The Iron Crown old man and the other 2 were still silent. When they saw that reaction, Su Zimo and the others already had an answer. However, no one was willing to believe it. Lu Yun did not seem to want to give up and asked, "Sword lords, could the sword cultivators inside really be related to great Emperor Zenith Heaven copyright?" "Fufu." The Iron Crown old man stood up and raised his head with a smile. There was a hint of helplessness, bitterness, sadness, and sorrow in his smile. The fat and skinny old men had conflicted expressions as well. "This matter is a taboo in the sword world. You will only know about it after entering the Emperor realm." The Iron Crown old man said indifferently, "Since you're asking, I'll tell you. The sword cultivators in the evil fiend battlefield are indeed descendants of great Emperor Zenith Heaven's lineage." The Iron Crown old man said, "It's said that back then, great Emperor Zenith Heaven was bewitched by evil fiends and became enemies with the living beings of the 10,000 races. He committed a heinous crime and was eventually killed by the blessed heaven world. Because of this, the descendants of great Emperor Zenith Heaven were imprisoned in the sword sin ground and became sin spirits. They have to atone for their ancestor for generations. That's also the reason why the sword world declined completely after the Zenith Heaven era. We only rose again after recovering for a gap of an entire era. There was actually such a thing? This matter had a huge impact on the 8 peak masters. In fact, the concepts of good and evil that they had established for many years were shaken. The 8 peak masters frowned and clenched their fists, unable to accept this for the time being. How could that be? Yulan was a little dejected as she murmured, "Great Emperor Zenith Heaven actually committed such a sin to be associated with the evil fiends." Every sword cultivator regarded Great Emperor Zenith Heaven as their pride. Now that they heard that secret, even the 8 peak masters could not accept it for a moment. Lu Yun said, "After the Zenith Heaven era, the sword world encountered a calamity. That must be the reason, right?" The Iron Crown old man nodded. "It's said that back then, great Emperor Zenith Heaven retained a trace of rationality and did not implicate the sword world. He only took away his clansmen." Lu Yun asked, "Why didn't you tell us about this earlier and the others of the sword world?" The Iron Crown old man fell silent once more. "I'm guessing that this should only be one of the rumors." Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. He looked at the Iron Crown old man and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, you should know about other rumors, right?" The Iron Crown old man asked expressionlessly, "What rumors do you know?" "No idea." Su Zimo shook his head. Indeed, he did not know anything about Great Emperor Zenith Heaven. However, Su Zimo changed the topic. "However, Senior, the rumor you mentioned earlier was full of loopholes. It couldn't have withstood scrutiny. Senior Zenith Heaven had already cultivated to the peak of the medium kiliacosm and became a great emperor. I really can't think of any evil fiend who can bewitch a great emperor who founded an era. If Senior Zenith Heaven was so easily bewitched by the evil fiends, it would have been difficult for him to become a great emperor with his Tao heart. That statement is contradictory to begin with." The fat and skinny old men looked at Su Zimo deeply with conflicted expressions. The Iron Crown old man did not explain or refute. He only asked, "Anything else?" Su Zimo continued, "Since Senior Zenith Heaven was not bewitched by the evil fiends and had already become a great emperor, revered by the 10,000 races, why would he be enemies with the living beings of the 10,000 races? There's a lack of a convincing reason for that rumor. Furthermore, who among the 10,000 races can defeat him? In that rumor, an existence was intentionally or unintentionally blurred out. It might be a person or a faction. However, one thing is certain. The power of this existence is enough to resist or even suppress the great emperor who established an era." When they heard that, the 8 peak masters were shocked and looked at the 3 lords of the sword world instinctively. The Iron Crown old man and the other 2 remained silent and did not refute. That attitude could already verify many things. How is that possible? Yulan was still unable to understand and asked, "There's only one great emperor and he's revered in the universe. He's an invincible existence. Throughout history, only one great emperor can be born in every era. Who can suppress a great emperor?" "Of course there is," Su Zimo said. "There's only one great emperor, but that's in the medium kiliocosm and within the medium kiliocosm. However, what about outside the medium kiliocosm?" "Outside the medium kiliocosm?" The 8 peak masters were stunned. The medium kiliocosm was way too large and boundless. Given their cultivation realms, it would be difficult for them to travel through half of the medium kiliocosm in their entire lives, let alone outside the medium kiliocosm. As for Su Zimo, he had been to the netherworld, the martial Tao prime body had been to hell and entered the ghost world. He was certain that there were some special worlds outside the medium kiliocosm that stood side by side with the medium kiliocosm. Great emperor experts could also be born in these worlds. For example, there was a great emperor in the ghost world now, Brahma Ghost Mother. Actually, after Su Zimo escaped from the 9 Nether Sin Ground, he had some guesses. Since Brahma Ghost Mother was a great emperor and the power of a single drop of blood could break through the shackles of the 9 Nether Sin Ground, why did she have to make use of him? Why didn't Brahma Ghost Mother come to the medium kiliocosm and destroy all the 10 Sin Grounds? In this medium kiliocosm, there had yet to be a great emperor. Since that was the case, what was Brahma Ghost Mother afraid of? "Blessed Heaven World?" Lu Yun asked hesitantly. "Could it be the Blessed Heaven World?" Su Zimo shook his head. "The Blessed Heaven World is still in the medium kiliocosm and has yet to reach the point of standing side by side with it. Could we have been wrong from the beginning?" Lu Yun seemed to have thought of something and muttered, "Blessed Heaven, blessed Heaven. Perhaps the heaven they believe in, worship, and serve might not refer to our heavenly Tao or world. Perhaps it's a person or an entire faction." Sigh. When he heard that, the Iron Crown old man sighed deeply. The Iron Crown old man looked at Su Zimo and finally nodded. "You're right. Everything about Great Emperor Zenith Heaven earlier on was indeed just one of the rumors. Furthermore, it's the most common rumor in the medium kiliocosm that spread from the Blessed Heaven World. However, in the Sword World, there's another rumor passed down from Sword Lord to Sword Lord by mouth." The 8 peak masters' expressions turned cold as they listened solemnly. "Ironhead, you?" The skinny old man frowned and wanted to stop the Iron Crown old man. The Iron Crown old man waved it off. "They've already guessed something. Even if we don't say it, they'll be conflicted about it. If they keep investigating this matter, they might attract trouble instead." Pausing for a moment, the Iron Crown old man said slowly, "You guys were right earlier on. There's indeed an unimaginable behemoth hidden behind the Blessed Heaven World. We don't know what this faction is called. All records of this faction have been erased and no one is allowed to mention it. Even the previous Sword Lord did not know. Perhaps he did and did not dare to mention it, afraid that he would bring calamity to the Sword World." Su Zimo recalled a young man killed by the martial Tao prime body in the 9 Nether Sin Ground. Even cultivators of the Blessed Heaven World had to be respectful in front of this young man. As for this person, he claimed to be from the Heavenly Court. Blessed Heaven World, Heavenly Court. There was a high chance that the behemoth behind the blessed heaven world was the heavenly court. The Iron Crown old man said, "The previous Sword Lord told me that although great Emperor Zenith Heaven fought side by side with the experts of the evil fiends, he was not bewitched. He merely shared a common goal with them to take on the behemoth behind the blessed heaven world." The 8 peak masters opened their mouths slightly, as though they wanted to say something but could not say anything. This matter had completely overturned their previous understanding, and they could not digest it for the time being. After a long while, Lu Yun said, "In other words, everything we knew in the past was just a lie of the blessed heaven world? Actually, the evil fiends and sin spirits of the 10 sin grounds did not commit any sins at all. Was it only because they were defeated back then?" Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the words of the plainclothed sword cultivator, Luo Jun, in the evil fiend battlefield. "Evil will never triumph over good. Indeed, that will never be wrong. If evil triumphed over good, it would no longer be evil." Yulan said, "In that case, Great Emperor Zenith Heaven was not the only one who resisted in the past. Great emperors of other eras also resisted." "That's right." The Iron Crown old man nodded. For example, the Combat Sin Ground was formed because Great Emperor Combat was defeated and died back then. Many sanguine apes were imprisoned. It's the same for the 9 Nether Sin Ground, Astral Sin Ground, and 9 Heavens Sin Ground. Compared to the Sanguine Ape world and the Astral world, our Sword world is considered lucky. At the very least, we managed to preserve our inheritance. For the Darkness world, it was destroyed because of that battle, and all their clansmen and living beings died without exception. Su Zimo was silent. 9 Heavens Era, 9 Nether Era, Combat Era, Zenith Heaven Era, Darkness Era, Astral Era. All those great emperors were invincible in their generation and stood at the peak of all living beings. However, they all chose to go against the heavens. Yet, in the end, they suffered a crushing defeat and died. Those were heaven-defying battles. Even after so many years, Su Zimo could still vaguely sense the tragic battles of the past through the long river of time. Of course, he still had many questions. When the martial Tao prime body underwent tribulation transcendence, 8 lightning phantoms appeared. Apart from Great Empress 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden, Great Empress 9 Nether, Great Emperor Combat, Great Emperor Zenith Heaven, Great Emperor Darkness, and Great Emperor Astral, there were 2 more. They were Great Emperor Light and Great Emperor Infinite. There were no people from the Light World or the Buddhist monasteries of the Heavenly World in the 10 Sin Grounds. Whose side were the 2 great emperors on at that time? Great Emperor Infinite seemed to be on the side of the Heavenly Court. After all, Su Zimo guessed that there was a consciousness trapped in Greater Avicii that belonged to the Lord of Hell. One of the 10 Sin Grounds was called Hell Sin Ground. In that case, why did Great Emperor Light and Great Emperor Infinite appear in the 10th tribulation of the true martial heavenly tribulation with the other great emperors? Of course, Su Zimo had another greatest question in his heart. Why? Su Zimo asked. Why did Great Emperor Zenith Heaven and the others want to fight against that behemoth and defy the heavens? No idea. The Iron Crown old man shook his head. Perhaps only experts in that era and that battle know the reason. After countless years, the truth of the past has long been buried in the river of time. Who can truly say for sure? Lu Yun took a deep breath and asked, Sword Lords, since this was passed down by word of mouth by the previous Sword Lords of the Sword World, why didn't you tell the other sword cultivators? Why did you hide it? The Iron Crown old man smiled bitterly and asked, How many sword cultivators do you think will believe us if we tell the other sword cultivators about this now? Lu Yun fell silent. Even they could not accept it for a moment, let alone the other sword cultivators. For so many years, their hatred and hostility towards the evil fiends and sin spirits had long seeped into their bones. Everyone's hands were stained with the blood of countless evil fiends and sin spirits. But now, the 3 sword lords suddenly told them that there was something else going on. Those evil fiends and sin spirits might be innocent. The reason why they cultivated the sword Tao was to slay demons and fiends and uphold justice. But now, the evil fiends they killed might not be evil fiends, and the justice they insisted on might not be justice. This was equivalent to breaking the sword Tao that they had defended for many years. Do you know why the previous sword lords passed it down by word of mouth? The skinny old man looked at Su Zimo and the others and asked. Yulan said, if they left records, it would definitely be erased. That's the only way. That's only one of the reasons. The skinny old man said. Another reason is that the blessed heaven world will definitely not allow such a saying to spread. The more people who know about it, the easier it will be for the matter to be exposed. Once this matter spreads to the blessed heaven world, it will be a disaster for the sword world. The fat old man sighed as well. Even if you guys know about this and believe in it, what can you do? So many great emperors have failed. The skinny old man said. The sanguine ape world of this generation was originally a super large world as well. It was because of this matter that there was a conflict with the blessed heaven world, resulting in the calamity of the sanguine apes. More than 10 emperor experts of the sanguine ape race died along with countless clansmen, relegating them into a greater world. If that old ape of this generation had not submitted in the end, they might have even been exterminated. Furthermore, that's only the power of the blessed heaven world. The sanguine ape race is belligerent and unruly by nature. It's even more so for that old ape. Back then, he was willing to bow down to the blessed heaven world and suffered immense humiliation and pain. Later on, the reason why the sanguine ape race did not head to the blessed heaven world was not because of the calamity of the sanguine apes. It was because the sanguine ape race was too ashamed to face the descendants of their ancestors back then. The three sword lords sighed ruefully. Su Zimo vaguely understood the Iron Crown old man's dilemma. For the second rumor, they were worried that they would cause trouble for the sword world. As such, they naturally did not dare to mention it to the other sword cultivators. As for the first rumor, it came from the blessed heaven world. They knew that it was a lie and were unwilling to tell it to other sword cultivators. That was the reason why they hid the entire matter as a whole. The thin old man said, the blessed heaven world is only a tiny part of that behemoth used to monitor and survey the medium kiliacosm. That's the reason why the status of the blessed heaven world in the medium kiliacosm is so special and extraordinary. Su Zimo nodded to himself. Becoming enemies with the blessed heaven world was actually a challenge to the heavenly court behind it. The Iron Crown old man said, you guys just said that the blessed heaven world expelled you guys out at the last minute to close. In fact, they didn't even allow you guys to exchange your battle merits for treasures? Yes, Lu Yun said. Although this was targeted at all living beings of the medium kiliacosm, I had a feeling that the blessed heaven world was targeting us back then. After all, Su Zimo benefited the most in the evil fiend battlefield. Once the blessed heaven world was closed and all living beings of the medium kiliacosm were expelled, Su Zimo would definitely be in danger. In fact, the battle that happened outside the blessed heaven world later on might have even been fueled by the latter themselves. The Iron Crown old man said, there's no need to doubt it. This is a warning from the blessed heaven world to our sword world. Why is that? Lu Yun asked with a frown. The Iron Crown old man said, perhaps it's because of great Emperor Zenith Heaven back then or for some other reason. Everyone chatted together for a long time. Under the repeated reminders of the three sword lords not to spread the news of great Emperor Zenith Heaven, everyone left Myriad Sword Palace. The hall became deserted again, leaving only the three sword lords. Iron Head, it's a little risky for you to tell them about this. The skinny old man had a stern expression and frowned. If this matter spreads to the cultivators of the blessed heaven world, the sword world will definitely be in trouble. The fat old man retracted his smile and said in a deep voice, it's fine for Lu Yun and the others. However, Su Zimo has just joined the sword world after all and might not have deep feelings for us. Furthermore, when he joined the sword world, he mentioned that he might leave one day. The Iron Crown old man said, when he joined the sword world, I told him that his freedom would not be restricted. From that moment on, whether he leaves, stays, or establishes a faction outside, it's all up to him. I had him stay in the sword world to establish good karma with him. That lad has a carefree personality and is open and aboveboard. He's definitely not a shameless snitch. The skinny old man nodded as well. I think he's fine as well. The fat old man smiled bitterly and sighed. It's just that the two of us don't have much time left. Ironhead, you're not young anymore and have already passed your peak. Your combat strength is gradually declining. Apart from the three of us peak emperors, the sword world has no other successors. That's why I'm worried. The three sword lords knew in their hearts. Although there were more than 10 emperor experts in the sword world, most of them were ordinary emperors. If they truly encountered a calamity, only peak emperors could protect the inheritance of the sword world. The Iron Crown old man was silent. What the fat old man was worried about was the current situation of the sword world. Although the sword world was a super large world, it was not without hidden ailments. The stone world, heavenly eye world, witch world, other worlds, and even the blessed heaven world, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the sword world, waiting for an opportunity. That was also the reason why the Iron Crown old man and the other two did not choose to take revenge on those worlds after discussing the matter of Suzimo being surrounded by dozens of kings. If the sword world was at its peak, how could it be bullied by other worlds? Even if dozens of kings were dead, the Iron Crown old man would not let the matter go. He would definitely head over to those worlds personally and make them accountable for their actions no matter what. What's the situation with that sect master of the academy? Suddenly, the skinny old man asked. When the Iron Crown old man heard that person, he narrowed his eyes slightly and killing intent surged. He stood up and said coldly, "It's fine if we let the matter with the other worlds go, but we can't let that person off. If not for the sect master of the academy, the Iron Crown old man could have arrived in time and that battle outside the blessed heaven world would have been avoided completely." Furthermore, Suzimo had already escaped to the sword world. Yet, the sect master of the academy was still haunting him and even dared to attack. He even blocked the heavenly secrets and included the Iron Crown old man in his scheme. This caused the Iron Crown old man to be filled with killing intent. The fat old man nodded as well. I heard that the sect master of the academy is a divination expert and has flawless calculations. If he's left alive, he might attack Suzimo again in the future. We can't let him live. There's no time to lose. I'll head to the heavenly world immediately. The Iron Crown old man sneered. Since the sect master of the academy dares to provoke the sword world, let's see just how capable he really is. This had indeed exceeded the sect master of the academy's expectations. According to his plan, he could escape calmly after killing Suzimo. He could even pin Suzimo's death perfectly on King Cold Eye and the others without exposing himself. Unexpectedly, the Martial Dao Prime body appeared and almost killed him. I'll go with you. The skinny old man stood up as well. The heavenly world is a super large world after all. Once you descend, you'll definitely alert the emperors of the heavenly world. The fat old man nodded as well. Although the heavenly world is divided into the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend domains, in recent years, peak emperors have risen domineeringly in the three domains. We can't underestimate them. Even fiend Emperor Apocalypse, who died tens of millions of years ago, was revived. It's truly unbelievable. There's no need. The Iron Crown old man waved it off. Heaven and Earth Academy is only in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, one of the 9 Firmament Immortal domains. The Buddhist and fiend domains shouldn't interfere. Furthermore, as an emperor, the sect master of the academy personally ambushed a perfected spirit. I want to see which emperor of the heavenly world would be shameless enough to stand out and defend him. After returning to Sword Burial Peak, Suzimo looked at the towering mountain peak where the cave abode was located. His heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something else. The blessed heaven world did not only cover up the truth of the past or erase many written records. There was a high chance that they had also erased some people. Great Emperor Heaven Burial was one of them. Be it the immortal sects, immortal empires, or major worlds that Suzimo had passed through, there had never been any records of Great Emperor Heaven Burial. The only trace of Great Emperor Heaven Burial was in the tomb beneath the fiend cave of the heavenly world. That was also where the Martial Dao Prime body saw a gigantic stele engraved with the Heaven Burial Sutra. Furthermore, not long after the Heaven Burial Sutra was revealed, the stele began to collapse, as though it could not be tolerated by this world. He had only heard the name of Great Emperor Heaven Burial from Demoness G. According to her, it seemed like Great Empress Nine Nether was extremely secretive about Great Emperor Heaven Burial even in her memories. Su Zimo had cultivated the Heaven Burial Sutra for many years and once thought that the so-called Heaven Burial meant burying the heavens. But now he thought of another possibility. Perhaps what Great Emperor Heaven Burial wanted to bury was not the heavens, but the heavenly court. At the thought of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The question that had been accumulated in his heart for a long time seemed to have an answer. Great Emperor Heaven Burial Sutra, Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, Emperor Bo Soon, Emperor Dawn Twilight, Resurrection from the Great Emperor Tombs, the Tomb Keeper. In Su Zimo's mind, countless information and clues intertwined continuously. The names of many figures flashed and gradually gathered a possible truth. So, that's the case? At the thought of that possibility, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he murmured softly with a shocked expression. In that case, the heavenly world was probably... A long time later, Su Zimo took a deep breath and gradually composed himself. Over the years, as the cultivation of the two true bodies increased continuously, they traveled to more and more places and learned many unknown ancient secrets. Some doubts gradually resolved, but other doubts still arose. What was the heavenly court? Where did it come from? What was the meaning of the existence of the heavenly court? Why did it set up the blessed heaven world to inspect and survey the medium kiliacosm? Although he knew the name of the heavenly court, Su Zimo's understanding of it was still blurry. Among the evil fiends and sin spirits, he already knew the origins of the sin spirits. They were the descendants of the great emperors who challenged the heavenly court in the past and failed. However, what were the evil fiends? Perhaps the master of the evil fiends was the Fiend Lord? Why did they want to challenge the heavenly court? What role did the hell world, ghost world, and even the netherworld play in it? There were too many questions hidden in the fog. After returning to his cave abode, Su Zimo was prepared to cultivate in seclusion. This time round, the Green Lotus True Body was not the only one. The Martial Dao Prime Body was going into seclusion to cultivate as well. Initially, after dealing with the hidden ailment of the sect master of the academy, the Martial Dao Prime Body planned to head to the Great Wilderness. However, this time round, the gains of the two true bodies were way too great. On the side of the Martial Dao Prime Body, he devoured the grotto heavens of more than 10 blessed heaven world kings in the 9 nether sin ground and dozens of grotto heavens in the starry skies. More importantly, he even snatched the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual back from the sect master of the academy. The Taboo Mystic Classic was now in the hands of the Green Lotus True Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not need to carry the Taboo Mystic Classic at all times. As long as he made use of the Spirit Consonance art, he could read the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual as well. After refining the Grotto Heavens completely and comprehending the Taboo Mystic Classic at the same time, the Martial Dao Prime Body even had a chance of improving his cultivation. Therefore, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not move immediately. Instead, he searched for a star and established a cave abode to cultivate in seclusion. The gains for the Green Lotus True Body were even greater. Not to mention the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual, the 6 Ding 6 Jia Secret Skill, and the storage bags of dozens of kings. Just the 20-odd Dao fruits of the supreme perfected spirits in the evil fiend battlefield were enough for him to digest for a long time. In the secret chamber of the cave abode, Su Zimo took out the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. 3 jade scrolls floated quietly in front of him, emitting purple, green, and red light. After a few twists and turns, the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual finally returned to his hands. Actually, when Lu Yun and the others and many kings of the medium kiliacosm chased over outside the starry skies and saw King Cold Eye and the others die, Su Zimo had another thought. He wanted to frame the sect master of the academy for this matter. However, he quickly rejected that thought. It was one thing whether or not the experts of the 6 super large worlds would believe it. Even if they believed it, they would not be able to find the sect master of the academy. That was because given the sect master of the academy's cautiousness, he would definitely hide his tracks this time round and would definitely not appear for the time being. If the experts of the 6 super-large worlds could not find the sect master of the Academy, they would definitely vent their anger on Heaven and Earth Academy. Given the ferocious and cold-blooded style of the Heavenly Eye race, none of the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy would be spared. Even if Heaven and Earth Academy was destroyed and all the disciples died, the sect master of the Academy would not appear. Su Zimo did not have deep feelings for Heaven and Earth Academy. However, some people in the Academy, such as Yang Ruoxu, senior sister Mo Qing, and the others, should not have been implicated by this matter. That was why he only told the matter to the Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2. It was because he knew that even if the Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 killed their way to Heaven and Earth Academy, they would not kill the innocent. Gradually, Su Zimo composed himself and discarded his distracting thoughts. His spirit consciousness moved and the 3 jade scrolls in front of him opened slowly. At the same time, 2 purple flames gradually rose in Su Zimo's eyes. The 2 true bodies watched the taboo mystic classic at the same time. However, the green lotus true body chose to cultivate. As for the martial Tao prime body, he was not truly cultivating in. Instead, he chose to fuse the many dermic Tao profundities of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual into the martial domain as much as possible. In reality, the martial Tao prime body had not truly cultivated the cultivation techniques, secret skills of the living beings of the 10,000 races and even the taboo mystic classic. He merely made use of the martial Tao furnace to refine the dermic Taos contained in the cultivation techniques and secret skills, and fuse them into his body and the martial Tao purgatory to divine his dermic Tao. Heavenly World. Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Heaven and Earth Academy. Legacy Ground. In an elegant and simple cave abode, a beautiful woman held a brush and drew gently on the rice paper in front of her. On her shoulder, a snow-white butterfly stopped and flapped its wings slightly, as though it was afraid of disturbing the woman. Painting Immortal Mo Qing. Ever since she found out that junior brother Su had died in the Emperor's tomb more than 2,000 years ago, she had returned to her usual self. She stayed in her cave abode all year round and was aloof from worldly affairs, peaceful and quiet. From the looks of it, Mo Qing did not seem any different from before. However, the ice butterfly was by her side all year round and could still sense many subtle changes. All these years, Mo Qing had never drawn a portrait. Sometimes she would stop painting and look at a certain spot in the cave abode in a daze, deep in thought. Only at that moment would some emotions appear on her face. Sometimes, she would smile unconsciously. Sometimes, she would reveal a hint of sadness. Over the years, Mo Qing had become even more silent. Back then, she would often talk to the ice butterfly. In fact, when she talked about a certain someone and some things, her beautiful eyes would even glow. In the eyes of the ice butterfly, Mo Qing of those years was more like an actual living fairy with emotions. All these years, Mo Qing seemed to be missing something. Those eyes were still beautiful and moving, but they were no longer as spirited as before. Right then, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the cave abode, accompanied by a series of cries. "Senior sister Mo Qing, it's me. I'm Scarlet Rainbow. Ruoxu is in trouble and those people are going to beat him to death. No one in the academy dares to help him. I really can't find anyone else. Senior sister Mo Qing, please help. Please." Mo Qing seemed to be deep in thought and was in a daze, as though she could not hear the cries outside. The ice butterfly sighed internally. All these years, Mo Qing had often been in such a daze. It was not that she could not hear it on purpose, but she had fallen into a certain state and could not extricate herself, unable to sense everything outside. The ice butterfly opened its mouth slightly and released a cold aura. Mo Qing shuddered slightly and gradually snapped out of her stupor. The cries in her ears gradually became clearer as well. "What's wrong?" When she recognized Princess Scarlet Rainbow's voice, Mo Qing stood up hurriedly and arrived outside the cave abode. At a glance, she saw Princess Scarlet Rainbow lying on the ground. "Senior sister Mo Qing, please." Princess Scarlet Rainbow grabbed Mo Qing's arms forcefully. Her face was filled with tears and she was agitated. Her voice was choked and she could no longer continue. Mo Qing's gaze landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's abdomen. It bulged slightly. It was clear that she was pregnant. Junior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, get up first lest you affect your fetus. Tell me slowly, what's going on? Mo Qing helped Princess Scarlet Rainbow up hurriedly. Princess Scarlet Rainbow seemed to remember the fetus in her stomach as well. She tried her best to calm down and sobbed. Wuxia has always believed that junior brother Su would never betray the academy for no reason. For more than 2,000 years, he has insisted on finding the truth. However, junior brother Su's crime has already been confirmed by the sect master, and no one dares to question him. Wuxia's persistence is equivalent to questioning the sect master. Therefore, many fellow disciples of the academy view him as a thorn in their side and often join forces to suppress and bully him. Mo Qing was silent. The scene that happened in Heaven and Earth Palace back then was still fresh in her mind. Even in front of the sect master of the academy, young Wuxia still dared to confront him and raise his doubts with a noble aura in his chest. Mo Qing remained silent at the side. Although she did not believe it either, she did not have the courage to suspect the sect master of the academy. Compared to young Wuxia, she was timid. From that moment on, she knew that young Wuxia would have a hard time in the academy in the future. She had also heard of the unfairness and bullying that young Wuxia had encountered over the years. However, she was helpless. That was because she knew that there was no way the cultivators could be so fearless without the tacit approval of the sect master of the academy. Princess Scarlet Rainbow cried and said, "Today is Junior Brother Su's death anniversary." Wuxia headed to Junior Brother Su's cave abode to pay respects to him. However, Xianxia and the others saw him and did not give him a chance to explain at all. They joined forces to capture him and sent him to the enforcement platform. Mo Qing frowned slightly. Although Junior Brother Yang had been searching for the truth of the past all these years, he knew his situation very well and was not rash. Instead, he became even more cautious in the sect. Although countless pairs of eyes were watching him at all times, no one caught him doing anything wrong. Even if they wanted to harm him, they could not find a suitable reason. She did not know why Junior Brother Yang would suddenly head to pay respects to Junior Brother Su, allowing himself to be caught by Xianxia and the others so easily. Ever since Junior Brother Su died and Sword Immortal Yuhua was severely injured in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, Xianxia had been the most famous and strongest legacy disciple of the academy in recent years. "Where are the elders?" Mo Qing asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow said, "The elders are all around, but they've been silent." The reason why young Wuxia insisted on finding the truth back then was because he suspected the sect master of the academy and the elders did not dare to speak up for him. Looking at Princess Scarlet Rainbow who was sobbing uncontrollably, Mo Qing's heart that had been silent for many years suddenly felt indignant. She clenched her fists slightly. "Let's go. I'll accompany you." Heaven and Earth Academy. For a heaven-grade sect like Heaven and Earth Academy, there would definitely be a powerful sect protection formation outside the sect. Without approval, outsiders could not barge in at all. At that moment, 2 figures were advancing sneakily in the dense forest outside the academy, approaching the entrance of the academy. To be precise, it was a fair-faced, beardless, and slightly young gray-robed cultivator carrying a white-haired old man with a weak aura. The gray-robed cultivator carried the old man on his back and hopped left and right in the forest. Occasionally, he would take 2 steps back before strolling forward. "Old Man Xian," the gray-robed cultivator asked casually, "what happens if we take a wrong step in this sect protection formation? Will we be exposed right away?" The old man replied indifferently, "No, we won't. We'll evaporate in an instant." The gray-robed cultivator shuddered in fear and almost misstepped. "Don't scare me." The gray-robed cultivator gulped. The old man said, "This immortal formation was personally set up by the previous sect master. Even Grotto Heaven Realm Kings will be severely injured if they barge in. You've only just advanced to the perfected 1 realm. If you trigger this immortal formation, you will be reduced to ashes instantly." As the gray-robed cultivator sneaked towards Heaven and Earth Academy according to the old man's guidance, he complained, "You were beaten up by the sect master of the academy until you were almost crippled. Why are we coming back again? That sect master of the academy is so powerful with his flawless calculations. If he discovers us, I'll have to die along with you, man. Don't worry, he's not in the academy now. The old man said, there's a secret ground in the academy that even he doesn't know about. If we infiltrate it and find the immortal pills and divine medicine left behind by the previous sect master, I'll have a chance to recover to 70% of my strength. What's the use of recovering 70%? The gray-robed cultivator pouted. Even in your peak condition, you were beaten to such a state. With 70% of your combat strength, he could kill you with a single finger. What do you know? The old man could not hold it in any longer after being mocked by the gray-robed cultivator. He blew at his beard and glared, cursing. Our lineage is the last hope of Heaven and Earth Academy. In that secret ground, there are also many secret manuals and treasures of Heaven and Earth Academy. These are all key to your future reconstruction of the Academy. Amidst the bickering, two figures sneaked into Heaven and Earth Academy without anyone noticing. When Mo Qing arrived at the enforcement platform with Princess Scarlet Rainbow, her heart sank. The scene before her was even more serious than she had imagined. After all these years, the Grand Elder of the Academy's lifespan had been exhausted and he passed away in meditation. The position of the Grand Elder had always been vacant. But now, apart from Elder 8, the other 7 of the remaining 8 elders were all present. Not only that, there were also many legacy disciples gathered around. In fact, there were also many inner sect and outer sect disciples. At a glance, there were many people gathered around the enforcement platform. Almost all the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy were mobilized. The moment Mo Qing arrived, she felt a suffocating pressure. On the enforcement platform, Yang Ruoxu was tied to a bronze pillar that towered into the skies and was wrapped in a gigantic chain, unable to move at all. The chain was filled with runes that suppressed his Dao fruit, bloodline, and even the true essence in his body. At that moment, Yang Ruoxu's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. There were fresh blood wounds on his body after he was whipped by the enforcement whip. It was a shocking sight. Due to the suppression of his strength, he could not even recover from the wounds on his body. Piak. Zhang Hua wielded an enforcement whip that dripped with blood and whipped Yang Ruoxu fiercely. His gaze was cold as he hollered, Yang Ruoxu, do you admit to your mistakes? Yang Ruoxu merely raised his head and looked at Zhang Hua disdainfully. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat blood at Zhang Hua. Fufu. Zhang Hua was not angry and merely smiled. Yang Ruoxu, I'll play with you slowly. I want to see how long a traitor like you who betrayed your master and sect can last. Zhang Hua raised the enforcement whip in his hand again. Hold on. A voice sounded as Mo Qing descended on the enforcement platform with Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow ran to Yang Ruoxu's side in tears, wanting to extend her arms and hug him. However, when she saw the wounds on Yang Ruoxu's body, she did not dare to touch them, afraid that she would cause him even more pain. When Yang Ruoxu heard Princess Scarlet Rainbow's voice, he raised his head and smiled at her, as though he could not feel the pain in his body. Just like that, the two of them were extremely close and their eyes met. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes were red and tears welled up. So, it's senior sister Mo Qing. When Zhang Hua saw Mo Qing, he raised his brow slightly and cupped his fists. Senior sister Mo Qing, I know that you prefer peace and quiet and don't like to be involved in secular affairs. I had no intention of disturbing you for such a bloody matter. To think that some bitch would be so tactless to invite you over. As Zhang Hua said that, he glared at Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Mo Qing took a deep breath of air and cupped her fists slightly in the direction of the elders before turning to look at Zhang Hua and asking in a deep voice, what mistake did junior brother Yang commit for you to treat him like this? He was merely heading to a ruined cave abode to pay his respects. Even if he was in the wrong, there's no need to go to this extent for that mistake or even pinning the crime of betraying his master and sect on him. Mo Qing knew in her heart that once this crime was established, Yang Ruoxu would definitely be doomed. Zhang Hua had a calm expression. By paying respect to the traitor of the academy, Su Zimo, that means that he's suspecting the sect master. Is that not betraying his master and sect? It's precisely because he's from the same sect that I didn't kill him directly. Instead, I gave him a chance.